that, we should have at least another minute before we get underway here at the Queen's Park Oval. Remember, just recapping from yesterday, the West Indies, they started on 86-1 with Mackenzie on 14. Brathwaite was on 37. Mackenzie was the first to go when he went court Kishan bowled Kumar for 32. It was then we went to Brathwaite. He went bowl Ashwin for 75. Blackwood, he was caught Rahane bowled Jadeja for 20. And Joshua Da Silva, the local boy, he went bowled by Siraj, a lovely ball coming back at him, but a little bit, maybe he was a little bit careless, just trying to play it through the offside and left a little gap between bat and pad. The ball came back and struck middle and off, and he was back in the pavilion for 10. Holder is there at the moment. He is not out on 1, or is it? No, let's see. He's on 11, and Athanase has been really solid. He is on 37, and the West Indies at the moment 229 for 5. I'm Colin Murray alongside Dr. Mehta. Am I right?
That is correct, Mehta.
All right, I have to get these Indian pronunciations proper, Doc.
You're getting there. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning to you, and good morning to everyone wherever you may be. And we're going to hear from the Doc in a minute, because we're just about getting ready for the start of play here this morning. As let's see, the first delivery is right up to Athanase, and he's pushing it back up along the track. Kumar is the man opening the bowling from that Brian Lara pavilion end. So not a bad first delivery, was right up to Athanase, and he came on that front foot. May seem to have hit the bottom of the bat, and a Yorker length delivery. But 229 for 5. Interesting day today, Doc.
Very interesting day. I think the West Indies have done well so far. As of this morning, the key will be not to lose wickets in the first session. Yeah. That will be their goal.
Here is Kumar into bowl to the left-handed Athanase outside the line of the leg stump. Loud appeal goes up, and they're appealing for a caught behind. He was trying to flick this delivery. It was pitched just outside the line of the leg stump, and Athanase was trying to flick it, and a loud appeal going up. Now skipper Rohit Sharma, is checking with the wicket keeper. I don't think they're going to go for the review. No, they have not. And they may have thought it flicked the pad on the way through. But these are always difficult decisions. Doc, what do you make of it?
Yeah, I think there was clearly the ball was missing the bat, and there was an appeal that was just made. But I think there was you can see the ball hit the pad.
It flicked the pad on the way through. Here's Kumar into Athanase, and another one pitching just outside the line of the... He started so well with the first delivery, but since then he's been just outside the line of the leg stump. And even though Athanase, the appeal went up, he's trying to work the ball down to fine leg. So because there's two slips, a gully, a point, a mid-off, so that's 5 men on the offside. Then on the onside, there's a mid-on, a very short mid-wicket, a forward square leg, or one could even say a squarish mid-wicket in a run-saving position, and then there's a man at a fine leg. So a 5-4 field for Kumar, so you would think he would want to go just outside the line of the off-stump as he's into bowl to Athanase, and he's playing loud, appeal goes up, and this time he's given him. So finally, in this first over, Athanase goes, he has reviewed it, and I tell you what, umpire Erasmus took quite a long while, and maybe that little bit of doubt made Athanase review it, but he's not looked himself. The first ball, he played it, got the bottom of the bat, then he didn't play a ball after that, and then this one, well pitched up, and he was coming across. We have to have a look at it, Doc.
Yeah, that was delivery pretty straight, and just maybe came in a bit,
yes.
Missing the bat, hitting the pad below the knee, below his right patella, and so the height is in the favor of the bowler. It would hit the stump. The question really, Colin, is it drifting down?
That's
the
right.
leg side?
That's right. You know what, Doc? I think this could very well be an umpire's call. Because we've seen it in the past where it's maybe just clipping the outside of the leg stump, and it's so much be an umpire's call, and we'll just have to wait and see. And Is it an inside edge?
Is there an inside edge?
Yeah,
That's
let's
the
have a
question.
look. There's Snicko is having a look.
Oh,
I think there's a little bit of an inside edge.
the faintest of faint
Yeah.
edges. Wow.
Yeah.
That when we saw it initially, I mean, we could see a slight gap
Yeah.
between the ball and the bat, but when you look at it so closely, you can see there is a.
Yeah.
So
The
Athanas
slightest
made-
of touches on it. He's got a little bit of an inside edge, it appears. Let's see what the TV umpire is going to say.
No, I think this probably will go in the favor of the batsman here.
Yeah, umpire score. Umpire score. If that was not an inside edge, then it has to be umpire score. And that was my thought initially, that the way it hit him and the movement, it really looked to be his call. So, unfortunately, the West Indies, they lose the first wicket in the very first over of the day. That's not what the doctor wrote and not what our doctor here says. He said they needed to bat out this session without losing a wicket. Well, they've lost one, and worse than that, they've lost one in the very first over, and they've lost the main batsman in Alec Athanas. So he goes, LBW bowled Kumar for 37, and the West Indies are now 229 for 6.
Yeah, that is not the prescription that the West Indies team wanted at the present time. As I said earlier, Colin, the first hour of play is so crucial, and one wicket follows another, and the West Indies could be in a heap of trouble here if they don't begin to stitch partnerships. There was a delivery that was straight. I mean, the first ball that he bowled was a good Yorker.
That's right.
Came right at him, and Athanas was able to successfully navigate that one. And then the next two deliveries, he was straying down the leg side, and this one hit him on the pad, beat him for pace. And Athanas has made his way back to the pavilion, a rather dejected Athanas.
It's, I have no problem with that. But, this umpire's call, the reasoning behind it is to have that human element in the game. What I have a problem with sometimes, Doc, is when the ball is hitting the wicket and the umpire says that if umpire Erasmus had said not out to that, Athanas would have stayed.
Correct.
But I just think if the ball is hitting the wicket, I don't care where it's hitting the wicket, you're out. And but that's a debate for another time. But here's the new batsman, Alzari Joseph, facing up to Kumar, and this put outside the line of the off stump. Seems to be getting some nice movement at the moment, because that pitch may have hit the seam and just left Alzari Joseph, who allows it to go through to be taken by the keeper. So West Indies they are still 9 runs away from enforcing from saving the follow on, and I think that will be the first piece of business the batsman will have to navigate, and then see if they can build on that. A lot now will depend on Holder and who stays with him, as Kumar at the top of his mark. It's the first time we're seeing him in this innings from that Brian Lara pavilion end. And he's into Joseph, and Joseph is driving at one outside the line of the off stump, doesn't make contact, and it goes through to be taken by the keeper. The end of the over, it's 229 for 6. Joseph yet to get off the mark. Jason Holder, he is yet to face a ball this morning. He is not out on 11. Athanas, the man going this morning after 4 deliveries, he went LBW to Kumar for 37. He faced 115 balls. He really was a picture of concentration. He's a young man playing only in his second test, and I think this experience will certainly do him good in the future.
Yeah, certainly. You're absolutely right on, Colin. And I think I was quite happy to see Mukesh Kumar open the bowling from the Brian Lara pavilion, and because, of course, Mukesh making his test debut, and this is his second wicket of the innings. Previously, he took the wicket of Kirk Mackenzie, who himself is a test debutant as well, when he had him caught by Ishan Kishan. So Mukesh Kumar has grabbed the wickets of Kirk Mackenzie and now Athanas.
Yeah, well, the thing with what I like about Mukesh Kumar, he's bending his back, isn't he? He is going at full throttle, and that's what sometimes I saw. That was not happening with the West Indies bowlers. But here's Siraj into Holder, and Holder is playing this one pleasantly, reaching for it. He's a tall man. A delivery right up to him, just outside the line of the off stump. No real movement, and he was able to get on that front foot and push it. He pushes it out to cover, and there is no run. 3 slips in place for Siraj against Holder, and then there's a point cover mid-off. On the onside, there's a mid-on, mid-wicket, and a man down at fine leg. Skipper Sharma himself is at cover. He doesn't seem to have much emotion, does he?
No.
Rohit Sharma. Here is Siraj in, and Holder is driving. That's a pleasant shot. He's going to get 4 runs for it. So that's 4 more off the 10 needed to save the follow-on. A delivery pitched up to him, and it had some movement, seemed to be just swinging away from him, but he was covering that movement nicely. He got in, getting on top of it, and then opening the face of the bat and calmly put it down to the third man fence or the third man boundary boards for 4. So Holder goes to 15. He's off the mark this morning. It was in the air, but a safe shot because we now see they're going to strengthen that area because they've taken the man out from mid-wicket, they've put him at a third slip, and now they've got a gully, but a pretty wide gully in place. Obviously, exactly where that ball had gone. It was in the air, but it was a safe shot because there was no one there. Now there's a player there. Let's see what Holder will do.
Yeah, it's a 7-2 field, 7 on the offside, 2 on the onside, as Siraj is ready to get to his next ball.
Goes in again to Holder and pitching it up again, and movement. You can see the away swing and Holder driving and not catering for that swing because he was taking that left foot of his and putting it right down rather than across to sort of cater for the swing, and he was driving at it, beat the outside edge and went through to be taken by the keeper. This has been a good start from the Indian Pacers.
Yeah, you were talking about Rohit Sharma not showing too many emotions. When Virat Kohli was the Indian test keeper, you could see him quite animated all the time, either cheering or going to the bowler. Rohit does that too, but in a more sedate manner.
That's right. Here is Siraj into Holder. This one time it's too wide of the off stump, and he picks up the line early and allows it to go through to be taken by the keeper. Yeah, even when you see the players animated and going up, for an appeal, he just sort of stands there, stretches his hands out as if to say, okay, what's the problem? Tell me. He doesn't join in that kind of animated stuff with his hand in the air and pumping his fists. He's very calm and very calculated. Here is Siraj into Holder, and Holder is forward and again beaten. He takes the edge and he walks back. Oh, well, this is a super opening spell from the Indian fast bowlers. That is a super delivery. Pitching up to Holder, it hit the seam and just left him, and he pushed at it, got the outside edge. He didn't even wait on the umpire as keeper Kishan held on to it. He just turned, he watched the keeper taking the catch, and he just immediately walked back to the pavilion. He didn't even wait on the umpire's decision. Holder is now gone. This has not been a good morning thus far for the West Indies. Holder goes for 15. Caught Kishan, bowl Siraj, and it's now 233 for 7. And the question is not, can they save the follow-on?
Well, they will save the follow-on, but I think this is a disastrous start for the West Indies. Both Athanase and Holder, who were not out on 37 and 11 at the end of the third day's play, are back in the pavilion. And now you're talking about the tail-enders who are going to have to do a lot of work and put together partnerships because it's basically Kemar Roach, Warwickon and Shannon Gabriel to finish up the West Indies innings. But the way that the Indian bowling attack has started, this has been a brilliant performance. And the delivery that Holder got actually moved away from him,
That's
like
right.
you were saying, and Holder was beaten up completely and took the outside edge.
What I like so far, it's these guys. They're bowling a good line. Siraj, he came, as you rightly said, it then became a 7-2 when he took the man out from mid-wicket, put him into a third slip, and they moved the third slip, put him into gully because of the shot the Holder got previously. So this has been absolutely good bowling. They're taking the ball up, they're moving the ball, and you're wondering now, is this a different pitch?
Yeah, now it looks like a proper test match for a fast bowler,
yeah.
isn't it? You got 1, 2, 3, 4,
Six men.
6 men
Yeah,
on the offside.
Yeah, just
behind
in that slip region. Here is a delivery outside the line of the leg. Some loud appeal goes up as Roach was looking to turn it to leg. And he came across his stumps and was looking to flick it. And I think it was going down the leg side. I don't think they're going to have a review. And it's the end of the over from Siraj. Another very good over. An over in which he picked up the wicket of the man who was there overnight in Holder. He goes for 15. And the West Indies now 233 for 7. So they trail by 205 runs. And as we keep saying, the follow-on is 238. So they're still 5 runs away from asking India to bat again. And I'm sure if they do not save the follow-on, Doc, I think the Indian team will send them back in.
No, I think I would think the opposite.
You think they're going to bat?
India will bat again.
Because it's the only reason I'm saying that is that these guys are fresh. They've come out this morning. If they wrap up this West Indies innings quickly, who knows? But and I understand as well. They may not want to bat last here. Here is Kumar into Joseph, and my oh my, that was a T20 shot because it was outside the line of the off stump, and Joseph was looking to hit it somewhere over wide long on, and somewhere in by where the Caribs Bear stand is located. It was pitched. He didn't go with the swing like to hit it over extra cover or over cover. He was aiming wide long on, and he didn't make contact. And tell you what, if he had hit that, it would have probably gone beyond the Caribbean stand. It was an almighty swing. As we say in Trinidad, Doc, that it was a whoop.
With a whoop.
Yeah. We say it was a total whoop. Here is Kumar into, that's another lovely delivery. Outside the line of the off stump, leaving Joseph. And he was looking to drive, didn't make contact. This has been really excellent swing bowling here this morning. We've only seen 14 deliveries so far. And it's a no ball, is it? Yes, I think it's a no ball. I saw the umpire's hand outstretched, or am I imagining things? Maybe it was a no ball. Yes, it was a no ball. So Kumar trying to get a little extra and overstepping. So here is Kumar at the top of his mark. 3 slips and a gully go down. Point, extra cover, 6 men on the off as he is bowled. So that's a bad delivery, and that's going to go away for 4 byes. Well, what a way! 4 wides actually, the umpire signals. So what a way to save the follow on here, because it's 5 runs and it's now 239 for 7. So you have to say thank you to Mukesh Kumar, the West Indies team.
Were you really thinking that the West Indies were not going to avoid the follow-on?
Yes,
you were.
Yes.
So you are thinking glass half empty, not half full.
Doc, the way these guys are bowling this morning, both Kumar and that was obviously the worst ball of the morning. But the way these guys have started swinging this ball, and you have to say it's not overcast, but it's not bright sun, so it's conducive to this swing bowling, and they're swinging the ball. And you are batting. You're telling me Joseph, who has come in to bat here at number 8, here is Kumar, and Joseph is planting that one straight back past the bowler. That's a good shot. Now Joseph on his day is not a bad player. He can hit the ball, but I'm just saying based on the bowling at the moment with Kumar and with Siraj, they were bowling so well. It could have been a struggle if they continued to make it tight. Yeah, okay. I mean, 5 runs, with 3 wickets in hand, you have to say, well, it's in favor of the batting side. But all I'm saying is the way they were bowling this morning, if they kept it tight, it would have been a struggle. As you saw with the first delivery from that Joseph faced, where he was trying to hit it somewhere over the wide, long-on position, and it beat the outside edge and went through to the keeper. Yeah. Anything was possible. Here is Kumar again into Joseph, wide of the off stump, and he allows it to go through to be taken by the keeper.
Yes, Joseph has certainly can hit the ball well, as we saw in the previous ball, that he was able to smack it towards mid-off, and the ball really raced away to the fence. We have 4 slips. We have a strong offside field, a 7-2 field, 4 slips, a point, a third man, and of course Rohit Sharma patrolling the wide offside position, having a chat with Kumar and cheering him up.
Yeah, the thing with Joseph, if it's there to be hit, he's going to hit it. Here is Kumar into Joseph, and that's a lovely delivery again. Pitching just maybe in that corridor of uncertainty, and he actually came on the front foot, and I'll give him the benefit here that he may have just played. He was playing bat and pad close together. The ball pitched and left him. It went past the outside edge, but I don't think he was flirting at that one. And it went through to the keeper. But that's the line he wants to bowl. That's the line, that's the length that Kumar needs to bowl here. As Joseph settles again, waits on Kumar, who is getting to the top of his mark. 243 for 7. Joseph is on 4, faces up again to Kumar, and this time a delivery angled back into him, and Joseph bat and pad close together. That's well played as it came back at him, and he was just pushing it back up at the track to the bowler, and there is no run. He remains on 4. It's 243 for 7, and yes, if you're now joining us here on 101.7 FM, Athanaze went early this morning with the 4th delivery he faced. He was LBW Kumar for 37, and in the previous over, Holder, he joined him back in the pavilion, went caught by the wicketkeeper, Kishan, off the bowling of Siraj for 15. It was then 233 for 7. It's moved on to 243 for 7 as Kumar into Joseph, and he's playing it out on the onside. He was thinking of the single. He's trying to play it a little bit squarer, but in the end, it went straight to Ashwin, who is at mid-on. It's the end of the over, an over in which there was 9 runs coming from it, 5 wides, and then a straight drive, more of an off drive from Joseph for 4. So 9 runs coming from that over from Kumar. And no doubt Mohammad Siraj is going to continue, and he's going to be bowling to Kimar Roach.
Yes, excellent start by India, grabbing 2 wickets in the first 2 overs. Mukesh, the test debutant, getting his 2nd wicket of the match, and Mohammad Siraj picked up the wicket also. So India certainly creating all sorts of headaches for the West Indies batters.
The 5 wides that he conceded in that over, Doc, where he speared it down the leg side, and Kishan was diving, it was so wide, couldn't stop it. Maybe he was looking for a little bit of extra pace, isn't he?
Yeah, that was an
enthusiastic.
An attempted effort delivery.
Here is Siraj into Roach, and he's going to pick up a single as it's full, but lined on the pads, and he's pushing it out towards where a wide mid-on would be. Ashwin, who is at that straightish mid-on, has to run around to his right, and not before Roach gets off the mark with that single. 244 now for 7. Yeah, sometimes, you watch at a young, enthusiastic bowler picking up an early wicket, looking for extra pace, and then just loses his line a little bit. And I thought that happened to young Kumar in that, and young meaning in terms of his test status. That happened to him there. So 3 slips and 2 gullies, and we now see for Joseph the 2nd of the gullies. Let's see. Well, he's come out and going to point, and the man at point, is it Jadeja? It looks like Jadeja.
Yeah,
is going down. Yeah, he's going down towards 3rd man, about 3/4 way to the boundary, in case maybe looking for one coming off the outside edge and flying down to 3rd man.
And your favorite man is at mid-off.
Yes. Yes, my favorite Indian cricketer. Here is a delivery that an appeal goes up, and the loud appeal, and he's given them well. Joseph looking to come across to work the ball on the onside. He immediately goes for the review, but that ball came back from Siraj, and Joseph he seemed to be coming across the stumps, looking to work it to the leg side. Didn't make contact. He was actually looking for a single, and all of a sudden, umpire Kettleborough's right index finger went up to indicate that he's upheld the appeal from the Indian cricketers. They were very, very assured that this was out, and based on it, again, it's going to be close. It could very well be another umpire's call because Joseph was coming across, and we'll have to wait first check Snicko to see if, in fact, there was any bat onto it. And we'll just wait and check. The TV umpire is looking at it. The Indian cricketers are all looking up at that replay screen we've got here at the Queen's Park Oval. Let's see. Again, it seems there's a little bit of a bat in that, Doc. Your eyesight is better than mine.
We are both wearing glasses. We are so heavily dependent. It looks like, there is a edge, but the last time when we
thought it was an edge. But this time, there is, as the ball is passing the bat, I think there's a little bit of the line is not straight again when it passes the bat. So I think there seems to be some kind of bat in it. We'll wait on the TV umpire. The players are looking around. They also think that there may not be any bat, and they're going to go back on field. I think there is some bat. Yes. So the decision is reversed. You're right. We were right this time, Doc. There was some bat from Alzari Joseph, and that's what saved him. And he's got to be careful because Siraj is able to get that ball to come back at the batsman, and he's sort of coming across the crease, looking to work it on the onside. He's got to be very careful with that. He got some bat onto that one, but he's not going to get bat onto these deliveries, so he's got to be very wary. As West Indies still trail by 194 runs. Siraj to bowl to Joseph, and Joseph is looking to drive. A delivery pitch hit the seam, left him, and he was just playing down that straight line as that ball in line with the ball, and then all of a sudden hit the seam, left him, and he was left there just playing at thin air as the ball went through to be taken by the keeper. Good bowling again from the Indian Pacers.
The West Indies started at 229 for 5, Colin, and of course they've lost 2 very quick wickets to both, one each to Siraj and the other one to the Test debutant Mukesh Kumar.
Here is Siraj into hold on, strikes him on the pad. That looks really very, very, very close. Umpire Kettleborough says not out. And immediately the Indians, and they're going to review this, there's no doubt about it, that looked very close. As a matter of fact, Doc, I think this one looks even better than the first one. I thought the first one would have been very close, maybe umpire's call. Here, I think that ball was I'm not exactly in line, and I think that ball may very well be hitting the stumps.
This one looks a lot closer, I would agree. The one with the wobble seam that came in, but I think it is missing the leg stump.
You think so?
Yeah, it's going down, drifting down the leg side.
Again, I am going to go with the umpire. I think it's gonna rattle maybe the outside of the. Let's see, is he looking for the inside edge again? Wow. Did he get an inside edge again, Doc?
You know, I'm glad we are not sitting in the umpire seat, Colin. You and I. This is an unenviable job.
He must be getting different pictures to us. He must be getting real close up. But this is looking really difficult, and it appears that I think I'm not sure. Does he get the inside edge again?
Yeah, Michael Goff has his work cut out, Colin.
Let's see. Well, no, he didn't. And it's hitting the stumps, and I think he's got to change his decision. Well, he's got to uphold the decision. So he didn't get the edge this time, but it was crushing into the leg stump, and Alzari Joseph makes his way back to the pavilion now. LBW bowls Siraj, and the West Indies innings now starting to fall apart. Siraj has picked up his third. Joseph makes his way back to the pavilion. It was hitting the leg stump, Doc. I thought it might have been umpire's call here again, but there was no umpire's call because that ball was striking the leg stump. So Alzari Joseph goes LBW Siraj for 4. It's now 244 for 8, which means that the West Indies, they've lost 3 wickets this morning for the addition of just 15 runs.
Yeah, Siraj has grabbed 2, and Mukesh Kumar, the 29-year-old Test debutant, has grabbed 1. So this certainly has been a very poor start for the West Indies. The one that they certainly would not have wanted, because as we were saying earlier, the first hour is so crucial in any day's match, particularly in a Test match. And when you are facing a big score of India 438 and you're trailing by 209 runs, so unless the next partnership puts together something meaningful, West Indies will be left with a huge, they will be behind the India's total of 438 by a long shot.
Yeah,
Colin.
it will be. Well, the new batsman Jamal Warrican has come in. He's averaging just 11 at Test match cricket, so not holding out much hope for the West Indies, as he is going to face his first delivery from Siraj. And this one, oh, it came back at him, woo, from just outside the line of the off stump. He allowed it to go through, and you have to call that extremely good judgment, because it came back at him and it shaved that off stump and went through to the keeper.
Yeah, Siraj has grabbed his third wicket. Siraj 3 for 53. Jaydev Unnatkat, I'm slowing it down purposely. Jaydev Unnatkat has remained wicketless. Ravichandran Ashwin has grabbed 1. Mukesh Kumar has grabbed 2, and Ravindra Jadeja 2.
I understand that Anil yesterday had some more problems than I did with Undakat. And here we go again, Unnatkat. Here is a delivery that is coming into Warwick, and he's turning it down to fine leg, and they go through for a signal. So it's the end of a successful over from Siraj. It's 245 for 8, both batsmen on 1. So what Vidya Ramphal did for Anil, he broke it down to Unnatkat.
Phonetically.
Yeah. So I'm looking at that now.
And I'm getting
So
all these oohs and ahs. Like Ishan Kishan.
Yeah, well, I mean, couldn't there? I mean, even Venkat is okay.
Yeah.
I mean,
but Unnatkat, come
yeah,
on.
I mean, come
why,
on.
Why have a name like that?
Why get on to ooh and things like that? There was no need for the ooh. But in the meantime, Mukesh Kumar, and that's better. He is going to operate from that Branlar Pavilion in. And remember, this is a Cricket 360 production. And again, good morning to wherever you are. And to the West Indies supporters, well, it has not been a good morning. Somebody says the West Indies don't like to start at 9:30. They prefer to start at 10. But here is Kumar, as the sun is starting to come out here at the Oval, as he's into Warrican, and that's well left outside the line of the off stump, and Warrican very almost like a Courtney Walsh type of leave alone as it goes through to the keeper.
Looked pretty stylish when he shouldered his arms there.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Even
saying.
the first ball he faced, he looked pretty stylish. So, of course,
is that hope? Are you giving the West Indies some hope with Warrican Duck?
Well, but he cannot be doing all well left all the time. There's the right time for a well left as well. So.
Yeah. You were familiar, of course, with Courtney Walsh and his batting prowess.
Yes, of
he
course.
used to his most famous innings was when he stayed with Brian Lara. Here is a delivery that Warrican is very competent playing, coming on the front foot and just playing it out to mid-off. When Lara, that famous victory against Australia at Barbados, when Courtney Walsh came in to partner him, and the West Indies needed maybe another, I can't remember exactly how much, I'll have to do my research to how much they needed, but I think it was well over 20, 30 runs. And he said to Brian Lara, he said, you don't worry about me, take care of yourself. and he actually stayed, he was true to his word, because he stayed with Lara and they were able to beat Australia by 1 wicket.
And he did.
Here is Kumar into Warrican, and the Warrican drives, misses it though. A very expansive drive outside the line of the off stump. Didn't make contact with the ball, and it went through to be taken by the wicket-keeper. And they're paying Warrican some respect, because they're just 3 slips in a gully. A point and a mid-off. As Cooley is throwing the ball high in there, giving Ashwin some catching practice at mid-on. So Cooley is at second slip. Jaishwal is at first.
Did you know yesterday, Colin, you were on television?
I heard so. And I didn't even smile, which is very upsetting.
And how come the cameraman didn't send you the message?
Here is a loud appeal goes up as Warrican trying to turn this delivery past the square leg. No appeal goes up, but umpire Erasmus is not interested, and no real review or anything like that. Yeah, I didn't. I heard that when I came back here. I was talking to Tony Gray, and he was sitting outside the box. He was sitting on the balcony area, and I was sitting with him chatting. And I understand that they took a picture of me. Tony Gray says, I told him about that, and he told me somebody called him and said that. And his argument was they were taking a picture of the handsome man, and I just happened to be next to him. Here is a delivery that Warrican stands up tall and tries to work it through mid-wicket, but it goes towards that leg gully position, and there's no run. Yeah, he said to me they wanted a picture of the handsome man, and he don't know why I was sitting next to him. But that's Tony Gray, if you know him.
I think it was the other way around.
That's what I told him.
Mr. Gray was...
Yeah, he just happened to be in the picture. I told him that, but no, Tony Gray is a former West Indies fast bowler, and a good one at that. Played with Surrey in the English County Championship. Played here with Queen's Park. He played with me. I keep reminding him that I was his captain, and that's why he became so good. Here is a delivery outside the line. Well, I thought it nipped back at Warwick, and it seemed to be going away, and then just nipped back at him. And he handled it well. He pushed it out on the offside, and there is no run. So we're going to just have one more over, and then Vidya Ramphal is going to join you.
Yes,
good old Vidya.
Vidya just informed me that in the first class format, overall, Warwickon has 999 runs so far.
Is that before he got the single here now? So he's up to 1,000? But Warwickon is... He needs to stick around. I think even if they can add maybe another 15, 20 runs, but also more importantly, if they add that 15, 20 and at least keep the Indians in the field for another half an hour, 45 minutes, that will be a little bit of a good omen for the West Indies. Not that in terms of the runs, because it's going to be a huge lead that India will have. And then I'm sure they're going to go out there and attack the West Indies bowling, try and get as many runs and as quickly as they can, and get the West Indies back in this afternoon, try and pick up a couple of wickets and make the job of winning this test match a little easier tomorrow.
Yeah, 4 slips and a gully, a point, a mid-off.
Mid-on?
Mid-on, Ashwin is at mid-on, and there is one patrolling the fence, the deep fine leg.
Here is Siraj into bowl to Roach, and outside the line of the leg stump, maybe looking for that extra pace, and just the ball angled down the leg side. Roach coming inside of it, looking to work it towards fine leg, didn't make contact, and was taken by the keeper. So Kemar Roach, a very experienced Kemar Roach, been a good true servant of West Indies cricket. When he first started his career, was pretty quick. Remember him in Australia giving Pontin a real rough time, and gave him some real body music. But he's no longer that type of bowler. He's more like a Jimmy Anderson, looking to swing the ball around as he faces up to Siraj, and this time it hits him on the pad and goes down to fine leg. No, the appeal goes up, but umpire Kettleborough just walks away to signal leg by. Let's see, are they going to take the review? They're going up to the wicket keeper, Rohit Sharma.
And the bowler is always interested, isn't he?
Yes.
For him, it is every time it's leg before. But wisdom prevails from the wicket keeper, who has the best position. So Rohit Sharma would be very heavily be dependent on Ishan Kishan every time.
Yeah, but that ball clearly, Doc, seemed to be going down the leg side. But no point you waste the review. I mean, with just 2 wickets in, you might think, well, why don't we go for it? But that ball is clearly going down the leg side.
Where is your friend Vinod Mamchan?
I'm not sure. I was hoping you would tell me. Here's a delivery that Warwickon is looking to drive, gets an inside edge, and goes past the keeper. That's going to bring up the 250. Well, remember when they saved the follow-on, it was from 5 wides. Here, Warwickon driving at one outside the line of the off-stump. The thing with Warwickon, he's going to play his shots no matter where the ball is pitched, and it was outside the off-stump. He was driving at it, got an inside edge, went to the keeper's left. He couldn't stop it, and the man at fine leg couldn't get around in time. He's a little bit wide at fine leg. Couldn't get around in time. He went down to the boundary for 4. So it's now 250 for 8, and Warwickon goes up to 5, and that delivery from Siraj before that hit Roach, it was clipping the outside of the stumps, and it was going to be umpire's call. So, again, and that's the problem I have, Doc. It's clipping the stumps, it's hitting the stumps. He's out. Here is a delivery that Warwickon is on the front foot, pushing it out on the offside, and there is no run. But we go back to the ICC wanting not to take the human element out of the game. Well,
true. I think not taking the human element out of the game is okay until there are some costly mistakes which can lead to the result of a match going one way or the other, which it should
That's
not
right.
have.
That's right.
Until that happens, I think we are going to continue
Continue with that.
seeing
Yeah,
this.
I agree. So the 5 slips go down as this delivery is pitched up to Warrican, and Warrican drives it. Very awkward looking because he wasn't moving his feet. He just stood there and he reached for it with the bat. The ball struck the middle of the bat and went out towards the point position, and there is no run. So Siraj continues here to bowl well as he is, 3 for 59, is it? And we'll just get confirmation of that in a minute as he's getting to the top of his mark. Warrican is on 5. Men back already in the pavilion. Athanaz for 37, Holder for 15, and Joseph for 4 as Siraj at the top of his mark starts to run in here. 3 for 59 it looks like, as this one it's worked towards mid-wicket. This runs here for Warrican and the West Indies. Ashwin is giving chase towards a mid-wicket position, and they turn for the second run. So that's 2 more to Warrican. He goes to 7. Siraj has now completed his 23rd over, 3 for 60. Roach is at the non-striker's end, but he will be taking strike. He is on 1. It's 252 for 8. And after some more comments from you, Doc, you'll be joined by Vidya Ramphal.
Thank you, Colin. The West Indies, a very poor start. They started the day at 229 for 5, trailing by 209 runs. And in the half hour that has gone so far, they have gone up to 252 for 8. Siraj has taken 3 wickets, Ashwin 1, Mukesh Kumar, the test debutant from Bihar, who has played for the Delhi Capitals, has 2, and of course Ravindra Jadeja has 2 wickets. As I say, a very good morning to Vidya Rampal.
Good morning to you, Doc. Good morning to everyone. Thanks very much to Colin. So Mukesh is going to continue, 2 for 45 off his 17 overs, and he's there rehearsing what looks like a back-of-the-arm spinning delivery. So I'm not sure he's going to be trying some slow ones right now, but he is at the top of his mark, hair flopping on the right side of his brow as he's past umpire Erasmus, and forward to this one is Roach, and there is no run. So these two batters have come together because the West Indies have lost 3 wickets, as you've mentioned, during the day so far. And the first to go was Athanase, LBW to Kumar for 37. After that, Holder caught by Kishan off Siraj for 15, and Joseph LBW to Siraj for 4. Has been an excellent performance from the Indians, as you mentioned, Doc, and you and Colin were at length talking about how good the Indians have been this morning.
Yeah, the first hour so crucial, as we mentioned, as Mukesh comes in.
There he is in now, and Roach is forward to it, playing it back down the track to the bowler to field. In fact, Paras Mahambre, the India bowling coach, was saying before the start of play earlier today that he was immensely encouraged by the amount of swing that the bowlers were getting from the new ball yesterday evening. And that effect seems to have been enhanced earlier today. 4 slips in place, and there is a cover point in place also.
Virat Kohli seems to be in a great mood. He is showing some dancing moves, and Shubman Gill is also joining in the party. So clearly, the Indian fieldsmen all in good spirits.
They certainly are. Here is Kumar. He's into Roach again, and Roach is playing this one, trying to play this one on the onside. Hits a pad. Big appeal going up. Not convincing. In fact, the bowler himself tells the slip region that that one was going down the leg side. So he pulls out, and the dancing continues in the slips between Kohli and Gill. I don't know if we can call that dancing. By the way, that ball was going down the leg side, but let me describe it to you. Kohli's standing with his feet firmly planted, and he's swaying his body almost as though he's a plant in the wind.
Yeah.
Is that a dance?
Well, so I guess some moves.
It's some kind of move.
And I think he's happy after the century that he had here.
Yeah, definitely. Here is Kumar again. He's into Roach, and that's a short delivery. Ishan Kishan has to jump up and take it in those lovely light blue gloves of his. He's had a good game behind the stumps in the last 2.
He certainly has. He has saved a few deliveries that have straight down the leg side. And there was a talk whether it should be Ishan Kishan or K.S. Bharat who should be playing in this test match. Bharat, according to some experts, a better wicket keeper, a proper test wicket-keeper. Ishan Kishan, of course, everybody knows his exploits with the white ball, but Rohit Sharma decided to go with the young Kishan.
And he certainly seems to be enjoying himself, having a conversation with Kohli. Here is Kumar in, very close to the umpire, driven by Roach through the cover region. Not a full-blooded drive, but he will get a couple runs here as the ball goes a three-quarter way to the boundary. The West Indies will move up by 2. Roach is 3 now, and the West Indies are 256 for 8. India will try to wrap up things before lunch, and the eternal pessimist that West Indies fans are would be thinking that they might see India batting before lunch.
That is possible. But it's getting back to the slip cordon again. It's Virat Kohli, Shubman Gill in the slip cordon, along with Yashasvi Jaiswal. And the moves are coming from Virat and Shubman, and Ajinkya Rahane is pretty serious.
Yes, Kumar, and he's bowling to Roach again, who's playing this one on the onside. It's gone down to fine leg where Mohammad Siraj is there, and he's going to throw that ball in. So that's the end of the over. At the end of the over, which is the 18th ball by Mukesh, his figure's 2 for 48. Warwican is 7, Roach is 4. The West Indies are 255 for 8. And just to update you again, of course, they have saved the follow-on now. India will have to bat again. Yeah, all players find things. You have to find things to do in between deliveries. Cricket, the ball just about a minute in between balls. You have to switch off and then refocus once again. Rahane is not one of those. He just seems to be a really intense character. Just total focus.
Rahane is a serious guy. I mean, I met him a few times, and the conversations also are very proper, serious. One of the things that came up in one of the interviews is when somebody asked him, you played a lot of test matches, a lot of youngsters are there. So his response was, what do you mean? I'm still young. I'm 35.
Yes, Siraj, first ball of his new over. And this is a full delivery that's defended by Roach. It doesn't get one as that goes straight down towards that mid-off position. And there is no run. And yeah, he certainly is very serious. And his place in the team is certainly... there have been quite a few question marks about why he's still on the team, given that he hasn't produced the goods recently.
Yeah, there's been a lot of questions about the inclusion of Ajinkya Rahane in the test team, and he's the vice captain of the team as well. And his performances of late have been questionable as well. So no wonder people are asking questions.
Yes, Siraj, and this is another good delivery, which is defended by Roach. Just outside the off stump, possibly moving slightly away, and plays it down to mid-off, and there is no run. Outside of Rahane, I think that there won't be too many question marks about some of the other players involved in this game for India. Mohammad Siraj, who we're seeing out here at the moment, has played at the Queen's Park Oval previously. We saw Mohammad Siraj here at the Port of Spain back in August 2019 when he played for India A here at the Queen's Park Oval. Here he's in now again to bowl to Roach, and he's playing to this one, gets the edge, and it's brilliantly taken by Kishan. That is the 9th wicket down for West Indies, and Roach has been caught behind for 4, and another excellent delivery from Siraj, just shaping away from Roach, drawn into the attacking shot, takes the edge, and Kishan did the rest. That is another excellent catch from the Indian glove man.
Yes, you are absolutely right, Vidya. That was a ball that came in and swung a little away from the batter, and Ishan Kishan took a nice diving catch to his right. And both Ishan Kishan as well as Siraj combination has done a lot of damage to the West Indies batting, as West Indies are now reduced to 255 for 9. Kemar Roach departs, caught by Kishan of the bowling of Mohammad Siraj, who happens to grab the 4th wicket, and of course has been the highest wicket taker and probably looking for a fifer, Vidya.
Yeah, he certainly will be. His figure is 4 for 50, 23.3 overs so far. Warwican is there on 7. And now Shannon Gabriel is out there, Trinidad and Tobago's Shannon Gabriel. And Gabriel doesn't relish batting too many times. And he is out there at the moment. So he and Warwican, number 10 and 11 for the West Indies. What a morning it's been for India. West Indies resumed at 229 for 5. Athanase on 37 and Holder on 11. Athanase went for 37 shortly after that. Holder went for 15. Joseph followed for 4. Roach for 4. And those 3 of the 4 wickets have gone to Siraj, and Kumar taking the other. So That's been the story of the morning here. As West Indies have capitulated 255 for 9. And as we were talking about, the eternal pessimist West Indies fans might be telling their friends and family at nauseum right now exactly what we expected to see on the fourth morning.
And perhaps they may have known that, and that's why the stands are empty here at the Queen's Park Oval. A very anemic attendance yet again. I see a few fans in a few stands. The Carib Beer stand has a few fans. The KFC stand has a few sitting in the shade. But it was the second day when we saw school children come in to our right to get in to see some action. But yes, a very disappointing performance indeed by the West Indies batters. They have not put up a fight with Vidya. And the bowling, yes, has been up to mark. And they have asked questions and have challenged the West Indies batters. But by no stretch, they were not like unplayable, but some of the mistakes that the West Indies batters have made has cost them dearly. As now we are waiting for there was some repair work, some painting work perhaps.
Yes, they were just remarking the creases, and that the men who have come on are now heading back off. The well-known Ralphie, as he's called here in Trinidad, one of those. He likes to entertain the crowd. He's the one carrying the broom and the scoop, where he's scooping up all of the excess dirt from off the pitch. He is the one. He likes to entertain the crowd by balancing the broom on his hand. Just has the top of the handle on his hand, and he walks off, balancing it all the way around. He does that every time.
Small pleasures of life
Yes.
for Ralphie.
Yeah, Ralphie. There's a famous clip of him actually here at the Queen's Park Oval during a game that was rained out. He was running on with a wheelbarrow, and I think it was maybe a West Indies-New Zealand game. There was a lot of rain here, and he's running on with a wheelbarrow and slipped. Wheelbarrow went one way, and then he went the other. And that clip was played at several matches since then, maybe about 15 years ago.
Yeah, we are certainly missing Vinod Mamchan in the commentary box. This is a Cricket 360 production. Vidya Rampal along with myself, Dr. Nilesh Mehta, bringing you this live coverage from the Queen's Park Oval here in the lovely Trinidad.
Siraj looking for the fifer, as you mentioned. Here he is in now, bowling to number 11, Shannon Gabriel. And this was striking Gabriel on the pad. He's gone, first ball. That's 5 wickets for Siraj. Will Gabriel decide to review this one? They're looking at the DRS timer. It's 11 seconds and counting on it. Gabriel has decided to review. So let's see what's going to happen here. Gabriel struck on the pad, first delivery, and this potentially could be 5 wickets for Mohammad Siraj.
Yeah, that one looked pretty straight from our vantage point, Vidya. But again, the technology will have the final answer. That one comes in, moving outwards and hit the pad, and perhaps drifting down the leg side.
I agree with that. That one hit him about the patella, as you like to say,
Yeah.
just below the knee roll. And there was pad first. The bat was actually behind the pad for Gabriel, and the ball tracking is now up, and that one's going to hit the leg stump. So that's going to be out, and Gabriel will have to depart here. So the review gone, and Mohammad Siraj has taken 5 wickets. Excellent bowling from him for this morning. He's taken 5 for 60 in his 23.4 overs, and excellent performance here from Mohammad Siraj. That is only his second 5-wicket haul in Test matches, so he has done his part in bowling out the West Indies for 255.
Yes, the West Indies trailed by 183 runs. So the lead is 183 runs for India. And now the question will be, we have 3 and 2, 5 sessions and some change left in this test match. So Rohit Sharma will be going back and thinking about what kind of target do they want to set for the West Indies, and how much time will they need to take 10 wickets of the West Indies to win the match and win the series 2-0. But India clearly in the driver's seat at the moment, with West Indies being bowled out for 255 with a lead of 183. We'll run through the scorecard for you in a second.
Well, let's do that now as the ground staff on. They're just doing the work, getting the pitch ready for the Indian innings. West Indies replying to India's 438. The West Indies, here's the scorecard. Craig Brathwaite bowled Ashwin for 75. Tejan Chandapal caught Ashwin bowled Jadeja 33. Kirk McKenzie caught Kishan bowled Kumar for 32. Jermaine Blackwood caught Rahane, a brilliant catch off Jadeja. It even inspired an article on it, and Blackwood went for 20. Alec Athanaze the first to go this morning. LBW to Kumar for 37. Joshua De Silva bowled by Siraj through the gate for 10. Jason Holder caught Kishan bowled Siraj for 15. Alzari Joseph, LBW Siraj for 4. Kemal Roach caught Kishan, who took 3 catches in the innings off Siraj for 4. And the last man to go, Shannon Gabriel, LBW to Siraj without scoring. Jamel Warrican, who went past 1,000 first-class runs in his short innings. He was not out on 7. And Doc, I think you have the bowling figures there.
Yes, Mohammad Siraj, the pick of the Indian bowlers, 23.4 overs, 6 maidens, 5 for 60. Jaidev Unadkat, 16 overs, 3 maidens, none for 44. Ravichandran Ashwin, 33 overs, 10 maidens, 1 for 61. Mukesh Kumar, the test debutant, has certainly made his presence felt in this test match, playing his very first test match and grabbed 2 wickets for 48 of the 18 overs that he bowled. And Ravindra Jadeja, who did not bowl at all today, 25 overs, 10 maidens, 2 for 37. In fact, the spinners did not even come on to bowl at all. Rohit Sharma going straight with his pace battery, and it was Mukesh Kumar and Mohammad Siraj who have done the damage for India, as the West Indies have been skittled out this morning for 255 with 183 the lead for Team India. So the way it stands right now, Vidya, India clearly in the driver's seat, and when you think about a target, would they think about 300 being a reasonable target?
That would certainly be a reasonable target. But just to go back to the West Indies innings, 26 for 5 this morning. The West Indies going down from 229 for 5 to 255 all out. So that's how it has been. Now remember, this is where the stats come into play. What's the highest run chase here at the Queen's Park Oval? I'm sure you know that one, Doc. What was that? 1976, wasn't it?
Yes, and that remained a record for almost 2 decades.
Until the West Indies broke it against Australia, yes.
So, yes, historic things here at the Queen's Park Oval, and Vidya and I have been part of this historic 100th Test match. Live coverage to you from the Queen's Park Oval. The performance of the West Indies left a lot to be desired. There has been a lot of talk as to why the fans are not coming into the stands to watch the game. And again, the arguments has been on both sides. If the team is not performing well, why should we go and support? And on the flip side of it, if the fans don't come and support, the players do not get that enthusiasm that they would get, the energy from the crowd. So it's a very difficult situation with the and a performance like this, as you mentioned, losing 5 wickets in 26 runs this morning does not help the cause.
Yeah, it certainly doesn't help the cause of the West Indies at all. Yesterday, the West Indies playing great attritional cricket, 143 runs, losing 4 wickets yesterday. And in 67 overs, so they went along very, very slowly indeed, just over 2 runs and over for the day. They certainly aided by the 2 very lengthy rain stops yesterday, but today they've just been absolutely blown away here by Mohammad Siraj and Kumar. Siraj getting his second 5-wicket haul in tests. So that's the situation here. West Indies are already out there, and the West Indies players are warming up at the moment. The assistant coaches are out there just hitting balls across to the different players, taking some catching practice. At the moment, the groundsmen, clad in their lovely blue shirts, they are out there at the moment. think the uniform doesn't extend to the trousers, though. Several of them wearing different types, different colors of trousers. Some of them so bright they could have been painted by Vincent van Gogh. But they're out there doing their work at the moment. The umpire is out there. I believe that's Nigel Duguid, the Guyanese umpire. He's out there looking on, and they have that's the roller on at the moment, just rolling the pitch as they do here. The Indians are about to come into bat for the second time. But you mentioned the targets here. Certainly the highest targets ever chased here. The Queen's Park Oval is 403 back in 1976. That world record chased then. At that time, I don't think the Indians will be looking for that sort of number in this innings.
No, I don't. That would be highly unlikely. But the target that the Indians would have in mind is to put together perhaps 150, 170 runs quickly to have a go at the West Indies batters. And what is interesting to me, Vidya, is that the spinners have not come into play here this morning.
Yeah, well, I go back to that comment by the Indian bowling coach, Paris Hambry, who said that he was certainly very encouraged by what he saw from the new ball. Obviously, from what they saw that the ball was doing yesterday, they decided, well, listen, we just go with the... of course, the new ball was taken yesterday. Was it 109 or 10 overs or so? And they decided to take it late yesterday, did a lot late in the evening. And they decided, well, listen, that's going to be the key for us this morning, and it has been borne out this morning with 5 wickets falling to the Pacers.
Yes, Mohammad Siraj obviously will be a happy man. When you look at the performances of the Indian team, 2 standout performances. Of course, Virat Kohli's 111th Test match that he's playing, his 29th 100, and the 76th international ton for Virat Kohli, and you could see him in good spirits, joking around with Shubman Gill, and of course the fifer from Mohammad Siraj, as he and Kumar have done all the damage, as a light roller is being employed at the present time under the supervision of the umpire, and the West Indies fielding unit is just on the boundary line. And the 2 umpires are making their way back onto the ground.
Yeah, they are coming on. Umpires Richard Kettleborough to the right and Murray Rasmus to the left as they come on, and they're heading back on at the moment. The rolling is still going on. The West Indies congregate just on the edge of the field. They're in a huddle at the moment, another import from American sports. They're in the huddle, arms around each other, and they are having a bit of a talk here. And possibly a quiet prayer. And certainly some of the pessimists might say they'll need to do a little bit more than praying here in order to get past this powerful Indian team and prevent them from going for the win. We are on the 4th day here, and the scores so far in the match. India 438, West Indies 255. They trail India by 183. The Indian openers are heading out there at the moment, and we're seeing the very slim figure of Yashasvi Jaiswal coming in at the moment, and then right next to him the Indian captain Rohit Sharma. So those are the 2 men out there. And Doc, I think you're going to take your leave at this time.
Yeah, I will. I have warmed up the seat for the handsome Colin Murray.
Yes, and you were there taking a lovely picture with Colin earlier today, and Colin. Who doesn't seem to age at all. He looks the same way that when I met him 20 years ago. He's very much Dr. Benjamin Button of Trinidad cricket. So he's going to slip into the seat beside you here. Rohit Sharma, 52 tests, over 3,600 and averaging 46.41, 15 50s and 10 hundreds. Certainly a great career for Rohit Sharma. And he is in here now. And Yashasvi Jaiswal, the left-handed Indian, 171 in his first innings in Dominica and 50 in the second innings he's played here. That's the opening of this match where he got 57. Good time to say hello and welcome back to Colin Murray. Yeah. 4 wickets falling when you were last on.
Well, it was not a good morning, as we could see, Vidya. It's been a really disastrous morning for the West Indies. Of course, a lot depending on the overnight pair. of Alec Athanas and Jason Holder. And I think the disaster started as early as the fourth ball when Athanas went LBW. And, when you think of Alzari Joseph coming in at number 8, he's not a bad player, but I certainly don't think he's good enough in terms of test match cricket to be batting at number 8. So the writing was on the wall. And so from 229 for 5, when you were thinking that West Indies might have got to 300.
Here's Roach in for the first ball of the innings. Balls to Jaishwal. There's some swing away from him, but that was much too wide. The Indian batsman essaying a big cut shot, missing, taken by the Silver. And first ball in the books here. And already some signs of swing.
Yeah, you're getting some swing, as we saw this morning with the Indian bowlers. Yeah, but from 229 for 5, you were thinking, well, if West Indies can get to 300. And the important thing as well was taking up time at the crease. Because, of course, the less time the Indians have to bowl the West Indies out a second time, it's going to be. That's what you're looking at.
Yes, Roach to Jaishwal. He's coming round the wicket to him. That one swinging back, almost played that on. That headed out towards the leg side. And he gets his first run and the first run for India here. But there's some more signs of swing here. And we've seen that late yesterday. We saw it in abundance this morning. And now Roach starting to get a bit of that also. India off the mark.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting how the Indians approach it. Now, Jaishwal, the first couple of deliveries, he's been looking to play his shots. Now, the lead by 184. The lead was 183 plus. With that run now, it's 184 lead. So what would India be looking at? Maybe 330, somewhere between 330 and 350?
Roach over the wicket, down the leg side, and that's a very good take by Joshua De Silva, who dives away and makes the take. Certainly wayward delivery there from Kemar Roach. Yeah,
so
definitely.
Yeah, so they're looking to maybe add another 150, 160 runs. The question is, do they get that by tea time as they push on? And I think they're going to maybe, if they get to, I think they'll get to 160 well before the tea interval. So they may very well bat maybe just until tea time. Weather is going to play a part as well. We have nice sunny conditions at the moment.
Yes, Roach now. He's over the wicket, bowling to Sharma, who's turning this one on the onside. Elegant flick away for 1. That's all there's going to be. India 2 without loss. Both batsmen now on 1. Yeah, weather certainly has to be a consideration.
So they've got to also look at the weather. The weather tends to start to change around lunchtime. We get good mornings and then suddenly. So that is also going to play a part. So the Indians may very well have to push on a little bit, get to as close as possible a lead to 350 and see where they go from there.
Yes, Roach round the wicket to Jaishwal, comes down the track and hits that over extra cover for 6 runs. Extraordinary shot. Is this a test match we're watching?
Well,
that came down the track, and what a shot that is.
Well, Vidya, you're looking at that and it tells me that the Indians, they're going to try to get to this 350 lead as quickly as possible. I mean, you don't do this. What, is that the 4th or 5th ball of the innings? He just came down the track and he smashes it high over extra cover. What a good shot. And Roach is certainly a little bit quicker than medium, and for him to do that, unbelievable.
Here's the next delivery, which he's flicking away past Chandapal. That is racing away to the wide long-on boundary for 4. Pitched up by Roach, and that was absolutely pulverized back down the ground. India are 12 without loss after the first over, and Jaishwal with that 6 and a 4, he's 11.
Well, I think we're going to see some T20 batting here. It tells me right away. Now, Rohit has only faced, 2 balls and he's on a single. But it tells me that Jaishwal is going to look to go after this bowling. It also tells me that the Indians, they are going to push on. They've got all 10 wickets intact. They lead by 195. As we keep saying, they're probably going to try to get another 150 or 160 runs. And I think they're going to try and get that possibly about an hour or so before the tea interval, send the West Indies back and give themselves 4 sessions and an hour and 4 sessions in which to try and dismiss the West Indies.
Yeah, I think you got it perfectly right. And that has come about because of the capitulation by the West Indies. Certainly, they didn't give away their wickets, but the Indian bowlers bowled very well. But that capitulation has now made it certain that there will be a result in this game. If the West Indies perhaps had gotten through the first session and possibly part of the second session, that may have brought a draw into play. Now it seems that the idea of a draw is out of the door immediately. Here is Joseph from the southern end, and Rohit is guiding this one down to third man, past the second slip and away for 4 runs. So India move up to 16 without loss.
I'm surprised there's no third man in place. You've got a team leading by 195 runs. You've got to have a third man in place. They've got what? A slip. They've got a slip in a gully and a point cover mid-off, a mid-wicket, a deep backward square leg and a fine leg. So I would take out that mid-wicket and put him down to fine leg, especially if Joseph is going to bowl outside the line of the off stump. You don't need a man at mid-wicket. If you need a man at mid-wicket, it means he's going to concentrate middle and leg stump. You have a deep backward square, which also tells me he's going to bowl a short delivery.
Which might come now. Here's Joseph down the leg side, taken well by De Silva, diving away to his left and makes the stop. 2 slips in place. Holder, who is one of the best catchers in the region, and Blackwood at second slip. No third slip. There's a big gap between the second slip, who is Blackwood, and the backward point in Warwican, the dreadlocked figure of Warwican. That one just flew away. If anything, the outfield looks a bit faster today, Colin.
Yeah, well, it does, doesn't it? I know they've been cutting it each morning of day's play. They're allowed to cut the outfield, etc. So maybe that has helped.
Here is Joseph in now. He's bowling to Rohit, who's turning this one behind square. The Chandapal comes off the backward square boundary, deep backward square boundary, and sends the return in to Joshua De Silva. So 350, you reckon, is what the Indians will go for. Of course, the record here is 403. Don't think they need that much.
No, I don't think they need that much. But it's going to be interesting how Jaiswal faces up to Alzari Joseph. He's much quicker than Kemar Roach, and I don't think Alzari Joseph will be too pleased if he uses his feet to come down the track to him. So it's going to be interesting how he handles Alzari Joseph. Similar type feel, 5 men on the off, 4 on the on, with that deep backward square leg and then the fine leg in place. No third man. So it's going to be, he's a much quicker bowler, and I would like to see a little bit more aggression, especially from Alzari Joseph. Bend your back, get that ball up to the chin of Jaiswal and let him decide how he's going to play it from there.
Yeah, the cover point in place also. Previously had more like an extra cover. Now here's Alzari Joseph, tall and slim antique, and in past the umpire. Pitches that one up. Jaiswal goes for the drive, gets it out to mid-wicket where Warwican is there. Picks it up with the left hand and feels there is no run. 17 without loss. That certainly was an extraordinary shot, which went for 6 runs. He looked like he was playing for the Rajasthan Royals there.
Well, the thing with Jai, I'm not, obviously the tactics may very well be one person will take the attack to the bowlers. And we have seen Rohit so far. He's been very sedate, pushing the ball around, guiding it towards third man, etc. Where Jaiswal is the one who's playing the big shots.
Joseph now in. Smooth run-up. He's into ball to Jaiswal. Coming off the pad in a way which Joshua De Silva will field. He went for the shot, maybe missed out there. I really think that is a shot that he should have gotten away. Missed out on what could have been a boundary.
Well, it's interesting because he was looking to it's a no ball from Alzari Joseph as well, but he was looking to heave that. Now, there's that deep backward square, and this is where I'm saying the lead now goes up to 200, but this is why I'm saying he's obviously been given free rein to go after the bowling, because that one, he was looking to hit it uppishly, maybe obviously hitting it beyond the man at deep backward square, but once he doesn't make contact, it could so easily have gone into his hands.
Joseph on his way again past umpire Kettleborough. This one is driven through the cover region. Not to everything on that from Rohit Sharma. Warwican will pick it up just about 5 meters from the boundary, and Rohit has picked up a couple again. So India 21 without loss, and Rohit moves on by 2 runs. He's 8, Jaiswal is 11. And he just makes it look so easy, Rohit Sharma. Just a nice, easy, elegant push and picks up 2.
But even that wasn't a big drive, wasn't a big expansive drive, as you rightly said. It was just a push. So he's going to go along for now and allow Jaiswal to go after the bowling. He's going to push it around into the gaps, pick up the 1, the 2s. If he gets a bad ball, he's going to put it away.
Here's Alzari Joseph. Goes for the pull shot. Rohit down the leg side. No contact and taken by De Silva. And that is the end of a second over. It's been an eventful start here to the innings for India. 21 without loss. The lead already up to 204 runs. And Roach, his first over costing 12 with that 6. And interestingly, when the West Indies started, Shannon Gabriel was not on the field. He actually came in during just after the end of the first over, so he is not going to start the bowling here. Kemar Roach is going to continue here from the northern end. So Colin has pronounced that 350 is what the Indians will be looking to set the West Indies here and possibly give them 4 sessions to survive for the draw.
They'll want to think. I think they'll want to at least have enough time, and you got to take the weather into account because we are into the rainy season, and at any time, any day, it can rain. We've been very lucky thus far that only yesterday we had 2 interruptions for rain. Outside of that, it's been 3 really good days of cricket. So, but you can't take the chance at this, now with the advent of the weather.
Yes, Roach, round the wicket, the left-handed Joshua looking to cut this one straight through to De Silva, and there is no run, of course, but that one certainly not wide enough for the cut, missed it completely, but it definitely appears that the roles have been defined for the 2 batters. Rohit does tend to score fairly quickly with those pushes and nudges before he starts to get going, but Jaiswal, he has... as the Indians would call it, the lathi in his hands.
Yeah, well, he's been, that ball I thought was a little too full for him to cut. He would have been better served just getting onto the back foot and playing it through towards mid-off.
Slipping a gully in place here. Here's Roach now. Joshua comes down the track. He's getting one on the hip that he pushes away from mid-wicket. Chandapal comes off the boundary to field. Just 1 for Jaiswal. He's up to 12. The Indians are 22 without loss. But again, we're seeing him coming down the track, so he is going to be the man to take on the West Indies here, clearly.
Yeah, and Roach, I think Roach needs to, he must have, while he was out there batting as well, he saw the amount of movement that Siraj was getting and Kumar, and I think he's got to emulate that. He is here not for his pace, but for his movement. And I would like to see him just moving that ball a little bit more around, both away and into the right-hander.
Roach over the wicket to the right-handed. Rohit, and who has flicked this one away. What a drive that is. And that has gone over long on for 6 runs. Who says that he's going to be pushing it around? That was an extraordinary shot there by Rohit. The easiest 6 you'll ever see. But,
again, look at that ball. It was pitched up to him. And he was just playing through the line, and he just lifted it high. To me, it's really poor bowling, from Kemar Roach. He's a better bowler than this. He's just taking the ball up to Rohit. It came in slightly. You got to make these guys work for the runs. Go outside the line of the off stump. But you can't be bowling that type of line and length.
He's in again to Rohit, this one. Pulling the length back, played out to Chandapal at the extra cover region. There's no run. Yeah, he has been a bit off colour here, Roach, in this start. Roach, who he picked up 3 wickets in the first innings.
Yeah, but for 104.
104, that's right.
Vidya from just 22 overs. So, I have seen Kemar Roach bowl much better than this. The Indians, that was not a risky shot at all for Rohit Sharma. It was pitched up to him and he just went through the line, hit it for 6.
Over the wicket again to Rohit, who's just dropping it in front of him, and they take off for the single through the cover region. Chandapal can't prevent them. That's good running between Rohit and Jaiswal. Rohit up to 15 now, Jaiswal 12, and India 29 without loss. Roach 265 wickets, one of the best wicket takers for the West Indies, but has given up 2 sixes already here. Jaiswal with one great shot over extra cover for 6, and one that he pitched up to Rohit. And Rohit as easy as you like. He really does make batting look a very simple thing indeed. There is a change in the field. One of the slips has disappeared. Still Holder at first slip, and there is also a backward point in place. There's Roach round the wicket. Joshua's coming down the track, and he on drives, just getting it past one of the fielders. Gabriel is after this one. They've gone for 2. Will they go back for 3? Gabriel's onto it, and that's all they're going to get. But that was a risky shot, and it went between Craig Brathwaite at that mid-wicket position and the man at a mid-on. Just in that small sliver of space, he managed to pierce that and pick up 2 more. End of the over. 3 overs gone. India 31 without loss. Rohit is 15 and Jaiswal is 14. Certainly what you would have expected to see from the Indians pushing for a win.
Yeah, because and 3 overs have been bowled and they're 31 already. They're going at 10 runs and over. It's beyond me, Vidya, because obviously the West Indies would have known India would have been coming out looking to attack, and the bowling just normal, pitching it up to them, not making them work. Get a line, get outside that line of the off stump, get it moving away from the right-handers, make life a little uncomfortable, let them reach for it. You've got two slips or one slip and a gully in place. You should be bowling wide of that off stump. Let Rohit reach for that ball. Let him leave it alone. But right now, they're not concentrating. You're bowling a 5-4 field, which tells me that they're going to be bowling at the stumps. And once they do that, Rohit is going to find the gaps.
Yes, Joseph down the leg side, and Rohit essaying the pull shot, misses. It's taken by the silver. Yeah, the radar hasn't quite worked here for the West Indies at all. That one, maybe the fourth delivery from Joseph down the leg side.
Yeah, and again, you're bowling there, and it's out, a nothing ball really outside the line of the leg stump, and he got away with that one, because if Rohit had put bat to ball, it would have certainly run away to the boundary, even though there's a fine leg and a deep backward square.
Sorry, Joseph, the man from Antigua, back at the top of his mark. Here he is on his way past the umpire, bowling to Rohit, who's driving this one through the cover region. That has flown away for 4 runs. No need to run for that. Certainly got good contact, and Rohit has moved on to 19. And India are 35 without loss. And the West Indies certainly have not gotten the tactics right here early in this second innings.
Vidya, it looks like a practice session, doesn't it? I mean, Joseph has disappointed me this test match. He's a far better bowler than what he showed. He had none for 97 off of 22 overs in the first innings. Here, he's now in his 1.2 overs, none for 12 already. His line has not been good. He's been outside the leg stump. He's been wide. Look at that delivery. That was outside the line of the off stump. All he had to do was to push it through the offside.
Yes, Joseph again. He's bowling to Rohit, who's knocking this one behind square, has to head back. Oh, that was a good throw there by Jermaine Blackwood, picking it up in that gully region, hitting the stumps. But Rohit was back in, and luckily for him, he stays on 19. That's a little bit better there from the West Indies. But so far, Jaishwal 14, Rohit 19, West Indies 35 without loss. Roach 22 runs off his 2 overs. Alzari Joseph 12 runs off his 8 deliveries so far.
I couldn't understand. Blackwood held on to that ball before he threw it. I thought once he picked it up, he should have shied right away, because there was cover at mid-wicket.
Blackwood moves from slip to backward point now. Here's Joseph in again, and Rohit just playing it in front of him, dead bat onto that, back to the bowler.
That's much better. That's a good line. That's a good length. Rohit can't do very much with that. You're on target. You're not wide of the off stump. You're not going down the leg side. You're attacking the stumps. It's just back of a leg. And all Rohit had to do was to just come in defense. That's what you need to do. You need to at this point in time, they've got to stifle the runs. They've got to dry up the runs. Because really and truly, the Indians, they've got to score. They've got to come at the bowling. So, tighten up things.
Joseph into Sharma. This one's striking on a pad. Big appeal from the silver. And the umpire says that is not out. Will the West Indies review this? The DRS timer at 10 at the moment. And Craig Brathwaite looks at Alzari Joseph. He looks back at Craig Brathwaite. They both look at the keeper, De Silva, who does not look committed at all to the decision. They're not going to review it.
No, and I think Joseph had a lot to play in that. Joseph, you look at Joseph when the ball hit the pad of Sharma, he really didn't appeal. He sort of just stood there, and it was De Silva and Holder. They were appealing. But I think that hit him a little too high, didn't it?
Yeah, it hit him on the back leg and actually just over the top of the pad. So that's certainly too high. It would have passed over the top of the leg stump, if anything, as Joseph, back at the top of his mark, accelerates past the umpire. Now at the crease. And this one is hooked away for 6 runs. It is a short ball from Alzari Joseph, and that has cleared the boundary by at least 20 meters into the stands. The Cyril Dupree stands peppered here by Rohit Sharma for another 6.
Again, Vidya, wasn't that a poor delivery? It was.
Exceptionally.
If you're going to bowl short, you've got a fine leg, you've got a deep backward square. It should be fast, it should be head high, but it was just a short delivery, and all Rohit Sharma did, and what you're hoping that he miscues, but he's not going to miscue that. He's going to miscue if it's head high, and he has to reach for it, and then trying to pull it may get a top edge. But that was an innocuous short delivery, and nothing delivery that deserved to pepper the Cyril Duper stand.
Yeah, that was, and Rohit Sharma very, very strong on those pulls and hook shots, and he was in position so well. In fact, that ball may, if he had stayed still, that would have gone over his shoulder.
Yeah, down the leg side.
Yes, he just got inside the line and helped it on its way, and that one bounced on what would have been the old cycle track and bounced away. There was a decision for LBW which Alzari Joseph decided not to go for. That would have clipped the top of the stumps.
Yeah, but it would have been umpire's goal.
Yeah, it would have been.
So interesting, though.
Well, the West
I thought it
Indies-
was going over the stumps, but you never can tell sometimes. But a change in bowling already, Vidya. Not surprising, is
after
it?
2 overs, Kemar Roach, none for 22. Here's Jason Holder in. Round the wicket here, bowling to Jaishwal, turning this one behind square, going down to fine leg. He's going to get 1 here. And the slips have absolutely disappeared. The field has been spread far and wide here for the West Indies.
I'm not too sure this field for the left-handed Jaishwal. There was a fine leg. There was a deep backward square leg. There was a deep mid-wicket. So what are you saying? You're going to be bowling short on the body of Jaishwal? That to me would be the plan. I don't think Holder has that kind of pace. Yes, he's going to get the bonks. So he's got to hope that the bonks will deceive Jaishwal into a false pull shot. But I'm not too sure of the tactics. If that is going to be the tactics, and you're going to be bowling at the leg stump, it's going to be very. I'm not too sure what's happening out there at the moment. If the Indians are baffled, I'm even more baffled.
I can see the worry on your face. Here's Holder back over the wicket, bowling to Rohit Sharma, and that one's swinging away. That one is called a wide. That one actually started maybe just on the cut strip and swung even further away. To Silva taking that in front of second slip, in fact. So that is possibly that is the first wide bowled by the West Indies in the match.
Yeah, and Jason Holder is having a word with the umpire Erasmus, and to be honest, I thought that was harsh. Yes, for one-day cricket, yes for T20, but it started just, as you said, just outside of that line and went further down the offside. But Test match cricket, I thought that was a little bit harsh.
The big Bombadian Holder now past umpire Rasmus, and this one swinging again. Rohit reaches for that and just paddles it out towards Chandapal at extra cover, and there's no run. The West Indies are getting the movement with the ball just as the Indians. However, the Indians are absolutely spot on with their lines and lengths. West Indies have been far less.
And look at this field. Now Holder is going to bowl wide of the off stump, and that's great. His deliveries thus far to Sharma, he's been reaching for it. There's a cover, but you look at that field, there's a slip. A wideish third man, a deep point, and a long off.
Holder again. He's over the wicket, going a bit wider now, and this is on-driven, but straight to Brathwaite, who is there and does the fielding. There is no run. And the rest of the field, there is a fine leg in place. There is also a deep mid-wicket, and behind the bowler, Shannon Gabriel is at
long
off, and there is Kirk McKenzie at the long-on position.
It looks like a T20 field, doesn't it?
The only thing that's missing right now is the coloured clothes and the 30-metre circle.
And the guy at first slip shouldn't be there.
That's the only other thing, yeah. Here's Holder again. He's in to bowl to Sharma, who is playing back to the bowler, taken up on his follow-through. There is no run. Holder will know Jaishwal pretty well. They play for the same IPL club, the Rajasthan Royals, so I'm sure he would know a lot more about the bowling of Jason Holder.
And this hasn't been a bad over. He's gone wide of the off stump, and then he's just gone back of a length. And that delivery, Sharma couldn't do very much with it, because the thing with Holder, because he's so tall, he's getting that little bit of bounce, and Sharma can't do very much with it.
Holder again wide of and this one's driven up into the air. It could be caught. Yes, it's dropped. Oh, it's dropped here. That's straight into the midriff of Shannon Gabriel. Dropped it, tried to take it at the second attempt, dropped it again, and it hits the grass. So the West Indies put down an important chance, and that could have been an important breakthrough for them.
Well, kudos to them here. We've been talking all the time, but kudos to Holder. And, he got Sharma into playing that shot. It wasn't there to be lofted. So Sharma, again, was reaching for it straight into the midriff of Shannon Gabriel. Well, you couldn't want anything better. I think he may have run about 6 meters to his left, He got it. It rolled up his hand,
All around the wicket to the left-handed Jaishwal plays this one down to third man, 4 runs. There's only one slip in place and very deliberately just opening the face of the bat, running it down like a one-day shot and picking up 4. That's the end of the 5th over. Jaishwal's on 19, Rohit is 26, got a chance in the over. And India, after 5 overs, are 48 without loss.
So they're going just over 9 runs and over. And that, unfortunately for Holder, because had Gabriel taken the catch, the new batsman would have been facing Holder and not Jaishwal. So in addition to dropping the catch, they've given away another 4 runs. It's really a disaster so far what's happening with the West Indies team. I mean, okay, you haven't been bowling well, you didn't bat well. Well, at least take the catches. They're not even doing that.
Yeah,
it's really
absolutely unsettled today after 3, we won't say great days for the West Indies, but
goodish days.
Very good
goodish
days.
Good days. Yeah. Goodish. I use the word goodish.
Not even good. Goodish.
No, goodish. But it's really today I can only describe it as a disaster.
A nightmare here. Here is the next delivery of the first delivery of the next over from Joseph, played out to mid-wicket. Mackenzie picks it up, and there is just 1 run. Jaishwal back on strike. He's 19. Rohit on to 27, and the catch. Shannon Gabriel was never in the best position. His hands were actually on his chest as he was trying to take that catch.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't know. You being kind, I mean, it was an awful miss. You don't miss things like that at this level. And I was about to say, at least they got it right. They had the man at long off. They spread the field. Holder was bowling it just back of a length that he had to reach for it.
Joseph to the left-handed Jaishwal, who is playing this one on the onside, straight to Brathwaite, makes a good stop, and there is no run. The West Indies have been shell-shocked today, and after the 3 really solid days, maybe not great days, but 3 solid days of Test cricket, on the 4th morning they've turned up here, rolled out, 5 wickets falling for 26 runs, and then have been an absolute shambles in the first 5.5 overs.
When the ball was in the air, I was saying to myself, well, at least they got it right.
You should have said that.
In my mind, I said, well, at least they got it right. They're going to pick up a wicket. Holder's done what he's come on to do. And it's amazing.
Joseph to Jaishwal, who is driving now. That's gone wide off the mid-off fieldsman, who has to move across. There's Roach, and they get 1. So the 50 is up for India off 5.3 overs. That is pretty good for any format of the game.
It's really disheartening, I must say. And you look at the Caribbean. I mean, we're facing the Caribbean stand here video. And if you want, we can start to count. There may be 150 people, I don't know, maybe I'm being kind at 150. And that's why you're not getting any more people coming into the game because of that. That kind of inept display of fielding, and that's the only way you can call it. It was poor.
Holder almost had a second slip now. Here's Joseph. This one is turned by Rohit out towards mid-wicket. Chandapal has a long chase on here. He gets there, and in the meantime, Rohit just ambles through for 2 runs. Very easily done here. The Indians have moved on to 52 without loss. Rohit 29 of 22. Jaishwal 20 of 13 deliveries. It certainly does have the complexion of a T20 game.
Yeah, and give India credit. I mean, they're going after the bowling, and outside of that chance that Rohit gave, it's been easy for them. They've been getting the bowling. It's either pitched too well up or it's too short. And they're taking advantage of some very inept bowling and some terrible catching.
Joseph to Rohit, trying to guide this one down to third man. Holder moves across to make the stop, and there is no run. And what India have done by batting so quickly here, Colin, the lead up to 235 already. You were saying about 330, they just have 100 runs. So they might actually give themselves more than 4 sessions. And what they've done here, barring monsoon-type rainfall, they have now almost even taken the weather out of it.
That's right, because they've scored so quickly now that they can give themselves the luxury of pushing on. And I was looking at an hour before tea.
I'm sorry, Joseph to Rohit, who's pulling this straight to the field and dropped. Oh my, Mackenzie, that was straight to him, and that has slipped out of his hands and dropped over his right shoulder. A second catch going down within the space of 2 overs here, and the West Indies, if you needed any confirmation that there is something absolutely wrong within the West Indies team on this 4th day, there it is. And the easiest of catches put down.
I've been seeing an ad going around saying Christmas in July.
Yes.
I don't know if you've seen that.
Yes, I have.
Certain
Here in Trinidad,
Yeah,
yes.
Christmas in July. But it's obvious that the West Indies team, they're taking that seriously, because it's almost like Christmas in July. Rohit Sharma can't believe his luck. You know, this is Test cricket. This is supposed to be international cricket. Those guys out on the field supposed to be international players, and you're dropping catches. Those were 2 easy chances. That ball mishit by Rohit. And what was Mackenzie thinking? You know, you see the young man. I know you're going to say, there's no excuse for it. I will excuse him because he's new to international cricket, but not to take a catch like that. You should be able, at any level, you should take that type of catch, especially at this level.
Well, Zari Joseph was on his haunches there. Here's Holder, first ball off the new over, and Rohit reaches for that with eons of time and just guides it into the vacant cover position, and he picks up one to Chandapal. Looking at that catch, certainly it was Rohit just... He just got it off the bottom of the bat, straight to Mackenzie, who actually had his hands in front of his eyes.
Yeah.
And somehow that managed to just jump out of his hands over his right shoulder and bounce away to safely.
The thing about it, I looked at that Holder who was at the slip, and he just turned away and was looking somewhere at third man. He couldn't believe it either. Well, Jason, you better believe it. It was so Rohit dropped on 25 and dropped on 29.
And here is Holder. This one's coming in sharply to Jaishwal, looking to flick that one away off the pad. There's no run. And if there is any emoji that could properly tell the story of how it's gone for the West Indies, it would be a face palm. I wouldn't mention the other one. Let's go with the face palm here.
Well,
Others might say another one, but I'll go with that
You can't mention that on the radio. But no, it's been a really disastrous morning for the West Indies, with the bat, with the ball, with the catching. I mean, it's incredible what has transpired.
All around the wicket, the left-handed Jaishwal driving this one past the fielder at the extra cover region. Warwicken is after it, picks it up in front of the boundary, and they get 2 more. So one in fact. Jaishwal decides to stay for 1 and allow Rohit a chance here to face up to Holder. So 2 big drop catches already for the morning. India have not lost a wicket.
You would think if they go through for the second, the Warwicken might have thrown the ball towards the third man or something like that. I mean, it's been that type of morning, and you just wonder you just wonder why. What can you see?
Yeah, what's happened in the dressing room here, that the team seems absolutely deflated after 3 pretty good days for the West Indies. Based on current form, that is. Here is Holder. He's over the wicket. He's bowling to the right-handed Rohit, who is on driving. Will pick up 1 down to long on. Mackenzie, after dropping that catch at the mid-wicket region, has been pushed out towards the boundary. He fields, and there's just 1 run. Here's how it's gone so far. 56 without loss in 6.4 overs. Rohit, 32 off 26. Jaishwal, 21 off 15 deliveries so far. And the West Indies coaching staff, led by Andre Kohli, the 48-year-old Jamaican, certainly they have a lot of work to do here, because the team is in disarray at the moment here, especially on this 4th morning. Here's Holder around the wicket. Jaishwal's pulling this one away. That's going to go down towards Shannon Gabriel. Picks it up and sends it in to the keeper. That's going to take it to 6.5 overs, 1 delivery remaining. And Colin... Yeah, it really has. I can see, as a former West Indies under-19 captain, you're looking on at this and you're really feeling the hurt this morning, as all West Indies fans are.
Yeah, it's really, when it comes to catching, you have to think, well, okay, at least let's get that right. But they're not even getting that right.
Here's Holder over the wicket, going wide again to Rohit. Rohit making some room, plays it out towards Chandapal, goes for the run and gets there safely. Chandapal threatening to throw down the stumps. Rohit has moved on to 33, India 58 without loss. That is the end of the over. Holder, 12 runs conceded off his 2 overs, and India's lead is now up to 241.
Yes, they lead up to 241. So we're looking at if they were thinking of 350, 109 more, and by my calculations, that 109 can come possibly an hour after lunch. So they're probably going to bat on for another half an hour, get it to as close to 400 as possible, and give themselves maybe half an hour or so before tea, and then the 5 sessions after that to bowl West Indies out. I don't think they need as much as 400, but the way they're batting here, and as quickly as they're batting, yes, they're going to get it sooner rather than later. And then you've got to take the weather, as we keep saying, into effect. So if they can get that maybe an hour before tea, get to 350, then by all means declare.
And here's Alzari Joseph, 3 overs, 23 runs. Here he is in now. And Rohit has hit this high up into the air. And that's going to clear long on. That's into the stands. That is smacked into the stands, into the Caribbean stands. That's another 6-3 now so far for the day. 64 without loss, India. And Rohit up to 39.
That was just a poor delivery. It had nothing to it. And Rohit just bangs it high into the stand, and it's just disaster after disaster. It's really not good cricket at all. It's not good bowling. They're just running in, bowling, and not putting any thought into it, because Rohit is going to come at you and make him reach for the deliveries. That one, he just went straight through the line and hit it high into a wideish long on. He's going to continue going after the bowling.
Joseph on his way again to Rohit. This is a full delivery. Just turns it onto the onside. Almost runs into Alzari Joseph. And he just gets one. In fact, he could have gotten a second run had he not almost collided with the huge Antiguan in front of him. So Jaiswal, who's on 22, back on strike. Rohit has taken over the mantle of the aggressor here. He's on 40 of 29. India 65 without loss.
And he's taken over that. But really and truly, some of the deliveries that have been bowled to him, it's easy. He's just going with it. It's either short, it's either too full. And the one time or the 2 occasions where he picked the wrong shot, he survived because of drop catches. Amazing.
Yeah, is Alzari Joseph running away from the Brian Lara Pavilion end. And Jaiswal's flicking this one through mid-wicket. A couple of bounces out towards Warrican, and who's there with that West Indies cap of his, and the dreadlocks just poking out from the back of it, looking very much like Chris Gale in the outfield. And that is one more to the total. Jaiswal 23, Rohit 40, 66 without loss, the lead up to 249. Well, the doctor is going to come in to join Colin in
a very happy doctor, isn't he?
Yeah,
you
he's
don't think so?
smiling from ear to ear.
He's been smiling since he opened that door.
Yeah.
We didn't see him for a little while, and I was wondering if he went to just think, well, what can India do, or how much runs can they get? And he suddenly walked back in, and you could see the smile on his face, and he was actually bouncing coming through the door.
Yeah, his smile
his whole demeanor, it's changed, wouldn't it?
Smile is as broad as the Himalayas right now. Here is Alzari Joseph out coming past the umpire now. He's bowling to Rohit, and who's playing this one behind square. Down to fine leg where Gabriel's going to come off the boundary to field. Just one run to the total. He's up to 41, 67 without loss, India. And that delivery from Joseph, 127 kilometers an hour. Certainly he can bowl a lot faster. There's a real sense of deflation about this West Indies performance here on the field, and I'm sure off the field. Those of you who are listening, or if you're watching on TV and listening to us on the radio, certainly I know you can feel the sense of deflation all over here. Not from Dr. Mathos coming on. He might be bright and bubbly as he
always is.
As he always is. But even more so now. Here is Joseph, and this one is going for the hook shot. Jaiswal, that comes off the top edge and away for 4 runs. Down to the third man area, so another boundary. He's going to move up to 27, and the score to 71 without loss. Last ball of the over coming up from Joseph.
No, I don't mind that from Alzari Joseph. It was quick, it was lifted. And there was Jaiswal trying to take it from outside the line of the off stump and got a top edge. And you have to say unlucky to Alzari Joseph, because that could have really gone anywhere. But that's what I mean. Bend your back. Let him take those. Let him try to hook you from just outside that line of the off stump, head high. And once he does that, you're going to get the opportunity.
Well, Alzari Joseph wants a change in the field. He's asking Craig Brathwaite to go to mid-wicket, and he's asking Warwican to move from that deep mid-wicket position to more of a deep forward square leg. So that's the change in the field. He is on his way now to the left-handed Jaiswal. No slip in place. Jaiswal pushes it out towards the onside and down to long on, and he trots away for a single. So that's one to him. He's 28. Rohit is 41. 72 without loss. The lead is 255 after some more comments from Colin Murray. I almost said Dr. Colin Murray. I know you'd want a doctorate early in the
you
morning.
can do that. If you will call me after that comment, Vidya.
I'm sure they will.
Yeah, I hope so.
And Dr. Nilesh Mehta is going to join you in a moment.
Yes, so Dr. Mehta is going to come and join me, and he must be singing Lionel Richie's song, Easy as a Sunday Morning, because it has been very easy for the Indian cricketers, bowling-wise, and we saw a couple of good catches. Well, Kishan took a very good catch off of Roach, and but other than that, the bowling was super from both Suraj and Kumar, and now the batting has been excellent. You look at both Rohit and Jaiswal, and they've been, yes, Rohit has given 2 chances and 2 catches that should have been taken. Here is Holder starting a new over to the left-handed Jaiswal. This is lined badly outside the leg stump, and he helps it down to fine leg, and they go through for an easy single. So he goes to 29 now, and the total up to 73 for none, and we've just had 8.1 overs. Doc, good afternoon. Oh no, it's still morning. I've lost all sense of day and time, and it's been a disaster, Doc.
Colin, looks like you've had a long day at the office, and it is just getting started, my friend.
Yeah, I thought it's about 5 o'clock now, Doc. I can't believe it's just 11:15. No, it's been a disaster. It's really, again, I don't mind if India, obviously you knew they were going to go after quick runs, so the bowling had to be tight, the fielding had to be good. Here it's Holder, full toss, and Rohit is helping it on its way to deep backward square, and that's going to run into the boundary for 4. Not a good ball. It was a full toss, and basically one-handed, he took the bottom hand off of it, and he just steered it between fine leg and the deep square leg down to the boundary for 4. He goes to 45 now, and the score moves along quickly now to 77 without loss. And as I was saying, Doc, it's been a disaster. The bowling has not been really good. The fielding, the catching has been awful. The 2 chances that were put down, one to Gabriel, really you have to say sitters, that, and the other one to Mackenzie, when Rohit was on 25 and then on 29.
Yeah, it's been all India today, without a doubt, Colin. As Jason Holder comes in,
bowls to Rohit outside the line of the off stump, and he just guides it down to third man. And Gabriel is there. They've moved him, or is it? Yes, they moved him from that long off position. He's gone to third man. Maybe they're thinking out of harm's way, and they pick up a single. So total goes to 78 without loss.
Yeah, Shannon Gabriel and Mackenzie dropped
2
Rohit
sitters,
Sharma on 2 occasions, and maybe Rohit Sharma should go and buy a lottery today.
Yes.
This is his lucky day.
Yeah, unfortunately, a lot of places don't open on a Sunday. So, he may look to do it tomorrow, because I'm sure we've not seen the last of Rohit and whatever influence he has on this game as Holder is in. This is short, lifting to Jaiswal, and he's just guiding it down, just backed away and then just guided it down towards third man, and they pick up a single. Score goes to 79 without loss. Jaiswal is on 30.
It's been all India, as you said, and even during the bowling, West Indies were skittled out, 5 wickets for 26 runs. They were bowled out, and Mohammad Siraj takes a 5 for, and then when they come on to the batting, Colin, this is a T20 start, isn't it?
But I looked at Siraj and I looked at Kumar. They look different on the same pitch than the West Indies fast bowlers. I am not sure what is happening. Here's Holder into Sham, and he reaches for one outside the line of the off some pitched and was going even further wide. He stood there, was just trying to get bat onto ball, and there's a rare dot ball as it's taken by De Silva. Yeah, so I'm not too sure what's happening, because you look at these bowlers now, and it looks so different to when the West Indies were bowling, to when the Indian bowlers were bowling.
Yes, the lead is going up, and of course India has not lost a single wicket as Jason Holder comes in,
Yeah.
right arm over.
Yes, bowling to the right-handed Rohit, a full toss, and he spanks it down to long on. It's just going to be a single as Mackenzie does the fielding. I must say, I feel sorry for Mackenzie because he's on his debut. He's had a batted decent. I thought he put together 32 and was looking good until he went for one off of Kumar outside the line of the off stump and got an outside edge. So I do feel for him. But it's the end of the over from Holder. At the end of it, India in their second innings are 80 without loss. Rohit, having survived 2 chances, he is on 47. Jaiswal is on 30. The refreshment is coming onto the field, whatever energy drink the West Indies need, and they need a lot of that. And so there is going to be a little bit of a break here at the Queen's Park Oval. So with India 80 for none in their second innings, we're going to take a little bit of a break here. So the refreshments have made its way off the field, and this is a Cricket 360 production. And the sun is back out here at the Queen's Park Oval, which is good news. There's no real threat of rain so far. The only threat has been Rohit Sharma and Jaiswal. And they have put together 80 runs off of just 9 overs in the second innings. India, they lead now by 263. So I would reckon they're probably going to look at maybe another 130 runs or thereabouts and try and get that within the next hour and a half. And the way they're batting, that certainly can be achieved. And then give themselves an hour and then 5 full sessions. Sorry, an hour and 4 sessions to get the West Indies out and have some attacking fields. But it's going to be Shannon Gabriel. Can he make amends, Doc, for that drop catch?
That's the only way he can redeem himself at the present time. But Rohit Sharma is in a T20 mode.
Yes, he is.
And if there was a partner that he would be looking for, who would be in a similar kind of mindset, it would be Jaiswal. Shannon is coming in from
that Branlara Pavilion end, and he's bounding in here to bowl to the right-handed Rohit. And this is short, and he's pulling it. Yeah, it's going to run away to the boundary for 4. So he gets that. Is that his 50? It is. So the third, well, he got a century in the first test, half century in the first innings of the second test, and another half century here. And you have to say, well, it's been a lucky one for him, because he was put down on 25, a very easy catch at long off by Shannon Gabriel, and another easy one when he miscued a pull and hit it straight to Mackenzie at square leg position, and he also put that down. So he goes to 51 now, and the total up to what? 84 without loss, so 51 from 35 balls. Oh well, really T20 move. Here is Gabriel into one that kept a little bit low, but just outside the line of the off stump, and he's pushing it back up along the track to Gabriel, and there is no run. Score remains an 84 without loss.
You know, you were talking about the whole attitude of the West Indies team, and I think a great catch or a great fielding stop to stop a boundary or something to just spark the team up. They need a moment,
Yeah, that's right.
a brilliant catch or something to just get the spark back into the West Indies team.
Well, the interesting thing, Rohit Sharma against the West Indies in 6 matches averages 114. So it's a ball played right back up along the track to Gabriel. It was trickling up to him, and he misfielded it. And it's gone down to long off. So all of that now is really, this ball was hit into the ground, and going back to Gabriel, he sticks out the right hand, misses the ball, and it goes out to long off. Well, I think you have grandchildren, Doc?
Yes, I have.
And how is the eldest one?
Eldest one is over 2.
He would have stopped that. He would have fielded that last one that Gabriel missed.
Even my second grandchild may have given it.
How was she?
She is a little under 2.
2? Oh, she would have fielded that as well. I mean that is a disaster. Very casually stuck out the right hand. It rolled past him. They got a single, 85 for none. Here's Gabriel. And this is a spanking drive on the offside from Jaishwal, but there is cover at that deep point position right out on the boundary. Is that Mackenzie? It looks like Mackenzie out there, and they pick up a single. So Jaishwal goes to 31. It's 86 for none.
And if you look at the body language, Colin, the body language, shoulders drooping, there's no communication. Shannon Gabriel on his follow-through, missing that easy one. Of course, the drop catch by Mackenzie and Gabriel. But right now, it's Captain Brathwaite's job to marshal his troops, bring them back, cheer them up, do something to get a wicket.
Actually, I saw Blackwood, the vice captain, at mid-wicket, and he was clapping his hands, and that's what you need. Here's Gabriel into Sharma, and he's driving out. That's a lovely shot. At one point, I thought that was just going to be a single. He opened the face. Now, there's a deep man at point right out on the boundary boards, and then there's a third man. What Sharma did, he looked at the field, he saw the man at deep point, he saw the third man, he just opened the face enough to get it between those two fieldsmen, and it had enough pace on it. What a good shot. And it goes away for 4 runs. Well, that's like taking candy from a baby. It was a super shot from him. The score goes on to 90 now, and Sharma motors along to 55.
Talk about threading the needle, Colin. There was a brilliantly played stroke.
Absolutely brilliant. This is Gabriel from that Ranar Pavilion into Sharma, and this one he's pushing it out on the offside to Brathwaite, and there is no run. The end of the over from Gabriel, an over in which, let's see, it cost him some 12 runs, was it? No, 10 runs in the over, 90 for none after 10 overs. So the run rate, this is a test match, it's the second test match, and the run rate at the moment is 9 runs and over.
The intentions are very clear. The skipper is batting at the present time, and yes, he's got 2 lives, but he's clearly in a T20 format at the present time, very ably accompanied by Yashasvi Jaiswal, who of course played brilliantly in the recently concluded IPL, and was clearly the star. And this left-hand, right-hand combination, Colin, again is creating a lot of headaches for the West Indies fieldsmen. But then you really don't have any excuse when you drop 2 catches of the same batter, who is now going to keep plundering runs. And all people, you do not want to give Rohit Sharma too many of the chances.
That's right. You don't want to give him 1, much less 2. Here is Jaishwal facing up to Holder, and Yorker length delivery. Loud appeal goes up for caught behind, And let's see, umpire Erasmus, he's going across to have a word with the square leg umpire, and I'm not too sure what that conversation is about, because clearly the catch was taken. Now he's gone upstairs because he's not sure in terms of if that ball came off the bottom of the bat, hit the ground, and then went through to the silver. That to me may be the only thing.
Yeah, but they were not sure if it's a bump ball.
Yeah.
And this is going to be reviewed. Yashasvi Jaiswal on 31, Rohit Sharma 56. Let's take a look here.
No, clearly it came off the edge of the bat, and I thought the bat hit the ground. Let's see, or did it? No, it probably didn't. Yes, it did. Yes. But the bat hits the ground. Let's see, the ball, yeah, it's up. Now the edge is taken here, is it, Doc?
No, I think the bat hits the ground.
So
the ball is past the bat.
Right, so it beat the outside edge. So it's a bat really hitting the ground.
That's the one that made the noise, and that brought Mariah Erasmus to ensure
that's right.
that let's review it.
That's a good decision by him. Well, when I say to review it, because it even gave me, and we had the opportunity to have a look at the replay, slow it down, and the bat is the one that really hit the ground.
Yeah, the good call by the seasoned South African umpire, Mariah Erasmus.
And that's the beauty of technology, isn't it? If you have it, use it.
Right.
Here is Holder into Jaiswal. Little bit of a false shot because I thought he was looking to play that on the onside, and then had to quickly adjust and play it out towards long off, and they pick up a single. Holder hasn't been bowling badly, has he? He's kept the ball up. He's bowled wide of that off stump, and hasn't really bowled any short deliveries.
No, he hasn't. But I was going to ask you a question, Colin. What are your thoughts on, you've seen Yashasvi for the first time, pretty much, first tour of the West Indies for the young man, and as a left-handed batsman, what are your thoughts?
I would like to see him being a little bit more tested. In other words, he tends to me to be a little bit loose at times, and I'm not too sure if it's a little bit of overconfidence now in him, as this Holder is in and driven from Sharma, but straight to the man at point. There's no run, no slip in place at the moment. All the fieldsmen are two on the offside saving a single, one on the onside saving a single, everybody else ringing the boundary. Yeah, I would like to see him tested a little bit more with some good swing bowling. Let me see just how good he is in terms of his defense. To me, it's still a little bit open in terms of his defense. His attacking stroke play is great, but I'm just wondering, having got that big score in the first test, since he's come here, his Holder into Sharma, and he's playing it out to long off, and they go through for a single because Joseph has to come in from the boundary and do the fielding. But he seems a good player when he's on the go and attacking the bowling. And I would just like to see him, to have another look at him in terms of his defense. As an opener, I just think he needs to be a little tighter in terms of his defense.
And again, talking about the field placements, I mean, Jason Holder is obviously coming in right arm around the wicket.
And this is outside the line of the off stump to Jaiswal, but too wide, and he allows it to go through to the silver.
The point I was trying to make is, yes, Jason Holder would like to pick up wickets. And yes, Gabriel did drop him off his bowling, but right now he has nobody in the slips, there's nobody in the gully, nobody in the short cordon of any catching position. So they are really waiting for a mistake to happen. There's the ability to take a wicket right now is missing, right?
Yeah, that's right. Here is Holder, 92 for none, into Jaiswal, and this is short, and he's pulling it. That's going to run away for 4. That's a good shot. It was too short, and he was quickly into position. He pulled it square. There is a man at deep mid-wicket. There's a deep backward square, but this one went square. As a matter of fact, umpire Kettleborough, the square leg umpire, had to get out of the way, and it past him, and neither the man at the fine leg position or the deep mid wicket could have got around in time. It goes into the boundary for 4 runs. 11 overs have been completed. It's 96 without loss. Rohit is 57. Jaiswal is on 36.
Yes, the same pair, the opening pair of the Indian batting, Rohit Sharma and Yashasvi Jaiswal. Rohit scored 80 in the first innings and Jaiswal was 57, and they put on a brilliant partnership in the second test match. And of course, in the first test match, we know Jaiswal scored 171 and Rohit Sharma scored a century as well. So this opening pair has been very successful. Yashasvi Jaiswal has made a tremendous contribution to the test cricket that he's been playing so far for India, as we're ready to see the next over commence.
And Shannon Gabriel is the man coming into the over, and this one is outside the line of the off stump, and he's looking to pull it, and Da Silva doesn't hold it cleanly. It goes just behind him, and they get a bye. So one more to the total. That's 97 for none. What is the feeling with Jaiswal in terms of going forward with Test cricket? Because India, they are missing a couple of stalwarts. KL Rahul is one. Is he? I mean, I know he's one for the future, but has he, in your opinion, cemented his place now in this Indian Test team?
I wouldn't use the word cemented, because KL Rahul is obviously a very class player, and going to the rehab right now at the NCA in Bangalore in India. And a couple of days ago, there was an official email that came out that they are all recovering quite well.
Here is Gabriel into the left-handed Jaiswal, but it's too wide of the off stump, and he's allowing it to go through to be taken by Da Silva. Yeah, so he's but at least he's put his name, in the hat for future, and Rohit is not getting any younger, so it's going to be interesting over the next. But India, they don't have a Test match unless Test series until 5 or 6 months down the line, right?
5 months from now is when India will be playing their next Test series, and of course, if you look at the whole FTP, the number of Test matches that are going to be played by all countries have been reduced substantially.
Yeah. Well, that's the advent of T20 franchise cricket around the world, isn't it? Everybody wants to get their piece of the pie. Here's a delivery that Jaiswal drives down to long off, pitched right up to him. Kumar Roach comes in to do the fielding, and they go through for an easy single. Jaiswal goes to 37. It's 98 for none. Yeah, and
talking about Jaiswal, Colin, he definitely is the future of Indian cricket. He is there. Shubman Gill is there. These are the two people that they are putting a lot of emphasis on. They want to preserve them, nurture them, and allow them to grow. And he is going to be potentially an all-format player as months and years go by.
Yes, Shubman Gill, I have a lot of time for him. I think he's a class act. Hasn't got off funnily in this series. Here's Gabriel. Into Rohit, he plays it out towards Warakan, who is at mid-wicket, and there's no run. Yeah, I think he's a class act. From the first time I've seen him, the amount of time he has to play the ball, and when he does play it, his timing, his ability to find the gaps in the field. I mean, he's such a class act, and I would just like to see him getting more runs at this level. As I said, I haven't seen enough of Jaiswal as yet, and I want to see him against tougher opposition for me to really assess just how good he is. But from the first day I saw Shubman Gill, I thought, oh boy, this is a class act. Here is Gabriel from that Ranlar Pavilion end. Sharma backs away and pulls this one down to, it's in the air, and he's taking the catch finally. Well, he was pulling it. It was in the air, and Alzari Joseph has done what Shannon Gabriel couldn't do, and Kirk McKenzie, he's taking the catch. He was running around to his right. It was out of my picture because Sharma pulled it in the air, and I couldn't see Joseph, and he ran around. He took the catch nicely. He was moving to his right, and he holds it up to Shannon Gabriel and says, well, I could do what you couldn't do, and he's taking the catch, and Shannon Gabriel has picked up a wicket. Finally, Rohit goes back to the pavilion, caught by Alzari Joseph off the bowling of Gabriel for 57. India are 98 for 1.
Well, Gabriel dropped that catch earlier and off the bowling of Jason Holder, and this time he has made amends and clearly got the wicket of Rohit Sharma, caught by Joseph at deep fine leg. The ball was up in the air, and he took a well-judged catch.
Yeah, he did.
running
He
to
took
his
it,
right.
yeah.
So that was the end of Rohit Sharma, caught by Alzari's Joseph, bowled Gabriel for 57, and in comes the stylish
Shubman Gill.
Shubman Gill, and the player that Colin would like to watch. He almost seems to have like that extra microsecond
Yes.
when Shubman Gill is
Yes.
batting, and that he's got
Yeah.
that elegance about him. Even when he walks, he has something
A
about
swagger,
his walk,
a
a
yeah,
swagger.
yeah.
I mean, of course, everybody in India grew up watching the swagger of the great Sir Viv Richards.
Yes.
I'm not saying that by any stretch of imagination,
yes.
but there is, when he walks, when he deals with himself, and when he conducts himself, we can see that built extra confidence that this boy has.
Oh yeah, he's. I can't remember where the first time I saw him. Probably in the IPL, and he looked so much time, as you rightly said, in which to play the ball. His timing was superb, and he's going to face his first delivery from Gabriel, as this time he's in defence and pushing it out on the offside towards the man Brathwaite, who is at the cover position. There is no run. The end of the over for Gabriel, a successful over, 1 for 11, and would you believe it, the rain has come down out of absolutely nowhere, and I didn't say, it's obviously a cloud overhead, and they've got to get these covers on rather quickly, because this rain has come out of nowhere. And let's see, they're putting that first bit of matting over the pitch, and then they're going to put the yellow covers on. But this rain has come out of nowhere.
That was like an
Yeah.
unexpected bouncer
Yeah.
from Shannon Gabriel or
Yeah,
Jason Holder.
that's right.
And it's a heavy downpour.
Yeah, it is.
It is coming down here in Port of Spain.
Well.
And the groundsmen are very
They're
quick.
hustling.
The large yellow-colored coverings coming on very quickly, and that's a lot of work to do in a very short amount of time.
Yeah. I mean, they weren't to the ready, because I think this thing, sometimes it's Doc, what I'm going to tell you may seem a little bit strange, but at times at the Queen's Park Oval, there's just a dark cloud above the oval, and you look all around, and there's blue skies and but there's just this dark cloud, and we can't see it sometimes from the commentary booth.
Right.
And there's just this dark cloud hanging just over the oval, and it starts to rain.
Yeah, I think what Colin is referring to is where we are sitting in the commentary box, we are looking straight at the Brian Lara Pavilion. So the skies are way above us, covered by the coverings of the Queen's Park Oval here. And now we have two large white-colored covers and two yellow colors, and another big one coming on to protect the immediate outfield around the wicket. There are at least 20 groundsmen helpers who are here to bring the covers on, and this clearly was unexpected, as we've been seeing a lovely sunshine day.
Yeah, it's been a good day so far, and we thought, well, we're going to get through here a good day, and with just about 15 minutes to go to lunch, so I'm sure they're going to maybe take an early lunch and hopefully come back 15 minutes before the schedule start, because lunch should have been taken between 12 and 20 to 1. So it's now 11:45. The oval clock says about 20 to 1. So it says that we've got 20 minutes left, if they're going by that. So we've got 20 minutes left. So it would make sense taking a little bit of an early lunch and trying once this rain stops. And it does, you look all around, Doc, and you're wondering, where is this rain coming from? And it has to be just this cloud overhead.
And I must say that certainly the clouds clearly do not look that ominous
Yes.
at all. And now the grounds cover is complete, a huge white rectangle, if you will, in front of us, and the groundsmen themselves are getting back towards the pavilion so they don't get soaked themselves.
Well, no, they've got another cover to put even further on to the run-up, and so that's another added, but it's a slight drizzle now, And they've got 2 more covers to put, one on the southern end, one on the northern end, to more or less protect the run-ups.
How's the drainage system here?
Very
at
good,
Queen's Park
excellent, absolutely excellent. It's a sand-based field, so once the rain falls, the outfield, I'm not worried at all about the outfield. I think the outfield will take care of itself. And as you can see, and no, certainly I'm not boasting or bragging, but this is the best the Oval has looked for a long, long time in terms of the outfield. They've done a lot of work on the outfield, so I'm not worried about that. You know, that is going to run off. It's just the pitch, the area with the pitch is the concern. You know, if and the run up, of course, if it hasn't got wet badly. But I don't think once this rain stops, as I said, the covers are on. Once the rain stops, I don't think there are going to be any problems with the ground drying off quickly and being able to resume once the rain stops, maybe about 20 minutes or so, half an hour after the rain. And then if they're going to take lunch early, it gives that extra time in which to get the ground properly drained and dried, and we should be able to resume. But this is where the problem lies now for India. Not only the timing of the declaration, but or how much runs they get, but the timing of the declaration, taking into account that it is the rainy season, and at any time rain can as we see here now, any time the rain can come and interrupt the day's play. So even though they may very well want to set a target somewhere between 350 and 400 for the West Indies, they've got to take into consideration, if the rain falls, how much time do they need to give themselves to bowl the West Indies out. As we look at the sun is back, there's still a slight drizzle, but the sun is back out here at the Queen's Park Oval. So it's I'm not surprised at that, because that shower was just completely taking all of us by surprise.
Yeah, talking about the Queen's Park Oval, and of course you are the secretary of the cricket club as well, who is into the know-how of this historic place. With the World Cup coming here in 2024, and Cricket West Indies, CWI, as well as USA Cricket jointly hosting the World Cup, venues are I'm sure being looked at. That's for correct. The World Cup. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, the ICC at the moment, they're sending around different teams. They came to the Oval. What are we into end of July? They came about somewhere in March. They had a look at the venue, they had a look at the pitch, the outfield, and then they went around to the rest of the facilities, the media center, dressing rooms, and that type of thing. And what they did since is send a checklist and saying, look, they've looked at the venue, this needs upgraded, you need to do this, you need to do that, etc., etc. So we are looking at that now. Of course, it takes a lot of finance to get things done. And like everybody else, Queen's Park was hit with the COVID, and there was absolutely no activity here, and we obviously depend a lot on, we don't get government support like the Lara facility, which is government owned. So basically we have to depend on our membership, and we have to depend on fundraising activities. But when COVID came, for example, we tend to have a lot of carnival events, but all the carnival was basically cancelled. There was nothing going on, and that put a damper on things. Since things have opened back up now, yes, the carnival came in earlier this year. We did have a few events, and that helps with the finance. But still, there's still the expenses are so high. You have staff to pay, of course you have utility bills to pay, and during COVID the utility bills were still the same. You write to the powers that be and say, well, listen, we're not using as much electricity as normally if the facility was used, but they don't want to hear that. Right. They said, hey, your bill is this, you've got to pay this. And things like that. So it's going to take a lot of work to be done to get the facility up to scratch for the World Cup, and we're hoping, because it's at that point in time, it's not a venue thing. it's a country thing, and it's a situation where Trinidad will bid for games at the World Cup, and the good thing about it is that we have two venues. We've got here, and when I say two venues, two international venues here and the Brian Lara facility. So unlike a lot of other countries where they've just got one venue, we've got two venues here in Trinidad. So it's a situation where we're hoping that the powers that be, in terms of the government, when they do make their bid for whatever package they want, they will also look at the venues and upgrade the venues, or at least assist in upgrading the venues, because you've got to look good in the eyes of the world, and of course in the eyes of the ICC. So it's still an early stage, and I know the ICC are going to be coming back for an inspection sometime later this year. We don't know the date of that inspection, but they're going to be coming back for an inspection, and we're hoping at that point in time they will tell us how far we've reached and how far we've got to go again.
Is that the stand to our right, the Dos Santos stand, is that going to be rebuilt, or is it going to be... Again,
we're looking at different options for that. There's a lot of different suggestions. It's been done for a while now. And, the discussion surrounds about a different type of facility there, not just a stand. We're talking about an indoor facility where you may be able to host different indoor games, futsal, badminton, table tennis, whatever, inside the indoor hockey, things like that. And then you go to the next level with maybe stands and then corporate boxes to the top, maybe a restaurant or some sort of thing. So there's a lot of ideas. But again, Doc, you need finance for that. So it's a lot of different ideas that are being, spoken about. But, I expect within the next maybe year and a half to 2 years that there's going to be some type of facility going up there. But, having said that, there's a lot of other things needed. We talk about that replay screen, for example. That replay screen, it's probably on its last legs. It's been around since 2007. That's 16 years for a replay screen. That's really reaching its end of its life. The two scoreboards you're seeing that no longer is in operation, the parts have gone. You can't even get parts now for that. So it's I was even talking to them about maybe just putting a big manual scoreboard. But it's you want to just keep up with the technology of things. So having said that, there's so much other things you've got to do.
But when you talk about restructuring an existing stadium, yes, that needs to be restructured. All things need to be replaced. But you also want to maintain the charm.
Yes, that's right.
Of the stadium, as the covers seem to be coming off. The sun is shining here at the Queen's Park Oval. We are having a conversation with Colin Murray, who is educating all the Cricket 360 listeners, wherever you might be in the world, about what is likely to happen to this lovely venue. Every venue, of course, needs some restructuring, some repair, and the World Cup will be coming here. The T20 World Cup will be hosted by Cricket West Indies, and this is a place where I'm sure, if ICC is thinking the way I am thinking, is a lot of India matches would be in Trinidad.
Yeah, that's correct. Let me just let our listeners know, Doc, that lunch is being taken at the moment, and the restart is at 12:19. So lunch is being taken, and we're going to restart at 12:19. So that is the situation here at the Queen's Park Oval, and I'm sure, Doc, over the next couple sessions we're going to continue our little discussion, and because it's interesting with the World Cup, the advent of the World Cup. And I read an article before we close that Dr. Shallow was talking about facilities throughout the Caribbean being upgraded, and he's right. A lot of the facilities need to be upgraded throughout the region if we're going to host a World Cup. But that's a discussion for another time. So that is the news here at the Queen's Park Oval. We're at lunch at the moment, and at lunch, India 98 for 1. They've just faced 73 balls in the second innings. Rohit is back in the pavilion. He went caught Joseph off the bowling of Gabriel for 57, and it was 98 for 1 when he got out. Gill came in. He just faced a couple deliveries before all of a sudden a shower came down here at the Queen's Park Oval and halted play. So they've taken an early lunch. As we've said, we're going to come back at 12:19 with the restart. Rohit gone, caught Joseph Gold, Gabriel 57. Jaishwal, he is not out on 37. Gill, who has just faced one delivery, he's yet to get off the mark. Remember, this morning, West Indies, they were dismissed for 255. India, they lead at the moment by 281 runs. And that is the situation here at the Queen's Park Oval. We're going to take a break, and then we're going to come back for the start of the second session at just about 19 minutes past 12. Until then, it's goodbye from all of us here at the Queen's Park Oval.
stations. We will be returning to you in just about 10 seconds. 10 seconds. We'll be with you in 10 seconds. Here's the count. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. Hello there and welcome back to the Queen's Park Oval for a resumption of commentary on the second test between West Indies and India. Here's the situation here at the Queen's Park Oval. India, after bowling out the West Indies earlier today for 255 and earning a lead of 183 runs, have gone back in, and they are 98 for 1 before a rain interruption came and ended play. So India currently lead West Indies by 281 runs as we start the second session of play here. The not-out batsman Yashasvi Jaiswal is on 37 not out of 28 balls, 4 fours and a 6. And Shubman Gill has just come to the crease, and he is the other not-out batsman. I'm Vidya Ramphal alongside Anil Lakan for the second session of play here. And the teams are coming out. Anil, bright sunshine once again. All of the moisture has been dissipated, and the teams are coming out at the moment. West Indies certainly having a day that they would want to forget.
Yeah, after playing 3 excellent days of cricket video, to turn up this morning and then show up at the bat, I must admit, is very disappointing indeed. But what has happened is Team India has taken the opportunity to really press home their advantage. And at this stage, 281 on, they possibly may just bat a session again, possibly try to get to that 400, maybe 450 mark video, and try and get the West Indies in possibly the last hour in today's play.
Yeah, certainly Collins Murray was suggesting that 350 might be the number that they'd look at. However, the highest chase that has ever been, highest fourth innings total that has been chased down here is 403, as you would know. India famously did so back in 1976 against the West Indies. But Mr. Murray decides that he feels that they won't need that much here. So the West Indies, however, will try to restrict the Indian batsman. Jaiswal is the man who's going to be facing Shubman Gill, who hasn't fired in the series just yet. He is at the non-striker's end, and it is going to be the first sign of spin in the second innings. It's going to be the most successful spinner for the West Indies in the game. That is Jamel Warrican, 3 for 89 from his 39 overs in the first innings. He is going to come on here, Anil.
Yes, Jomar Warrican immediately being brought into play here in the second session of play here. He's going to be bowling to Jaiswal.
Yes, Warrican on the attack. He's coming round the wicket. Jaiswal coming down the track, and he's on driving, and that goes to the left of Alzari Joseph at that long on position. Just a 1 run. The field for Shubman Gill. There is a short third man, a short fine leg. There is a mid-wicket in place. That mid-wicket might actually be now moving to more of a mid-on position. Captain Craig Brathwaite is at a short extra cover. There's a deep mid-wicket in place, long on, long off, and there was a man on the point boundary in Gabriel. Now he's going to come in maybe about halfway to the boundary to a backward point position for the left armour. And certainly he did have a good first innings. The left-arm orthodox spinner for the West Indies, Jamel Warrican, taking those 3 wickets, including Rohit Sharma. Driven by Gill. That's going to beat Brathwaite out at extra cover, and Gill's going to get a double to get off the mark here. That is the 100 up for the Indians, 101 for 1.
Yes, so the 100 coming up in the 13th over, 12.2 overs to be precise. And it's ominous signs indeed, Vidya, with the likes of Shubman Gill not really coming to the party. At this stage of the test match, there's absolutely no pressure on the Indian batters, so I'm sure they will want to express themselves.
Gill cutting the next one. That's an excellent stop by Chandapal at backward point, diving away to his right and batting it down, preventing it from getting past him. Just a 1 run for Gill. So he's on to 3, but that would have run away for 4.
Yeah, excellent piece of fielding there by Tejan Chandapal, short and wide, and diving away at backward point and making the save. So it's going to be, they're going to play this like a T20 game, I'm predicting, Video.
Jaiswal 38, strong sweep, it's up in the air, it could be caught. Yes, it is. That's the wicket for Jomel Warrican, his fourth of the match, and that is taken easily by De Silva. And that is the end of Jaiswal. He's out for 38, and India now 102 for 2.
Yeah, so you can see that the plan is simple from Team India. They're going to go out there and try and trash the bowling to all parts. Unfortunately for Joshua, trying to get that slog sweep in, taking the top edge, and wicketkeeper Joshua De Silva having the simple task of catching that ball. So wicket number 2 goes on for Team India. It's now 102 for 2 wickets.
So that's a big strike there for West Indies just after the break here for rain. And Jaiswal, who was there really piling on the pressure on the West Indies, 38 of 30 deliveries, has finally succumbed, going for the slong sweep, getting a top edge, and it just went about 10 meters to the right of De Silva, and the man with the gloves taking that one pretty easily there. So a wicket for Jomel Warrican. He's now had 4 wickets in the game. So he continues to impress here in this match.
Yeah, so making an immediate impact is Jomel Warrican, adding 1 to his 3 for 89 in the first innings, and how well he has bowled during this test match video. And immediately coming on after in this luncheon interval, and really getting rid of the very dangerous Jajwal, and scoring 39 from 29 deliveries. He was going like a train.
Well, India have made a significant change in their batting order. Kohli came in at 4, Rahane at 5, and Jadeja at 6 in the previous innings. Kishan came in at 7. Now Kishan, the left-hander is in at number 4. So obviously, carrying on with what they did earlier, they're going to approach this and try to pile on the pressure and the runs here on the West Indies. Warrican coming round the wicket to the left-handed Kishan, who's on driving straight back to the bowler, and there is no run. So we're going to see some more fireworks here.
Well, we're definitely going to see a lot of fireworks. This man, Ishan Kishan, he's a T20 specialist, getting his opportunity here at test level, and he's known to be very destructive indeed. Video.
Here he is playing off the on the onside again, straight to the mid-wicket fielder. That brings an end to the over. Kishan is left on 0, Gill on 3. India are 102 for 2. And the wicket going down in the over. Jaiswal caught by De Silva of Warrican for 38, 102 for 2 at that point here. West Indies, is there any way back after that capitulation earlier today? 26 for 6 earlier today, and that has reopened the door for an outright for a result in this game. Is there any way back? What can they do now?
Well, the only thing that they could really do is to stay disciplined, Vidya, and they gotta be bowling on one side of the wicket. It might sound a bit ultra defensive from a cricketing standpoint, but they need to bowl on one side of the wicket, try and dry up the runs. If Team India continues at the rate at which they're going, they're going to give themselves at least 4 sessions to bowl this West Indies team out a second time, and of course go 2-0 in the series.
De Silva with the broad-brimmed hat crouches now as Shannon Gabriel on his way from the southern end. Past umpire that is Kettleborough, and that one's flicked on the onside. Brings Chanderpaul off the boundary, who was at that backward square leg position, and they get 1.
But just
so that is Gill up to 4. Kishan is still on 0. India 103 for 3.
But just coming back, Vidya, to the Ishan Kishan coming in at that number 4 position. You have the likes of Jomel Warrican, who is operating from the Jerry Gomez Pavilion Media Center end. Normally the left-hander, they would relish the left-arm orthodox spinner, so it could be a tactical move with Warrican bowling at this stage of the innings.
That and added to the fact that he does score very quickly, Ishan Kishan. So just giving you an idea of his strike rate, a T20. He strikes the ball at 131.09. That's pretty good. Here he is now, facing up to Gabriel, who is on her way. The big Trinidadian out of central Trinidad into Kishan, and he's driving that one past the bowler. That one bobbling away. Long off, comes off the boundary and does the fielding. And just one more to the total. Kishan, just as Anil was intimating about his strike rate at international level, at T20 international level, strike rate at 122 and at ODI 106. So certainly some good figures there. We should see some fireworks from him.
Yeah, so just going about a run and ball in international cricket, which is very, very decent indeed. And I'm sure having the license here today at the Queen's Park Oval, it possibly may just give him the opportunity, Vidya, to really express himself and show, this Queen's Park cricket Oval crowd, treat them to some delightful stroke play.
Next delivery from Gabriel is flicked through mid-wicket by Gill. As easy as you like, picking up one. Warwican comes off the boundary to field. Outside of two players close to the pitch. One of them is Brathwaite, was Blackwood at mid-wicket, and the other who was at extra cover. All of the rest of the field is on the boundary here for the West Indies. So they've gone ultra defensive, trying to protect those boundaries and prevent India from getting ahead as quickly as they were going earlier.
Well, they're trying to restrict the boundaries, and that's very important at this stage. But let's not take nothing away from this Indian team. They have really propelled themselves during that morning session, getting to 98 for 1.
Here's Kishan, the left-hander, facing up to the big figure of Gabriel, who's into him. That one striking him on the body. And that was a delivery that Gabriel got in. He was trying to pull it away, came off the body, and they will go through for 1. That's leg buys. And the 25-year-old from Patna in Bihar gets down to the other end. India are 106 for 2.
Yeah, so that was a very pacey delivery there from Shannon Gabriel. It rocketed into the pads of Ishan Kishan even before he could have got his bat out of the way. So Shannon Gabriel bowling from the Brian Lara Pavilion and really working up a head of steam here now.
And here's Shubman Gill, the right-hander, the tall, elegant, streamlined right-hander who Colin Murray says he loves to see. Here is Gabriel into him, and this one he's playing out towards mid-wicket. There's no run. Just to run through the field quickly for you. Outside of that mid-wicket in Blackwood and the man at the extra cover position, everybody on the boundary. There is a fine leg, a third man, backward square leg, mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket, long on, long off, and a backward point on the boundary. That is the field for the West Indies. Not often you see so many players on the boundary here.
Well, it does remind me of a T20 game in progress video.
Except there might be no ball for having too many men outside of the circle at the moment. But it is a test match, and here is Gabriel on his way again. Never the smoothest of runners, Gabriel. And Gill is going to push this one on the onside. They call for 2. He's gone for the second one. He's been sent back. And that was a good bit of work there to send him back, because is that Mackenzie who is coming in to do the fielding. And he sent a good return into the silver. And that would have been a run out easily. Gill would have been a goner there had he come back for the second run. India's lead is up to 290 now. And that is after they lost in the previous over Jaishwal for the score at 102. He was gone for 38. End of the over here. Warwican is back on.
Yeah, so Warwican continues from the Jerry Gomez Media Center, and he's going to be bowling to Shubman Gill. And this young man, we've seen exactly how destructive, but it's ominous signs here at the Queen's Park Oval. It's just getting a bit murky to the left of us here. I'm not seeing any movement at this stage video from the groundsmen, so I'm sure they will be keeping a keen eye on what is developing just over the hills there.
Warwican coming round the wicket, the left-arm orthodox bowler getting some turn, but Gill is equal to it, just a bit too short, and he just elegantly just drives it along the ground down to long off, and there's no run. Let's talk about the weather. And yes, we've had that interruption for rain just before, about 20 minutes before the lunch break, and we're now back on. But it looks like there might be some the weather coming again. This one's flicked away behind square, and Shannon Gabriel puts out the big dive, gets a big right hand onto it and slows it down. In the meantime, the batters have crossed for 2. Kishan was there flicking that one down to fine leg. And good work by Gabriel. He really has put his body on the line. Outside of that drop catch earlier, though, he's put in some fine saves.
Well, in the last 6 months, Vidya, I must admit he's been working tirelessly to improve his out cricket, and he has done that really well.
Yes, Kishan, the left-hander, facing up to the next delivery. That's pulled away, and that has gone all the way for 6 runs. The signal has gone out. Well, the fielder was actually seemed to be indicating 6, but that was pulled over wide the mid-wicket area, it has been signaled as 4 now, but that was a bit shorter from Warwican, turning into the left-handed Kishan. And as you mentioned, the matchup there, left-hander to left-hander, and he was pulling that away for 4.
Yeah, very sumptuous pull shot indeed from Ishan Kishan. But for some reason or the other, Kema Roach possibly lost it. He was indicating.
I think that's the case. He's gone after the next delivery from Warwican, gets it behind, just smears it behind square, in front of square, and picks up 1. So he is going to try to make the most of his matchup. Now, as you mentioned, the groundsmen now have come out. They are standing just beside the covers in front of the Queen's Park Cricket Club Brian Lara Pavilion. In the meantime, cricket continues. Here's Warwican in, round the wicket, bowling to the right-handed Gill, who was almost playing on. But that's gone down to fine leg, and they will get 1. Gill goes back for a second one. That is just past the stumps.
Yeah, so the French cut in operation here from Shubman Gill. He knew very little of that delivery there, trying to cream that ball through extra cover, getting the inside edge, and it goes past wicketkeeper Joshua De Silva, and they return for 2 runs.
Yeah, the next delivery, and Gill is driving this one into the gap down to long off. Will get 1. In the meantime, the groundsmen have their hands. There are 2 men on either side of the yellow covers that come on first. 2 men clad in blue, one in blue, one in red, and they have the covers up in their hands. So that will tell you that we could have an interruption right now. Well, now the groundsmen actually. Well, they're stepping away, and that's because the over has changed over, so they can't be standing there.
And just coming back to the weather video, the weather really dictates at this stage how Team India would approach proceedings. But now, there's
going to be a rain interruption, and we usually know there's a rain interruption, not because of the groundsman, because Colin, who does the audio, is actually, he's doing his best impression of Usain Bolt, not Colin Murray, but Colin, the audio man for television, has run on. He's taken off the audio mics, and now they're coming on with the covers. First, the jute matting is being laid across the pitch, and now the yellow covers are being dragged on. 3 of them being dragged on at the moment. And that is going to be a next interruption for rain here. What they've done, they've been a bit proactive this time. The last shower came up rather suddenly, and there was some rain that came down on the track. This time, they see the shower coming. They've pulled everything on. They're starting to pull everything on. This certainly does work in the favor a bit of the West Indies here.
It does work in the favor of the West Indies indeed. And I must admit, Vidya, they batted poorly this morning, losing those 5 wickets this morning for little or nothing. And, after really toiling away for 3 days, 9 sessions, to come this morning and not really turn up with a bat, I must admit that, it's a bit disappointing.
Yeah, 1 really bad session for the West Indies. 26 for 5 they were this morning after resuming at 229 for 5. West Indies blown away for 255, 75 for Craig Brathwaite, 37 for Athanaze, and 5 wickets for Mohammad Siraj, 2 for Mukesh Kumar, the debutant, 2 for 48, and Ravindra Jadeja, 2 for 37 yesterday. Those were the main highlights of the innings. In the meantime, here's what's happening. The Indians are back in the pavilion. Shubman Gill with the number 77 on his back, just standing up there and watching on. We haven't seen the rain come down just yet, by the way. Just a few sprinkles, but nothing much. In the meantime, the yellow covers are down. They're bringing on the big white covers now, and they've covered the yellow covers. So that's the 3rd layer on the pitch at the moment, and there's now another big white cover being dragged on. They still are yet to cover the run-up on either side of the ground. But the reason is there is a big, menacing, dark cloud coming over the hills to the back of the Queen's Park Oval. And when that comes in, it usually dumps rain down here.
Yeah, so very ominous signs indeed. And it really dictates how Team India progresses in this innings here. Vidya, they now gone past 300 runs. How many more do they need? We're still into session number 2 on D4. So still a lot of time, approximately 5 sessions to play, Vidya.
Now the rain's coming down, by the way. Sorry, Anil, but the rain now starting to pound down here at the Queen's Park Oval. And all of the time, the groundsmen were just ambling on, just pulling on the covers. Now they go into accelerated mode. So the largest of those white covers being dragged on to the surface. So that's 4 layers now on the surface. And now the big blue covers which cover the run-ups have been pulled on. The groundsmen suddenly starting to run now. They were just walking before. Now they've broken into a run for the first time, and we're just about a minute away from them properly covering the playing surface. But let's remind you how things have gone so far in this game. India 438, dominated by that 121 from Kohli, 80 from Sharma, Jaishwal 57, Warrican, the best of the bowlers for the West Indies, 3 for 87. The West Indies bowled out for 255. Brathwaite 75, Athanaze 37, Siraj 5 for 60. India in the second innings have lost 2 wickets. Sharma was the first to go. He hasn't scored anything under 50 for the series so far. Sharma caught Joseph Bull Gabriel for 57, and Yashasvi Jaishwal, the man who made his debut sensationally in the last match with 171, he was out for 38. Caught by De Silva of Warrican for 38, wickets falling at 98, 102. India now lead by 302 runs, and we're going to have a fairly lengthy interruption here once again. It looks like possibly another half an hour to an hour out here, Anil.
Yeah, it's really chucking down now at the Queen's Park Oval, and it's very ominous indeed. But what we have recognized over the last 4 days, video, the rain is coming. It's very sharp indeed, and it just disappears for a period of time. So let's just hope, that it doesn't stay with us for very long. But from a West Indies perspective, they would hope that it falls for the entire afternoon.
Well, they certainly might hope that. Actually, yesterday in the Ashes, Josh Hazlewood, the Australian bowler, was asked about yesterday's play, and he was asked if he would welcome some rain, and he very unabashedly said that I would welcome some rain, and there has been a lot of rain in the Ashes, and now that could possibly decide the future of the Ashes staying with Australia, because it's now eating away on England's time of a chance to get a series equaling win and then set up a decider in the 5th Test match. Now that looks unlikely to happen. Here, the West Indies, as you're saying, the more that the rain comes down, it really does increase the chances of the West Indies perhaps getting a draw. An outside chance of a draw still. A win is a bit more of a distance away.
Well, Team India definitely in the ascendancy at this stage here, Vidya. 302 on, with 2 wickets down in the second innings. They would just hope that this rain disappears in quick time so they could continue to dominate this Test match. They've done so brilliantly this morning, having toiled for a day and a half in the field, but they made up for that this morning. Mohammad Siraj, getting a fiver here this morning, and how well he has done during his short Test career thus far.
Yeah, it's only his second 5-wicket haul, Mohammad Siraj. We have seen him here previously at the Oval. Played an 18 match for India against West Indies A here back in 2019. Also took 3 wickets at the Oval, 4 in the match. So right now the rain is coming down even heavier. It's really pelting down here at the Oval. The water is starting to collect on the covers which have already been efficiently brought on here by the staff at the Queen's Park Oval. And it's just about a good time to say goodbye to you for now. As soon as we have any idea of when play will restart, we will be back on to stations to tell you about that. So right now, India, we leave you with the news that India under the second rain break of the day are 118 for 2. They lead the West Indies by 301 runs. On behalf of Anil Lakan, I'm Vidya Ramphal. We'll be back with you after the rain break. Stations, we'll be back with you in 10 seconds. 10 seconds, we'll be back here for coverage of the second test. Starting now, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Hello and welcome back to the Queen's Park Oval for continued commentary on the second test, West Indies versus India. Here's the situation at the Queen's Park Oval. India will resume at 118 for 2 in their second innings after getting a 183-run lead on the first innings. They are now 301 runs ahead, and they are looking to set the West Indies a target, we believe, in the region of about 350. I'm Vidya Ramphal alongside Anil Lakan, and if the Indians are going to set the West Indies maybe something in the region of 350 and insert the West Indies to bat at least one session here, we are definitely in for some fireworks in this session coming up.
Well, I'm just predicting, Vidya, that Team India possibly would just want to bat possibly another 8 to 10 overs. Taking that into consideration, so maybe that declaration could come anywhere in the vicinity, maybe about 3:30, 20 to 4.
We've just come out of another long rain break, just about an hour or so, and the bright sunshine has returned here to Trinidad. Yeah, there's still a lot of clouds around, a lot of grey sky involved, and towards the east, a lot of puffy white clouds and some dark clouds, but it's very sunny here at the Queen's Park Oval. Shannon Gabriel has the ball in his hands. 15 overs bowled so far by the West Indies in the second innings, and India already 118 for 2. Gabriel on his way from the southern end. He's bowling to the right-handed Gill, tucking it off his hip straight to mid-wicket, and there's no run. Just as with the field before the start of play, just two players close to the pitch, one at mid-wicket and the other at extra cover. All of the rest are down towards the boundary and in Lakan.
Well, as predicted, Team India, they're going to really put their foot on the accelerator. So it's no surprise to me that there is 6 boundary riders patrolling the boundaries. But the question I'm asking myself, would the West Indies continue with Jomel Warrican from the Jerry Gomez Media Center end?
We will see that in a moment. Just Gabriel steaming in again. Down the leg side, Gill tries to play the flick shot. Misses, taken by De Silva, who doesn't collect cleanly. He's left wringing his right glove after that. And right now, India 301 ahead. So you believe 350 is going to do it for India? Or would they not go on to 400?
I'm predicting that they possibly would be looking at more 375 Video.
375.
Yeah.
The highest run chase, as we mentioned earlier, just in case you're now joining us, is 403, which India did back in 1976 against the West Indies. Shannon Gabriel back at the top of his mark. The former Presal player here from Trinidad back in, past umpire Kettleborough, and this one's played off the back foot, square of the wicket, and the man comes off the boundary to field, and that's one more to Gill. He's on to 10. Kishan is 8, and 11 for Gill, 8 for Kishan, 119 for 2, 375.
Yeah, Shannon Gabriel going into the pitch here, hard lengths. Shubman Gill just rocked onto the back foot and caressed it out at that deep backward point position. So only a single on offer. Shannon Gabriel continues from the Brian Lara cricket pavilion end.
Well, India still have Kohli, Rahane, Jadeja, Ashwin, Unadkat, Siraj and Kumar still to bat. I would suspect that if a wicket falls, Jadeja might be the one to come in, because India looking for quick runs here. The left-handed Kishan, 8 runs so far, facing up to Gabriel, who's bowling over the wicket to him, and that's a full delivery, just dropping the bat on it. It runs out towards the mid-off position. There is just 1 run, and this has come about because West Indies rolled out earlier today for 255 after resuming at 229 for 5. West Indies lost 5 wickets for 26 runs, a really sorry display of batting. And then when they came out to bowl, it was just really shambolic from the West Indies. India raced out with Sharma getting 57 and Jaiswal 38. They put on 98 for the first wicket in 11.5 overs.
Well, you know.
And here's Gabriel again. He's in now to bowl to Gill, who's playing this one uppishly out towards the extra cover boundary. A chase on here. The fielder's coming across, puts in the dive, and Oh, well, he's only knocked it onto the ropes. That's 4 runs. And even though he put in the big dive, stuck out the big right hand, unable to get that one off the ropes. And that's a nice shot from Gill. Wasn't in total control, took the right hand off it, still managed to guide it to the ropes.
Yeah, Shubman Gill showing his pure class there, just leaning on that delivery and caressing it through that extra cover region. It was a bit airy-fairy, but from the moment it passed the extra cover, it was heading towards the boundary.
Gill will tapping away at the crease. Well, the high backlift of Gill in evidence now as he's using that leg stump guard. Oh, that's cut him in half. That one's coming straight in. Dropping and cutting back in, just missing the off stump. And between bat and pad, lucky for him, it didn't take the off stump. Great delivery by Gabriel to end off the over. At the end of the over, it is 124 for 2, Gill's 15, and Kishan on 9. This is a Cricket 360 production.
So the lead now 307 by Team India. Shubman Gill playing a sumptuous extra cover drive at the 5th delivery of the over. But the last delivery, he was just tending to go a bit leg side. That ball was tailing back from outside the line of the off stump. How did it miss the off stump? It possibly was just a quarter paint away from dislodging the bails. But as we had predicted earlier on, video, it's going to be the left arm spinner in Jomel Warrican. And the reason why I asked the question video was the fact that I thought that the West Indies possibly would have gone to the seamers in terms of trying to, use the seamers and eat up some more time.
Warrican, 2 overs, 1 for 15, took the wicket of Jaishwal, sweeping at one, caught by De Silva for 38. That was at 102 for 2. Here he is now around the wicket, and cutting in this one is Kishan, and Shannon Gabriel puts in another big dive and makes the save. Shannon Gabriel is a huge man, and that one, he got his body in the line of that one, prevented it from going to the boundary. There was a cinema close by, I think here, called Vistarama. He's as big as Vistarama's as a drive-in cinema screen. He really put up a Vistarama to stop that one from getting past him.
Yeah, Shannon Gabriel, he is indeed a huge unit, but in the last 6 months, his ground fielding, his out cricket has really blossomed, and I'm really happy for Shannon Gabriel. He's really been putting in the hard miles.
Warrican drives this one square of the wicket. Chandapal is there. There's no run. There is a backward point. There's a short third man in place. Craig Brathwaite is at an extra cover position. Brathwaite, that one runs past him and goes out towards the boundary. The cover fielder comes off the boundary, and Gill, that's Kishan, correction, goes across for 1. So it's going to be Gill. Sorry, that was Gill getting the run. Kishan is back on strike once again. And Warrican back at the top of his mark. There's a short third man in Gabriel. And he's going for the slog sweep over the head of the fielder, and that's going to run into the area down to the boundary for 4 runs. That one clatters into the cow corner boundary. There is a deep mid wicket and a wide long on. That one went between them and went there for 4.
And as predicted, the left-hander, he's gonna Ishan Kishan, he's gonna take on the likes of Jomel Warrican. That ball is spinning into him. He's just going to use that arc between mid-wicket and that cow corner position. If not lifted over the boundary, but he's always going to be peppering that area between mid-wicket and long on.
Well, they put another fielder in that area, so 3 of them in that area. 1 at cow corner now. Kishan is now tucking this one on the onside, picks up 1 in front of square. He will move on to 15 and the score to 131 for 2. They actually pulled Mackenzie out from the offside and sent him down there. Mackenzie's now trotting back on the offside here to Gill. Well, it's going to be Gill to bat, and Mackenzie is at the extra cover position. Here is Warrican once again, cut away, and Chandapal is ushering this one out towards the boundary. Just going to be 1 for Shubman Gill. He's up to 17. The end of the 17th over has now come. 132 for 2. Gill on 17. Kishan on 15. Warrican, if anything, he's keeping down the runs because they can't seem to. They don't have the pace to harness from the seamers to get the ball away.
Yeah, so both Ishan Kishan and Shubman Gill, making their intentions very clear here at the Queen's Park Oval. Team India really looking to press at this stage. Press their foot on the accelerator, but they'll have Shannon Gabriel to deal with. He's bowling from the Brian Lara Pavilion end, and at this stage he's really, bowling, at a tremendous pace indeed, video.
Well, Shannon Gabriel just doing some more work and sticking out the right hip out as far out to the right as he can, just trying to stretch that left side and the right side of his. The physio was on for a moment to bring something to Joshua De Silva. I think it is his floppy white hat and also some inners, was it?
He just seems to have jarred that left hand in the previous over from Shannon Gabriel.
Yeah, Shannon Gabriel is certainly not the easiest to keep to with that pace of his. He's over the wicket bowling to Gill, who's tucking this one in front of square on the leg side and picks up one, trots down to the other end. That is his 18th run, 133 for 2. India's lead continues to climb here, well over 300 now. Yeah, De Silva just taking a knock in the last over. His mom has actually been in the news over the last couple of days. That's the story we were referencing yesterday during a conversation he was having with Virat Kohli on the first day and the second day of the test match. He was telling Virat Kohli that his mom has come to watch him play, meaning Kohli. And his mom actually took some pictures with Virat Kohli. That has made the news all over the world now.
What a story indeed.
Yes, Gabriel, and this one is driven by Kishan down to long off. Just going to be one for him. He gets to the other end. It's fielded and there's just one run. And even in the heat of the battle, adversaries can admire each other's talent.
Well, I'm sure that his mother wasn't disappointed at all, being at the Queen's Park Oval in a very historic test match indeed. It's the 100th test match between both nations, and Virat Kohli on his 500th first-class game, getting a wonderful 100 indeed, 121, before he was brilliantly run out by Azari Joseph.
Shannon Gabriel back at the top of his mark, and he has the ball in hand. Just transfers it from left to right. Now he's on his way. Never the smoothest of runners, Gabriel. Past umpire Kettleborough. And this one's flicked on the onside. Past Warwick, and it's going to wide off the long on field there. They go for two. That's good running. They immediately call for two, and they pick it up quite easily. So that's a double for Gill. He's on to 20, 17 for 3. One of 17.3 overs. Now, one of the features of the Indian batting over the last a few days has been they're running between the wickets. They have run the West Indies ragged at times.
Well, it just seems to me that this Indian team just seems to be batting on a different surface, because when the West Indies were batting, they were struggling from ball one until they were bowled out. You look at this Indian batting lineup, they just seems to be batting on a different surface. They just seems to be playing through the line. They're just having it their own way at this stage.
Here is Shannon Gabriel back at the top of his mark. Gill, as still as a statue, looking ahead, very still, facing up to Gabriel, trying to pull that one, coming off the body, possibly the shoulder of the bat, and into the ground. De Silva picks up. There is no run. First saw Shubman Gill here in the Caribbean back in 2019, playing for India A. He didn't play at the Queen's Park Oval, played in the first match in Antigua, didn't play here at the Queen's Park Oval, but did play in the third match of the series at Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Scored 204, not out. The first double hundred and the only one to date at the venue in South.
So it just shows the caliber of this young man, Shubman Gill. He oozes with confidence. You look at him, when he times the ball, it's just a marvel in the manner in which he goes about his business.
Fielders crouch as here is Gabriel looking for the big on drive, not getting the best of that. It dribbles down towards the long on region. He's only going to get one. And that was a situation where India A were 50 for 4 against West Indies A. Shubman Gill came in and joined Hanuma Vihari. Gill 204 of 248 deliveries. Vihari 118. The two of them put on 315 runs unbroken for India A.
And where is Hanuman Vihari at this stage of video?
Yeah, he's dropped off the radar. Mayank Agarwal actually was on that team. He got a double 100 for India. He's no longer in the top class setup. Imagine that. Those two guys, the quality they have, given the embarrassment of riches that India has in the red ball game. Kishan, 16, facing up to Gabriel, who's coming over the wicket to him, gets the under edge, and De Silva does well to stop that one from going to the boundary. A diving stop by De Silva. That would have gone to first slip on the bounce. and De Silva did well, maybe saved 3 runs for the team. The lead is up to 321, end of the over. Gill on 21 and Kishan on 17. India 138 for 2.
And at this stage of the innings, India just doing it a bit too, just doing it too easily at this stage here. They're just having their own way. That lead now goes up to 321. Both these batters now getting themselves set, and only wonders now a video when that declaration is going to come.
Well, I can see in the distance away to our right in front of the sign that says Dos Santos stand. That stand has been ripped down quite a few years ago. There's Dr. Nilesh Mehta walking across, and I know he's looking for Colin Murray. The problem is that Colin Murray is sitting right behind us here. He's already in there. So the miscommunication that happened yesterday, they got their signals mixed up, and one came here, the other was looking for the other. Now the situation has been reversed. Colin's here, and Dr. Mehta is now making his way across. Full toss here from Warrican, and that one is tugged away behind square by Kishan for 1. So I think there might be fireworks on the field, but there's going to be some fireworks in here between those two soon.
Well, I'm sure Dr. Mehta is going to be saying to Colin, I was waiting on you. Where were you?
Yeah. Well, for the moment here, India, they're not waiting on anyone. They are going along at full speed here. 322 the lead so far. These two haven't fired in terms of the boundaries. Just the one boundary so far since they've come back out. Here is Gill playing a forward defensive shot, and it's back to Warrican. And as you can hear, the bit of praise there on the stump mic. Well bowled there, Jomel.
But the damage has been done already.
There's Warrican round the wicket again, and Gill is driving it into the gap. There's a diving stop. That's a good bit of work there by Sinclair, the substitute on here, number 77. He is quite a fine fielder and quite athletic. I mean, his celebration alone after a wicket tells you that he's a bit of a gymnast. Warrican round the wicket again, past umpire Erasmus, and driven out towards another nice tumbling stop here from Sinclair. That's good from the substitute fielder.
Yeah, excellent feeling at that. A very heavy traffic area at extra cover.
I wonder if he's on for Shannon Gabriel. No, I'm seeing Shannon Gabriel on the far side. We'll identify who it is in a moment. Here's Warrican now. He's in, and Gill getting onto the back foot, playing it square the wicket straight to Chandapol. There is no run. But has been a better bowling performance from the West Indies since they've come back out. Whatever frenetic problem there was earlier today, that has now disappeared, it seems. Gill comes down the track, drives it out to Sinclair, who again tumbles over to the right to make the stop. End of the over. At the end of it, 19 overs gone, 139 for 2 India, Gill 21 and Kishan on 18.
Well, because of the dominance of this India team so far in this Test match video, they are so far ahead in this game that both Shubman Gill and the likes of Ishan Kishan can have do have the luxury video where they could possibly just try and play some dot balls. But I must admit, at the top of the innings, both Rohit Sharma and Jaiswal, they were so commanding, that they just took the West Indies bowlers they carted the West Indies bowlers to all parts during that partnership.
Yeah, they certainly did. The West Indies looked very off color when they came out to bowl, and they looked even more so when they were batting. They were just folded, 26 runs for the 5 wickets. Shannon Gabriel, the very muscular-looking Shannon Gabriel, running in now past umpire Kettleborough. And this one's played behind square. There's a fielder out there on the boundary. So just going to be 1 for Kishan. He's moving the score on by 1. 140 for 2. Kishan on 19. Gill, who is 21, is back on strike here. And Shannon Gabriel dropped that catch earlier today. He's pulled off some good fielding, but that catch he should have taken earlier.
Well, I'm sure that he's going to be, peppered with some banter from his teammates at some stage with you.
Well, during the first day, there was a cheering section on the other side of the field. Maybe members of the family, who knows, they were cheering him on, and there were about a dozen people who were screaming his name all the way through. Here's Gabriel in now to bowl to Gill, and playing this one straight out towards Brathwaite at that extra cover position. There is no run.
And if anything, Shannon Gabriel has replicated from that Indian bowling attack video is the fact that he has taken on board bowling stump to stump. He's bowling wicket to wicket, not giving the likes of Shubman Gill or Ishan Kishan the opportunity to really expand those levers. He's just keeping them, really nice and tight, bowling wicket to wicket.
Well, there was rain here earlier today. Across in Manchester, there was even more rain. And that has given a result there. We'll tell you that in a moment. Here's Gabriel on again to bowl to Gill, who's looking for the pull shot. Gets it behind square. Has gotten one. They will turn for the second. And Kishan says no to the second. And that is all they're going to get there. Just the one run. Gill on to 21. Well, the news is in. England's hopes of an Ashes comeback broken there by the rain. And it was on the fifth day. Persistent bad weather prevented a single ball from being bowled. That match has ended in a draw.
So the Rain Gods has, had its final say in that test match, the fourth test match in the Ashes series.
The Rain Gods have an English accent, if you want to put it that way. Shannon Gabriel, who doesn't, is in once again. Past the umpire, bowling to the left-handed Kishan. And he's he's driving this one on the up, out towards the long-off position. Gets one, they go back for the second run. And Kishan will get there comfortably ahead of the ball. That's a couple more for him. He's up to 21 now. And India, they haven't gotten a huge amount of boundaries, but they have pushed the lead up to 326.
Well, they're scoring just a tad under 8 and over, which is excellent during any stage of a test match. They're really, just having their way here at the Queen's Park Oval, dictating the pace, and they are in a very commanding position at this stage of the test match.
Shannon Gabriel is back at the top of his mark. The rain did prevent England from getting the win in that second match. It didn't prevent Brian Harman from going on to win the 151st Open Championship. As we watch Gabriel in, and this one is hit back past Gabriel. Kishan going for a big shot, just lobbing it back over the head of Gabriel. They only get one as the long-off fielder comes in to pick up the ball. Brian Harman won the 151st Open. He shot a 70 today. And the American finished on 13 under at a rain-soaked Royal Liverpool golf course in Hoylake. World number 3, John Ram, finished in second place, 7 under, with Sepp Straker, Tom Kim, and Jason Day. Rory McIlroy on 6 under par. So the British Open in the bag there for the American Brian Harman. Here's Shannon Gabriel back at the top of his mark. The Brian Lara Pavilion looming to the back of him. He's in bowling to Gill, who is playing this one square of the wicket. There's a man on the boundary. Just going to be one here. And the 20th over has come to an end. Kishan 22, Gill on 23. India's lead is 328. One more over here, which we'll have between us, Anil, with Warrican, and then Colin's going to come in with Dr. Mehta.
Well, very interesting indeed that Dr. Mehta has made his way into the combox. There's been so much talk about Dr. Mehta from Colin Murray. So it's very, very good to see Dr. Mehta in his, looking very dapper indeed, Doctor.
Yeah, and, he's wearing a very nice, is that what we call it, a Hawaiian shirt that he's wearing?
It is.
It's blue and it has pineapples on it. There are a couple of angel fishes. There's also a man on a surfboard. I don't know if Dr. Mehta has done any surfing. Certainly not in Chicago. He's going to be on, and of course Dr. Mehta and Colin Murray will be on after this over. Here is Jamal Warrican, 1 for 24 after his 4 overs. He continues around the wicket here. He's coming down the track. That's cut away by Gill, who was coming down the track, then forced into a cut shot. Straight to Chandapal. There's no run. Warrican's very wary about Gill trying to use his feet to him here.
Well, Warrican making a very good adjustment. They're pulling back the length at the last moment.
Next one's played into the gap at cover, and Gill picks up one. Fielder comes off the boundary to field here. He has done a good job of just pulling things back a little bit for the West Indies, just keeping down the runs, relatively in comparison to some of the other bowlers so far.
Yeah, the opening bowlers, they had a torrid time at the start of the Indian innings. Both Jaswal and skipper Rohit Sharma, they were really motoring along at 98 without loss.
Kishan might go after him here. This one's wide off the off stump, cut away. That one's heading out towards the boundary. There's a fielder to intercept, and they only get one. But Kishan has fancied his chances against Warrigan. He swept him pulled him away actually for one in maybe a couple overs ago. Here's Warren again. Jomel Warrigan, he's round the wicket. And Gill's come down the track. He's hit this high. Will this carry to the fielder? Holder's coming in. Alzari Joseph, in fact, is the man coming across to it and can't take the catch. It dropped in front of him. That one did not carry. Gill, for a moment, looked that he'd gotten to the pitch. He didn't and almost hold out.
Yeah, Gill looking to come down the track, but beaten in the flight by Jomel Warrigan. Just giving that ball a bit more air and defeating him in the flight. But Shubman Gill, he was almost through the shot. And he just lobbed that ball in no man's land.
Warrigan to Kishan, who's hit it straight past the bowler. He's dropped the catch. That is a very, very difficult chance. Well, I tell you what, technically it's a chance, but he did well to get his hands to that and stopped it from going for four.
Yeah, so a wonderful piece of feeling there. And I'm sure Warrigan must have been saying to himself that, why didn't that got stuck in his hand? Because those catches of that nature has to get stuck in your hands.
Well, that would have been a sensational catch. Here's a full toss that is tugged away on the onside, straight to the fielder though, and that's gone for one. There was a third fielder in the cow corner area, and he managed to get across to make the stop. So 21 overs gone. India lead by 332 runs. Gill is 25. Kishan is 24. And after some more comments from you, Anil, it's going to be Colin Murray joined by Dr. Neelish Mehta.
Well, at this stage of the test match, we enter the second session of day 4. Team India in total command of this test match here, having gotten rid of the 5 remaining West Indian wickets this morning for only 26 more runs, and that has really put the cat amongst the pigeons here. The Team India, they are in the ascendancy. They're really looking to press home the advantage. 332 runs ahead, and it's just a matter of time before we possibly witness a declaration. So I'd like to welcome Mr. Colin Murray. Also.
Well, good afternoon to everyone. As Colin Murray makes his way into the commentary box position, 149 for 2, now 151 for 2 in 21 overs, almost playing like a T20 match. India wanting to pile on the runs as quickly as they can. Shubman Gill batting on 25 and Ishan Kishan, the Indian wicketkeeper, batting on 26. India lead by 334 runs, and I just don't seem to get enough of Mr. Colin Murray.
Well, Kima Roach is trying to get enough here of Ishan Kishan, and trying to get rid of him. It's a tall order at this point in time, but the lead is 334 as Roach. Brilliant Sunshine now comes in from that Branlar Pavilion and wide of the off stump. And Kishan couldn't reach it. He was thinking of trying maybe to hit it square. And you look at this field, well, it's really, it can't be a T20 field, because you've got to have more people inside, more fieldsmen inside the circle. Because at the moment, there's a third man, a deep square point. There's a deep backward point. A third man, deep backward point. Deep square cover, extra cover 3/4 way, long off, long on, deep mid wicket as he smashes this one straight back over the head of Roach. That's going to be 4 runs. The man at long on can't get across in time, and 4 to Kishan. He goes on to 30 now. It's 155 for 2. The lead up to 338. Doc, they're making merry here.
Yeah, Ishan Kishan, who's kind of been missing out on getting some runs, really putting it on here. Ishan Pravan Kumar Pandey Kishan, that's his full name.
Well, he settles again, waits on Roach, who runs in from the Branlar Pavilion end. This one wide of the off stump, and he's looking to cut square on the offside. Doesn't make contact, goes through to be taken by De Silva. There is no run. 155 for 2. Friend of mine sent me a WhatsApp saying that India seems to have forgotten the T20 series starts next week. I thought, Lord, do I have to answer these kind of... why do they send them to me, Doc? They could send it to you. I'm going to give everybody your WhatsApp number and let them send you all these comments to you so you can deal with it.
I know you're good, too nice to me. You won't do that.
Yes. Roach, and this time he's hitting it in the air, but it's... Well, no. It dropped just in front of the fieldsman out there. Who is that? Let me try and make him out. I'm not. Who is that out there? Is
Jason
it this?
Holder.
No, that's not Holder. It's yeah, Kevin Sinclair. That's why I was making him out. This Kevin Sinclair is on the field. I'm not seeing Shannon Gabriel. So Sinclair is on the field. So that is Sinclair out there. But I thought he could have made an attempt to get to it. It dropped just in front of him. Probably didn't pick it up early enough. Here's Roach, this time to Gill, and he smashes it, this time on the onside. Sinclair running around quickly to his left, sends the return in. They were thinking of the second, but that was he's made up for the one before, because that's a good bit of feeling. I thought he was a little lackadaisical. He should have tried to take the catch to dismiss Kishan. He allowed it to drop in front of him. Here, he sprinted around to his left, sent the return in quickly, and limited the scoring just to a single. The end of the over from Roach, it's 157 for 2. The lead is now 340. What do you think they're going to go to, Doc?
Well, I was originally thinking around 350, 360, and Rohit Sharma would call the boys back into the pavilion. But looks like Ishan Kishan is now looking for a new bat. Of course, Kishan, who has kind of missed out on scoring in the first test match, he did not score plenty of runs and would want to make hay. As the sun continues to shine here in Trinidad.
Turns out to be a beautiful afternoon after the rain. And here is Warwick, and he's going to start a new over to Gill. It's wrong the wicket, and this time Gill is just pushing this one really out to them at deep cover. Blackwood is out there. He didn't hit it hard, just waited on it, and then just steered the delivery out to that cover position, and they pick up a single. The field goes out on the leg side, right out. There's a deep square leg, deep mid wicket. Then there's a long off, a long on. It's well spread here. 1, 2, 3, 4 men in the boundary on the leg side, and then there's a 1, 2 on the boundary on the offside. So it's well spread as Kishan gets a new bat. And Doc, let me just clear up something. These guys, I'm not sure. All I said is that I was coming across and I left you there because you were in deep in conversation. That's all I said. But these guys, and they started to make a big deal how here is Warwick into Kishan, and he's hitting this down to deep mid wicket, and they're going to go through for a single. Total goes up now to what? 159, is it? Yes. For 2, Kishan goes to 32. That's all I said. And then they went on to say how you left me yesterday, and that's why I left you today. These guys, I don't know, they read into things, Doc. That's not there.
I think our relationship is massively misconstrued.
Totally. Here is Gill coming down the track to Warwick and realizing he wasn't to the pitch, and then had to wait on the ball, and then just opened the face of the bat to play it out on the offside. Chandapal comes across from a point position to his right towards cover to do the fielding, and they pick up another single. So it's 160 for 2 as Warwick into the left-handed. Kishan outside the line of the off stump. He's trying to cut it. Didn't time it all that well. I thought there was a single in it because Brathwaite had to run from cover towards a straightish mid-off, or more of a wideish mid-off to do the fielding, and they decided against going through for the single. Here's Warwick into Kishan, and he's hitting this one straight back past Warwick. This time he didn't get his hand to it. It passed straight through. It was hit with almighty power there, and it was hit really hard, and by the time Warwick got his hands up, it had flashed past him and gone down to the boundary for 4. So the total moves on now to 169 for 2.
I think now I know why he changed his bat.
Yes. The last one he got his hand in. This one, by the time his hand got up, it had flashed past him. It's 164 for 2, not 169. This time he drives down to that deep long off, and Holder has to go around to his right to do the fielding. They were thinking Kishan wanted a second. Gill was not interested, and then they just took the single. So one more to the total. Kishan on to 37, 165 for 2. The lead now 348. I would think. Anil says that he thinks they're going to go to 375. I think Video is talking 400.
No, my feeling is that I think they want to have a crack at the West Indies in the last half an hour, 45 minutes.
Last half an hour, 45 minutes, Doc.
And get a few
Get a
wickets.
crack now. Declare.
Yeah.
Get to 350. Get to 350. And if West Indies gets 350, well, they deserve to win.
Absolutely. And why not? Give them a chance.
Yeah, let's have an interesting game. And but 350 is going to be tough. tough to get with the time left here and tomorrow. And you got to cater in case there's a shower or two. Here's Roach starting a new over to Kishan outside the line of the off stump. And Kishan can't reach it. He was standing there thinking of trying to cut that delivery, but it was too wide of the off stump, but not wide enough to be signaled or wide by the umpire. And it went through to the keeper, no run. Lovely. With the heavy shower we had, Doc, the field looks still in really good condition, isn't it?
Yes, you were telling us about what a lovely drainage system we have here. But maybe Kishan has told Rohit Sharma, let me get my first test 50.
Miss 50, and then you can declare. Here is Roach into him, and he drives the ball down to the deep extra cover. Warrican is there, and they walk the single. Score goes up to 166 now. 4-2 brings Gill, who is on 28, back in strike. This is his best score of the series. Gill, he only got in the first innings 10, and I think he got to 6, if memory serves me right, in the first game. And the doc will check that up and no doubt inform me. Yes, I think he got to 6, or was it? Yes,
your
6.
memory is
memory is
great.
good. It's still
6.
good. Here is Roach. Well, I actually follow Gill. You know, I think he's such a good cricketer. Full toss, and he's working this one out to Chandapal at the deep square leg position, and they get a single. So he's on 29. Yeah, Gill is one of the players I really have a lot of time for, and I always sort of check for his scores when he plays. 350 lead is now up.
Everybody, I see a few of the Indian players standing in the Derek Murray Players Gallery.
Yeah, they're waiting. It gives you the impression that they're ready to declare at any minute. Here is Roach into Kishan, and he's hitting this in the air, and it's going to go for 6. What a shot! Because this peeled off, I would think this peeled off the outer part of the bat. He was aiming it somewhere high over long off or long on, and I thought that peeled off a thick outer part of the bat and went high. With the bats they make these days, went high over extra cover, and they're waiting just to see if it bounced just in front of the boards or it went for 6. What a shot! These bats, they don't make bats like they used to years ago. Doc, it's different bats now, isn't it? Here is Roach. How will he respond? Kishan on 44, and he's hitting this one high in there again. Is that going to be another 6? Let's see. And that's his 50. And I'm sure we're going to see a declaration coming very, very shortly, because it's 6 more. Kishan is on to 50. It's now 179 for 2.
And what a way to bring his 50 up. Back-to-back 6s, one on the offside in the extra cover position, and this one right over long on. 2 glorious 6s to bring his first Test 50 up. Ishan Kishan, of course, playing his very second Test match of his career.
Roach is on his way again to him. Let's see. And he's sweeping this one, and that's going to be a boundary. No, it's not, because it's just 2 runs in that, as Mackenzie has to run around from a deep mid-wicket towards a deep square leg, and they pick up 2 runs. So it appears that the declaration has come, because Gill is walking off. And yes, the players are now walking off the field. So I think with that 50, you're right, they've called it a day here. And it means that the lead is now 364, as the players are making their way off, and it's 181 for 2. And
Ladies and gentlemen, that is the second innings declaration.
so the declaration has come, and we'll just quickly give you the scorecard.
We were not too far off.
No,
Colin,
not too far off.
350, 360, and that is what, while we were in the box across, talking to Sunil Gavaskar, which is also what he was saying, around 360-ish would be an appropriate score. Here's the scorecard. Yashasvi Jaiswal caught De Silva, bowled Warrican for 38. Rohit Sharma caught Joseph, bowled by Gabriel 57. Shubman Gill not out on 29. And Kishan not out 52. A brilliant 50 by Ishan Kishan in a complete T20 mode The bowling figures: Roach none for 46 in 4 overs, Joseph none for 37 in 4, Holder none for 26 in 4. So not much of an action as far as the bowling is concerned. We'll give you the rest of the figures in just a second.
Yes, so the bowling, well, it's 181 for 2 declared, as you rightly said. Just trying to...
And give you Jason Holder's figures. Jason Holder, 4 overs, none for no wickets, none for 26. Shannon Gabriel, 6 overs, 1 for 33. And Jomel Warrican, 6 overs, 1 for 36.
Yes,
so India 181 for 2, 365 will be the target the West Indies will have to chase with today's play left, and of course 3 sessions tomorrow. So what will be the mindset, Colin, of the West Indies? Do we want to play to save, or do we want to go all out and attempt to win with a small chance that we may end up losing?
Well, you got to go out and bat normal. You've just got to you've got to forget about a victory target. What you've got to go out there is to bat normal. Just go out and you play a normal innings. In other words, if the ball is a good delivery, you have to defend it. You defend it, and you put away the bad balls. And I think that should be the mindset. That pitch is still good. That pitch is, that's an excellent pitch. I expect the Indian pacemen to get something out of it. They're going to get some movement. They're going to swing the ball. But there's no, as far as we've seen so far, no devils in the pitch. The ball is not keeping low. There's no real inconsistent bounce that one suddenly rears at you. So I think, it's a situation where they just got to bat. They've got to really forget the target and say, well, if things go well and West Indies bat well for the rest of the afternoon and say they get to it's now, they may have another 2 hours of play if there's no rain, and they can maybe get to 80. Still, even if they get to 80, it means that they have 280 to get on the last day, which is really tough. So, I think really, a West Indies victory is out of the question. It will be a miracle if West Indies was to win this game. So it's a situation where they've got to just bat, and just bat India out of the game. That's what they've got to do. India obviously going to be all out attack because they need wickets. They need to pick up some wickets today. If they get, say, 4 wickets today, they should be in a happy position, because you've got to think tomorrow, not only in terms of getting the batsmen out, you've got to think of the weather. If you don't want to lose play tomorrow. So, if they can pick up those maybe 4 wickets today, then they should be in a good position. But you look at Brathwaite, Chanderpaul, Mackenzie, and Blackwood, the 4 top order batsmen who all got good starts in the first innings, and West Indies, they lost their first wicket with a total on 70. So if they bat just as good as they did in the first innings, and I'm talking the top order, let's forget the bottom half, the top order, if they can bat well, who knows, they can very well take this game into tomorrow. And when I say into tomorrow, well into tomorrow if they bat well. But it's going to be dependent on the mindset. What type of batsmen will come out there? Will they come out with some sort of confidence that they can bat out especially the openers? The 2 openers today are so important because they've got to bat out the rest of the afternoon. Let's face facts. They've got to say to themselves, look, we're going to stay, we're going to just bat, and hopefully if they're able to do that, then it would put West Indies in a pretty decent position on the 5th day to save the game.
Yes, as a roller is being applied, a light roller being applied on the pitch, the ground staff making the necessary adjustments, repainting the crease, and hats off to the groundsmen. I had to take this opportunity to say on the air that the groundsmen have absolutely done yeoman work, and they have been right on the spot wherever it is required, bringing in the covers, putting them on, ensuring that the main area of the pitch and the immediately surrounding areas are not damaged. And we could see, and I was talking to Colin earlier, yes, the drainage system is good, and even the puddles that were around the periphery of where the covers were drained very quickly. So kudos to the ground staff. These are the unsung heroes,
Yeah,
in
that's
my
right.
opinion.
Yeah,
The
you're
unsung
right.
heroes, the cameramen, the groundsmen, the umpires. These are the people who allow us to see brilliant cricketers like Jaiswal or a Kohli to bat, or Ashwin to bowl, and allow them to get the right conditions. And the viewers and the listeners get an opportunity to enjoy the broadcast that we all provide. So that was my 1 minute song and dance about the unsung heroes.
Yeah,
Colin.
no, I hear you, and you're very right about that, because lots of times you look at the outfield and you look when it rains, and you don't realize how the ground staff, they've got to get the covers on quickly. They've got to protect the areas, especially the square, because if water hits that square, that's the problem. You know, that is not going to drain, and that's where the real problem occurs, just around that area. So that's why they cover that area as quickly as they can, and they've done a really good job, because the pitch still looks in absolutely great condition. As you said, Doc, the light roller is being applied. And that should help again the West Indies batsmen, because they're going to have the light ruler today, and then in the morning again they're going to have another rolling. So the next session here is going to be very important. If the West Indies openers, and even if they lose one wicket this afternoon, it would give them some sort of confidence going into tomorrow that they can save this game. If they lose a few wickets this afternoon, say 3 or 4, I think. Well, as they say, they may as well sign the book. I don't know if Anil has ever signed. He's a coach, I don't know if he's ever signed a book. I don't think he would ever do something like that. He's not that way inclined. But it's a situation where they've got to bat well this afternoon. And it's a drizzle. Is it a drizzle? We're seeing another drizzle. Well, I'm surprised at that. This is going to catch the ground staff again by surprise, because you look all around, Doc. It's the weather, it's all blue sky, and this has come out of absolutely nowhere, because they were preparing this pitch, they were rolling, and everything was looking beautiful, and all of a sudden a shower. I think that's just a passing shower, though. I think it's just a passing cloud, as per usual, just hovers across the ground, and as quickly as it falls, it will disappear.
Yeah, and you can see the sunshine behind the Brian Lara Pavilion. You can see in the background towards the ocean. So it's hopefully a quick passing shower.
I think
the ground staff.
Yeah, they still got to put on the covers, though. They still, just in case. But you're looking at it. I'm looking to the left, where the rain tends to come from. Sometimes, Doc, it comes from behind us, from the Maraval way. But more often than not, it comes from above that Caribbean stand, the KFC stand there. It comes from that side and comes over. And when I look there, it's pretty clear. So as I said, it must have been just and as quickly as the rain has come, it has now disappeared. It may be a very, very slight drizzle, because they're still going to have to put on the covers. And we're seeing them now taking their time, because some of the players are standing outside. So this could be the problem that the Indians will have, is if we have some rain tomorrow and the interruptions, it could help the West Indies, because there's only one, in my view, there's only one team that can win this game now, and it's certainly not the West Indies. So it's a question of how much overs they can get in between today and tomorrow. And then obviously as well, you look at that West Indies first innings scorecard, where Brathwaite 75, Chanderpaul 33, Mackenzie 32, Blackwood 20, Athanase 37. They all got starts. They all got pretty good starts. The Silver 10 and Holder 15. But the first 5 all got starts, and they batted long. Brathwaite faced 235 balls, 95 balls Chanderpaul faced, and you looked at all of them. Mackenzie 57 balls. So it's a situation of confidence here, and just how confident they will go out of in the second innings to ensure that the Indians don't get a breakthrough. Well, the sun is back out with us. As I said, it was just a passing cloud here that was just hovering over the oval. That seemed to have made its way off. and the covers are still on, but just the one set of covers that is protecting the actual pitch, not the square. But I see they're now bringing on the bigger covers because it must still be a little bit of a slight drizzle, Doc. And but the Indian players are back out there getting a little catch in practice, so they're not worried about it. I don't know. I see the ground staff with the bigger covers. They have sort of stopped. Don't know if they've been told not to take it onto the field at this point in time by the officials.
The one team that wouldn't mind the rain coming down would be the West Indies, for
Yes.
sure. And like you said, that two options are here, two possibilities are here: an India win or a draw. And for West Indies to draw the match, they need two things to happen. One is the West Indies batters need to grind and bat well for long durations.
That's right.
And the weather gods.
Yes.
They need to shine.
Yes.
And
like how they shone for Australia.
yeah, look at what
Against
is
England,
happening.
yeah.
What is happening in England? Look at the British Open golf tournament. I mean, it's been raining and they've been playing in
Yeah.
the. They just while we were in the clubhouse, we saw the finish of the British Open golf tournament while Brian Lara was there with us, and so there's been raining in England. It's raining in Trinidad.
Yes.
It's
It's a friend of mine who is not a cricket lover. He detests cricket because he says it's the only game he knows where rain falls and you can't play it. He's a football fanatic, so
Yeah.
he's an absolute football. He loves football, any type of football. So and so he hates cricket. He says, why can't you play in the rain?
Well, I mean, I'm from Chicago. I've lived there over 40 years, and of course, watching the National Football League, rain or shine,
Yes,
snow,
yes.
no snow, doesn't matter. But they play in temperatures that are frigid.
Yes.
Particularly the games between the Green Bay Packers and the Chicago Bears, for instance, they are played. If it is snow falling at the Soldier Field in Chicago, it doesn't matter. The players are tuned in to that weather. I want to just take a quick shout out to one of the listeners who messaged me, Dr. Rucha Shah, who has been a ardent cricket lover and has been listening to our Cricket 360 broadcast. So and has been very supportive of all the commentary that is being provided on the Cricket 360 platform. As looks like the covers seem to be
Yeah, they're taking it
removing
off.
it, yeah.
Yeah, they're removing it. So, and the sun is back out. So, it looks pretty good to the east. I mean, you can never tell. In 2 minutes, you will see a dark cloud just coming up. But at the moment, it looks pretty good. Soldier Field. I went to a World Cup qualifier at Soldier Field between the USA and Trinidad and Tobago, our soca warriors. And spent some time in Chicago. It was really very nice. And what Chicago famous for, all these tall buildings. I got a stiff neck looking up at all
Yeah.
these tall buildings.
Well, the time when you probably came to Soldier Field, since then it has had a facelift. They injected some Botox and did some plastic surgery. But the one part of the Soldier Field looks, they wanted to maintain that iconic look of the Soldier Field. So that is still there. But on the other side, they have put in some skyboxes to bring in some added revenue.
Yeah.
And there's even a talk in Chicago that the Chicago Bears, which are the National Football League franchise, may be moving to the suburbs of
Right.
Arlington Heights, because parking is oftentimes a big issue
Right,
when
right.
you go to the crowded downtown Chicago area. But we are back in Port of Spain here in Trinidad.
Yeah, I hope when I told you I came to see a football game between USA and Trinidad, you didn't think it was football. So I better clarify that. Well, it was football as far as we know it, but it was soccer as far as the Americans concerned.
Yeah.
So I just needed to clarify that for you. Yes, and I enjoyed my little stint there. Don't think we unfortunately the Soca Warriors lost, but it was a nice trip for me.
The Americans
And,
call it football, but they play
yeah.
with the hand. So
Yes,
There's
that's
some
right.
confusion,
yeah,
right?
Yeah. But they're good at soccer, eh? The
they have
Americans.
soccer too. And look at
They just had the Gold Cup being played
Yeah.
in America, which they didn't get to the final this year. It was a big disappointment for the Americans. The final was actually contested a week ago between Mexico and Panama. And Panama, in fact, had played USA in the semi-final. The game ended in a tie, and Panama won on penalty kicks from the penalty mark. So they would be Panama reaching the CONCACAF Gold Cup for the first time, and Mexico winning it for the umpteenth time. And unfortunately, Trinidad and Tobago, the Soca Warriors, they lost to Jamaica and they lost to the USA in the preliminary round. Unfortunately, we've got to go back to the drawing board from a soccer perspective here in Trinidad and Tobago, and try and see how we can lift the game again. But we're here, as you rightly said, at the Queen's Park Oval in Port of Spain, and they're just finishing the touches to the pitch, the marking of the pitch. The stumps are already up, so we should be get going shortly, as no doubt the West Indies openers are waiting just off the side of the field there. Craig Brathwaite and Tashnarayan Chandapal are going to open for the West Indies, the right-hand, left-hand combination, as the pitch is still being rolled by the ground staff.
When India will finally analyze this particular short test series, they will say that as far as the batting is concerned, we batted only in one innings, because the first test match in Dominica, they won by an innings, and they scored 421 for 5, and here they put up 438. So 2 scores of 400. That's as far as the batting is concerned, they will say in that department we have done well. As far as the bowling, of course, they brought in Mukesh Kumar as a test debutant, and he did well, grabbed a couple of wickets. As far as the spinners are concerned, 2 world-class spinners, Colin Ravichandran Ashwin and Ravindra Jadeja, both performed well. Siraj, with his pace and his in-swingers, played well also. So I think all in all, when you analyze it and put the tick marks on your, like in football you do offense and defense, right? Here you have to see how is the batting unit, your bowling unit, your fielding unit, your wicket keeping. But in all departments, I think India has been comprehensively ahead of the West Indies. Now the other, on the flip side is, was India so good because West Indies were so bad, or India really performed well? And the question is that you put up 400 plus, but against what opposition? So that's always a question that comes up.
Well, when you think of it, I think West Indies has performed badly. The question remains is, just how good or how bad is this West Indies team? But they really performed not good. You looked at the scores in the first innings, 150 and 130 in the first test, 150, 100. It's just not good enough. And here, on this type of pitch, 255, you have to say, is still not good enough. This is a 350 at least pitch. And if you can get off with 33 and 32, 33, 32, 20 and 37, you've got to carry on. You've done the hard work, as they say. The hardest part of your innings is getting to 20. And once you get to 20, then it's a question of carrying on. But we're just about getting ready for the start of play here. The teams are out on the field. The West Indies openers, Craig Brathwaite and Tashnarayan Chandapal, they are also in the middle. Mohammad Siraj is going to pick up the bowling. Remember, he had 5 for 60 in the first innings, his best figures, and he's going to be bowling to the right-handed West Indian captain with 3 slips, point, a mid-off, a mid-on, mid-wicket, and a man at the fine leg. There's also a leg gully in place. So we're all getting set here. It's nice and sunny at the moment, and let's hope it stays that way for the rest of the afternoon. If you're a cricket fan, if you're a West Indies fan, you may want to see some rain later on. And of course, if you're an Indian fan, you're probably praying right now that rain doesn't come again for the rest of the afternoon. So Siraj gets back to the top of his mark. He looks around at the field. He's satisfied with it. And he's going to be bowling to Craig Brathwaite as umpire Erasmus looks around, makes sure that there's no one at the back of the bowler on the side screen, and he starts his run in to bowl the first delivery to Brathwaite of the second innings. And Brathwaite starts nicely. He's pushing this one through the offside. They've gone for one. That's all they'll be, because Jadeja is quick on that outfield. I thought there may have been two there, but he chased it down quickly and picked it up, turned, and even though Brathwaite started to look for the second run, it certainly was not on, and they settled for the single. So a good start from Brathwaite, pushing the first delivery very confidently out on the offside, and it's one without loss.
Yeah, there was a stylish looking stroke by the West Indies skipper to open his account, and Tej Narayan Chandrapal does what he does, remove one of the bails and use it to get his guard, as it'll be Mohammad Siraj, and Chandrapal will be facing the first delivery of the second innings of the second test match here.
Here is Siraj over the wicket to the left-hander, and he's getting right in line. He started to come across towards that maybe middle and off stump, and that ball may have just been angling back into him, and he was able to straighten up and get in line and pushes it back up on the onside, and there was no run.
365 is the target for the West Indies if they were to win this test match. They have the remainder of today and of course 3 more sessions tomorrow, which will be the last day of this test match. Brathwaite and Chandrapal at the crease. Chandrapal to face Mohammad Siraj.
Well, here he is on his way with 3 slips going down, and he bowls to Chandrapal outside the line of the off stump. Seemed to have just come back at him. He was looking to play it through the offside, and it seemed to have just come back at him. Now, did it pass between bat and pad? It missed the off stump, and he tends to play these deliveries and plays inside the line, giving the impression that he's leaving the ball. I don't think he left that. I thought he played at it.
Yeah, the other thing I noticed is the ball did not really get much of a height. Ishan Kishan gathered the ball quite low, so there was not much of a bounce.
And you're going to see that a little bit more tomorrow as well, Doc, if this game does go into the 5th day. Here is Siraj into Chandrapal, and he's pushing this one towards mid-wicket, just withdrawing the bottom hand and pushing it out on the onside towards mid-wicket. It's not going to it's going to keep a little bit lower. Not that it will play low, but you're going to find you're not going to get as much bounce on the last day as you would have gotten for the first 4 days. So here is Chandrapal, not yet off the mark. He's got to 33 in the first innings.
Traditionally, Colin, though, a day 4, day 5 wicket in Trinidad would be more conducive to spin, correct?
It would be, but here is Siraj on his way again to Chandrapal, and he's going to get off the mark because he's turning this ball down to fine leg, and they amble through for the single. So 1 more to the total. It's the end of the over. Yes, it is. Or are they changing over for the right hand? I think they're just changing over for the right-handed Brathwaite. So both batsmen on 1. It's 2 without loss. Yeah, you tend, but it's not a huge amount of turn, Doc. What you would find is that the ball tends to keep a little bit lower and it's a little slower. And but you wouldn't get a lot of a turn. You would get some turn, but nothing that should really worry or panic the batsman. Here's Siraj on his way again to bowl to Brathwaite, and the Brathwaite is forward, pushing it out in front of the offside. And I'm laughing a little bit, Doc, because every single ball the Indian players go away like if that something drastic or something should have happened, and that's good. It gives the bowlers encouragement. It also makes the batsmen feel, hey, am I doing something wrong here? Why are they getting on like that?
But
the ball came out the middle of the bat.
Exactly. I was just going to say that Tej Narayan middled the ball from the sweetest part of the bat you can imagine, and everybody, all these oohs and ahs going on.
And that's great. I enjoy it because I think it's a little bit off-putting to the batsmen because you say to yourself, I just middle that ball and they're getting on as if it beat the bat.
I think the stump camp and the stump mic have brought in a new dimension to cricket commentary and cricket viewership. Because the stump mic can sometimes bring out some stories that we ordinarily would never hear.
That's right. Well, the story with Kohli, for example, and Joshua De Silva, and I saw his mother this morning and yesterday afternoon, and she was giving me the whole story that she's gone international. All the media has been tracking her down for interviews, and I remember this morning here, if we'll just look at Kumar, operating from the Brian Lara Pavilion end, and he's bowls to Chandapol, and he's pushing it out on the offside to Ashwin, who comes in to do the fielding at mid-off, and there's no run. And I was going towards the pavilion. I went to I just came to the front of where the Derek Murray Players Gallery is, and I was leaving to go back out, and when I went out, I saw her and her husband, and I saw somebody in front of them. And I was sort of saying to them, I said, hey, international star. And next thing I know, she was being interviewed again by another journalist. And I didn't realize that. I said, oh, I'm sorry. But she's got international fame with the hug-up of Virat Kohli. Here's a delivery outside the line of the off-stump. Chandapol allows it to go through to be taken by the keeper. Yeah, she's got international fame now since the hug-up of Virat Kohli. It was all in the papers and all over the social media.
Correct. And at the same day that this happened, when Virat was batting, we met her in the parking lot also, Vinod Mamchen and I, and then Vinod was kind enough. The next day, he brought a Cricket 360 shirt for her. And
okay.
So did he give you one?
Yes, he gave me one. He gave me one. So he told me, yeah, I had it on. Here is a delivery outside the line of the off stump, and it's beats Chandman. Not just beat him, he leaves it alone, and it goes through and taken by the keeper. Yeah, unfortunately, I had to take it off yesterday or day before, when we made the presentation to Sonny Gavaskar. And I had to look a little dapper, I had to put on a jacket and things like that. There are times like that I have to put on my Sunday best.
What makes you believe that you don't look dapper when you don't put the jacket on?
Well, you see, I had to, the president was there and he had on a jacket, so I didn't want him to feel insulted, me looking better than him without a jacket on. Here is Kumar outside the line of the off stump, and Chandapol plays inside the line again, and it's taken by the keeper. 2 without loss. Remember the target for the West Indies, and I'm not going to keep repeating this, but just have it in mind, it's 365.
Yeah,
and
that's
they're 2 without loss.
Not a difficult number to remember.
No, 365. No, it's certainly not.
And I think both Chandrapal and Brathwaite can grind and take their time, because I was just looking at the number of deliveries they faced in the first innings combined. They faced 240 deliveries, which is 40 overs. So they can consume overs.
Here is Kumar into Chandapol, and it's wide of the off stump. He needs to get closer to that off stump, because if it's one good thing with Chandapol, he knows where his off stump is, and he's a good judge of that ball being pitched just outside the line of the off stump, and he tends to leave it and let it go by.
Yeah, I think the key will be for both of these players, both the openers of the West Indies here, is to take their time, no strokes that are high risk, just get the 1s and 2s, keep the scoreboard ticking. We have 2 slips, a gully, a point, and mid-off.
Well, here is Kumar from that Brian Lara Pavilion end, and Chandapol again playing just inside the line of it and allowing it to go by. He has this uncanny way of leaving the ball alone. He tends to line it up and then just plays inside of the line, giving you the impression that he played at it, but he didn't, and it goes through to the keeper. At the end of the over, maiden over from Kumar. At the end of it, the West Indies are 2 without loss. Both openers are on 1.
Now, when you look at Shiv Narayan Chandrapal and now his son Tej Narayan Chandrapal, do you see any dissimilarities?
Well, for one, the stance in terms of Shiv, he was much more open. Tej is not that much, but he's got a similarity in terms of playing like his dad in terms of defense and things like that. And I'm sure his dad would have given him a lot of tips. Here is a delivery pitched up to him, to Brathwaite, and he's pushing it out on the offside to the right of Jadeja, but he's quick across the outfield, and they decided against going for the run. Yeah, like any good father, I'm sure he gives him a lot of tips about his batting, what he's done wrong, how he can improve. The thing with Shiv Chandra Paul, what was a hallmark of his cricket, was his ability to just work hard at his game. You know, they tell me he used to practice 8 days a week. You know, it was that he was so much in tune with working hard at his game. And that's something that needs to rub off on Tej. Here's a delivery. An appeal goes up, but clearly going down the leg side and made a little bit of height as it came back at Brathwaite. And he was looking, he took the one hand off of it as it was climbing on him. And you could, and it's obviously may have hit him on the thigh pad, but it was clearly going down the leg side as well. Lot of movement from Mohammad Siraj.
Yeah, Mohammad Siraj. The strong point is his in-swinging delivery. Like Shami is the master of seam.
Yeah,
he's a great. Makes great use of seam rather. Shami, but this gentleman is more of a.
Well, Brathwaite runs here for him as he's driving through the cover region. It's not going to go to the boundary. Jadeja gives chase. They've gone for 2. That's all they'll be, because Jadeja picks up and just spins around, sends the return back and limits the scoring to 2. So just a push from Brathwaite, but he timed it well. And because of that, he's able to pick up 2 runs. So the total goes up now to 4 without loss. Brathwaite is on 3. Yeah, so I'm just getting back a little bit to Shiv Chandra Paul. He was, again, one of his greatest assets, really. It was it's how he worked very hard at his game, and Tej needs to do that. Here is Siraj into Brathwaite, and he's on driving. That's a good shot. Hit it on the onside of the pitch. It's going down to the boundary. That's going to get there. That's 4 good runs, 4 good-looking runs. He was on the front foot, and he punched it. You know, it had a little bit more than that, the extra cover drive that he played, so it came off the bat sweetly. It went to the left of Ashwin at mid-on, so he hit it on the onside, and that's 4 good-looking runs for Brathwaite. He's on to 7. The total goes on to 8 without loss.
Yeah, there was a slightly over-pitch delivery, and Brathwaite played a wonderful on-drive just to the left of Ravichandran Ashwin, who made a chase which was completely futile, as the man from Hyderabad, Siraj, comes in.
As he bowls to Brathwaite, and Brathwaite turns this delivery between mid-wicket and mid-on, and they amble through for the single. 9 without loss. Brathwaite goes on to 8. What's happened to Umesh Yadav? I forgot to ask you about him.
Well, Umesh Yadav kind of has fallen by the wayside. There has been such talent. Of course, Umesh getting up in age as well. Of course, was terrific in the Australia series. Still plays cricket, of course. He's nowhere close to retiring. But when you have young talent, Siraj is there, Shami is there, and now you have Mukesh Kumar.
And don't forget my friend, the left-arm pacer. What's his name again?
I know his first name. I don't know his last name. Surname, I think his first name is Jaydev.
Here is Siraj into Chandra Paul, and he's driving. That's a good bit of fielding by Gill at cover. He was diving to his left to stop it. And it's the end of the over because it didn't pass Gill. Chandra Paul remains on 1. Brathwaite is on 8. It's 9 without loss. It's amazing now the amount of talent in terms of quick bowlers, medium pacers, fast bowlers, call it what you want. Now in India, when they were so known in the past not to produce many fast bowlers, but boy, you just talk spin, and India used to produce them dime a dozen.
That is true, and even now we have good spinners. Obviously, we have Ashwin, we have Jadeja, amongst the one who are playing Test cricket.
And the leg spinner, he plays a lot of T20.
Ravi Bishnoi.
Chandana as well. Is it Chandana?
Ravi Bishnoi
is one. Yeah.
Ravi Bishnoi is a good. So there is a lot of talent that is there in the IPL, and India has 1.4 billion people. So mathematically, you would expect them to have a lot more talent as well.
Yes,
so
it's amazing.
As Mukesh Kumar now gets set, to bowl from the Brian Lara Pavilion end. He'll be bowling to the West Indies skipper. 3 slips and a gully.
So 6 men on the offside as Kumar is into Brathwaite, and he's playing this delivery just to the left. That's a good bit of feeling by Gill. He moves quickly on that outfield because there was Brathwaite standing tall and opening the face of the bat, guiding it to the left of point. I thought there was a run in it, and they sort of started, and then he said wait, and Gill was quickly, swiftly to his left, picked it up with that left hand of his, transferred it to the right, and good sense prevailed. The 2 batsmen decided against going for the single. So Brathwaite stays on 8, 9 without loss, and he's facing up to Mukesh Kumar, who is on his way. Very straight approach, gets close to the stumps, bowls to Brathwaite, he drives. That's a lovely shot. That is a lovely looking shot. That deserves 4, and it does get to the boundary board. That's a beauty. It was pitched up to Kumar. He went into the drive. Who says this man can't play shots? He was into the drive. He hit it sweetly in between mid-off and cover, down to the boundary, the extra cover boundary for 4. He's into double figures now. He goes to 12. It's 13 without loss.
Yeah, that brought the crowd alive and started hearing some music here in the Caribbean. There was a lovely cover drive by the West Indies skipper, Craig Brathwaite, as you're seeing it on the replay. So Brathwaite moves on to 12. Chandrapal on 1, West Indies 14 for none.
Yeah, 14 for none, because I forgot there was a no ball along the way as this delivery is played out towards mid-wicket, and man just runs across quickly to his left to do the fielding. And nice sun at the moment, good and sunny. Thing is, in the rainy season, Doc, you never know when it's going to rain. It just suddenly appears. Weather just changes. The rain falls. Actually, we've been lucky. You know, the first 2 days, rain interrupted. It was excellent. Here is Kumar into Brathwaite, and he drives, but this time straight to mid-off, and he gets no run for that. Yeah, we've been so lucky because the first 2 days it was rain-free. Then yesterday we had a slight interruption, maybe about an hour lost. And today has been the worst of the days, but still we're blessed with a lot of good cricket.
Yes, indeed. The slip cordon is Yashashvi at the first slip, Virat Kohli at the second slip, and the vice captain Ajinkya Rahane in the third slip.
Yeah, Rahane. So those 3 men go down as Kumar starts his run into bowl to Brathwaite, and this is outside the line of the leg stump. Loud appeal goes up, and Brathwaite stands there. Now he was looking to turn this delivery to the leg side, and everybody, including the bowler, the wicket keeper, the slip cordon, everybody had gone up, and they would review it. I'm not surprised. Brathwaite seems unmoved. He was looking to turn the delivery. Now, whether it clipped the pad, the thigh pad, the shirt sleeve, or the whatever on the way through, I'm not too sure. But the Indian team were absolutely confident that this took the glove. Let's have a look. As he tries to turn it, well, it seemed to flick the trousers on the way through, but
the ball clearly is drifting down, and here is the ultra edge.
Let's have a look.
This is the key.
Yep. It passes the bat. The glove is nowhere there, and that it struck the thigh. The thigh, and went through. Brathwaite looked very confident actually, so they've lost that review, which is not good news for India. They've just got 2 reviews remaining now, and but they would seem so confident. Every man jack went up, including the bowler, but obviously umpire Kettleborough, he saw something different, and as far as he was concerned, the kettle wasn't warm enough to send Brathwaite. Here's Kumar on his way again to bowl to the West Indian captain. This is outside the line of the off stump. That one made a little bit of height as it pitched, hit the seam and took off, and taken by the keeper. No run. Score remains on 14 without loss.
As far as the West Indies openers are concerned, Brathwaite has been aggressive of the 2. Chandrapal more sedate and circumspect. circumspect. Brathwaite on 12 and Chandrapal on 1, as Mukesh Kumar, the man from Bihar, coming in right arm over the wicket.
Bowling to Brathwaite, and he's in, and this time that's a good delivery. Hit the seemed to have straightened, and Brathwaite was, he went fishing, and that ball just beat the outside edge and went through to the keeper. It's the end of the over from Kumar, and no doubt Suraj is going to continue, and after Suraj is over, we're going to take a little bit of a break, Doc, and that man Vidya and the other man Anil, you know them well, do you do?
Yes, I know them quite well, and that is all I'm going to say.
That's all you're going to say, okay.
Because I wouldn't
ask you for any other comment.
I'm going to let their imagination run wild.
As usual, and both Vidya and Anil, they have, trust me, they have huge imaginations.
Yeah.
So 3 slips go down for Chandrapal. There's a point cover mid-off, and we see Rohit having a little chat with Suraj because he's now moving across to mid-on. Both Rohit and Ashwin was chatting to him. There's a man at that forward square leg and then one at fine leg. So a 6-3 field as Siraj is in to bowl to Chandrapal just outside the line of the off stump. Pushes it out to Gill at cover. There's no run. You notice when he stands as well, just about the bowler is ready. He crouches very low down. Chandrapal, almost trying to make himself as small as possible.
And we have not seen any bouncers so far.
No, we haven't.
And
But they've bowled well though. They've kept the ball just on or around the off stump. They've moved it around. I think it's been a good spell of bowling. And we're going to, just now I would expect to see Nadkat is going to come in. Anil was having real problems. Do you think I was having problems, Doc? Here is a delivery that Chandrapal stands up and plays it out on the offside. Because I was just saying Nadkat.
Well,
And Anil had real problems.
just in case the Cricket 360 listeners are wondering, how come suddenly the pronunciation and the beautiful enunciation of Unnatkat came out is because this man is cheating. This man is cheating right next to me. Mr. Murray is cheating about the pronunciation of this man from Saurashtra, India. But I'm glad that you got it. If I meet Jaydev in the hotel, I'll let him know.
There is a delivery outside the line of the off stump from Siraj, and Chandrapal is just pushing it out on the offside. Again, Gill is there to do the fielding. There is no run. So if you're now joining us, West Indies were bowled out today for 255, and India, they quickly rattled up 181 for 2 declared, and that 181 came up in just 12, 16, 24 overs. So 181 for 2 off of 24 overs. It was almost like T20 cricket being played here at the Oval. They quickly declared. They have set the West Indies a target of 365 to win. And so far, the West Indies, they've made a decent start because we're coming up to the 5th over. And it's 14 without loss at the moment. As Siraj waits on Chandrapal, who settles now. And this delivery outside the line of the off stump, and he's just pushing it out towards the cover position, and there is no run. Score remains on 14 without loss. Chandrapal is on 1. As Siraj makes his way back to the top of his mark. Just 2 deliveries left in this, his 3rd over. None for 9 so far. And this is a short delivery, and he's hooking it. Took it from outside the line of the off stump. A little bit risky, and but he was well over it and plays it out to the deep square leg position, and they pick up 115 without loss.
Yeah, Chandrapal has been has not played any risky shots, and that one he hooked it to deep fine leg, but did not place it well enough, and it got the bottom of the bat on that occasion, so was able to get only 1 run. He now moves on to 2. Craig Brathwaite on 12, the West Indies 15 for no loss.
It's 15 for no loss. Just 350 more for victory for the West Indies as Brathwaite settles, waits on Siraj, who is with him outside the line of the off stump. That came back at him and he played it very well. And the roar you hear is because that ball is running down to the point boundary. He did very well because it came back at him. And all he did really was stand there and allow the ball to come into him, and he opened the face of the bat, use all the pace of Siraj, and it went down to the point boundary for 4 runs. So it's the end of the over from Mohammad Siraj. Brathwaite goes on to 15. It's 19 now without loss. Chandapol is going to be facing the next over, and wondering if there's going to be a little bit of a change, if we're going to see spin or if Kumar is going to continue. But after some more comments from you, Doc, it's going to be Vidya and Anil.
Yeah,
Anil?
Yes, thanks, Colin. 365 needed for the West Indies to win. There is no bowling change at the Brian Lara Pavilion end, but there is a change in the commentary as Vidya Rampal will be joined by Anil to continue on from this point as the West Indies continue to bat.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mehta, and thanks very much to Colin. So we're back here with West Indies at 19 without loss, Brathwaite on 16. The left-handed Chandapol crouches and drives the first ball of the new over from Kumar back to the bowler. There is no run, and Chandapol, very much like his father, very what has been described as a crabby technique, just gets down low and then gets even lower as the bowler gets into his gather, defends out towards the bowler. 3 slips in place, backward point. There is a mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket in place, and a very short mid-on also. And on the boundary, not a fielder on the boundary so far here for the Indians. Anil Lakhan has slipped in beside me, and he's going to come in after this ball. Here is the next delivery here from Kumar. He's round the wicket. Outside the off-stump, Chandapol allows it to go into the gloves, those bright blue gloves of Ishan Kishan. There's no run. So Anil, 365. Can the West Indies get it?
Well, I think it's not impossible, but highly improbable.
Yes, it certainly is. The West Indies team has only gone into the 5th day of a test match twice in the last 16 months. West Indies have lasted 5 days only twice in their last 10 test matches going back 16 months. That's the stat there. And definitely they will be going, and I'm saying going out on a limb here, going into the 5th day tomorrow. Here is the next delivery from Kumar. Chandapol is driving out to that short mid-off position, and there is no run. Keys to victory here if the West Indies are to get it, big partnerships.
Well, they definitely need a partnership from the opening pair of skipper Craig Brathwaite and the likes of Tejan and Chandapol, both making a steady start thus far, moving along very sedately to 19 without loss in over number 6. Craig Brathwaite, he is showing a lot of poise and fire in his belly here, pulling out some glorious extra cover drives early in the piece here.
There's the next delivery, and it's Kumar on his way. He's round the wicket, bowling to Chandapol, plays inside the line of it, taken by Kishan. There's no run. Colin referenced that unusual leave alone from Chandapol. He just seems to play and then pulls the ball inside. There was a Guyana opener who would have done that some years back for the West Indies, and certainly he does. He is copying that here, Chandapol. And now we talked about his father. His father has a very good record against India. I'm so sure he's gotten some advice from him. Shifts record from what I see, 25 matches, over 2,100 runs, and averages 63.55 against India.
So a very healthy average indeed, possibly, really astonishing if you ask me.
Yeah, it is great, really great average. In fact, that it's even better than his overall test average, so he really did enjoy playing against India. Also got his first 100 against India. That's Shivnarine Chandapol, 700s and 1050s. So sure he's passed on that knowledge to young Tej.
Well, I'm sure his son, Tejan Chandapol, what a wonderful occasion it would be if he used to get to that magical figure of 100 here in this test match going into D5.
So it is going to be Kumar. at the southern end of the ground, just far away from us. And he's running in the Queen's Park Cricket Club pavilion to his back. He's coming round the wicket. Chandapal is playing square of the wicket straight to Gill, and there is no run. Over comes to an end. At the end of it, the West Indies are 19 without loss. Brathwaite on 16. Chandapal is 2. The target is 365.
Well, I think at this stage of the innings, that target of 365 would not be a talking point in terms of the dressing room of the West Indies. It will be more about how they're going to work in partnerships and bat, with that level of stickability that's required to save this test match. I think the first order of business would try and get, to the end of today's play unscathed.
Siraj is bowled. Certainly they would want to bat out the until the end of the day's play without losing a wicket. The West Indies did provide a very stout start in the last innings, 71 between Chandapal and Brathwaite before Chandapal gave it away just at the end of play. He will not want a repeat of that in this innings. Here is Siraj coming over the wicket, and Brathwaite is on driving straight to Ashwin. There is no run. Yeah, just going back to that first innings, West Indies 71 without loss. Chandapal getting 33 before he was dismissed by Jadeja, and I'm sure they will be bringing Jadeja on to contend with him again. Ashwin, I'm sure, will be bowling this afternoon, and Ashwin did get rid of Craig Brathwaite, bowled by an absolute beauty. One for the ages, bowling him for 75.
Yeah, classical off spinner's delivery, pitching outside the line of the off stump, using that rough.
Siraj in again to Brathwaite, and he's playing on the onside, straight to the fielder. And it is Jaidev Unadkat who comes across to do the fielding, picks it up with the left hand and gets it back in. I'm showing off a little bit on you, Anil. Yes, I know you got it now. It really is.
Unadkat.
It's not one of the easier names that you're going to get on the city.
Jaidev Unadkat.
Okay, all right, there you are. And a round of applause goes up all over the Caribbean for that. We were talking about the difficult names that India has provided over the years for commentators. But that's one of the tricky ones on this tour. Here is Siraj coming in now to bowl to Brathwaite, who's driving this one down to Rohit, who picks it up with a very, as easy as you like, and does the fielding here. No runs scored. And Jaidev is at that mid-wicket position. Three slips in place here for the Indians. Backward point and an extra cover. Mid-wicket also mid-on, mid-off. And there is also a fine leg where Kumar is there has a towel in hand, just wiping off his forearms, wiping the back of his neck. And there is the bowling coach there just having a few words with him.
Well, I'm predicting, Vidya, that both the spinners will be given the opportunity ahead of Jaidev Unadkat.
Now you're showing off. You got it right there. So Siraj back at the top of his mark, and the sun has disappeared behind the clouds here. It's a nice and comfortable temperature here, the oval. Solidly forward is Brathwaite, driving out towards Rohit, and there is no run. We haven't had a run for quite a while here. The score still stays on 19 without loss. So just to develop on that point you were making about big partnerships here, 71 in the first innings for the opening. That turned out to be just about the biggest partnership of the innings. And West Indies will need a lot more than that. Well, here's a development on the field. The ball has been thrown to umpire Rasmus. He has a look at it, passes it through that little handcuff-like implement, which we know as the ball gauge, and it has been given back. The ball is fine. And it is ready to continue here. It's in the hands of Siraj, who's on his way, bowling to Brathwaite, driving it back to Rohit, and there's no run. We've had quite a few ball changes in this game, haven't we?
Well, if my memory serves me well, on at least 6 occasions that has transpired during the course of this game. And I'm still asking myself the question, Vidya, is it a case of the surface doing that kind of extensive damage to this Duke ball?
Yeah, it could be a lot of things also. The ball has been hit around a bit, so sometimes it hits things outside of the ground, goes out of shape or so, and all of that does in fact happen. Here is Siraj now on his way, the red of his soul showing up as he's bowling to Brathwaite, who's driving this one elegantly through the extra cover region. A magisterial shot there by Brathwaite drives that away for 4 runs. Brilliant shot indeed. He moves on to 20 and the score 23 without loss.
Siraj just pitching up that ball, a tad fuller there, but skipper Craig Brathwaite, he just smashed that ball through extra cover, and it was threaded through extra cover and a middle off, and it goes into the boundary. So that boundary takes the score on to 23 without loss.
So West Indies versus India. India won the first match quite comfortably. West Indies bowled out for 150 and 130. India batting just once, 421 for 5, and winning that one by an innings. In this game, however, India 438 in their first innings. West Indies 255. India declaring earlier today at 181 for 2. West Indies chasing 365 for victory. They are 23 without loss. It's Chanderpaul to face up to Kumar, and he is chopping this one square of the wicket straight to Gill. There is no run. Chanderpaul might be very familiar with Indian cricket fans. That famous win by India over the West Indies in the 1983 World Cup was made into a film. I'm sure you've seen that film at some point. Tejarine Chanderpaul actually played Larry Gomes in that film.
Yeah, so I'm sure he is very familiar with the Indian and the film industry as well, being an integral part of that.
Yeah, well, he's not quite a Bollywood star, but here he is. He can be a test star if he gets a big 100 here. Playing inside the line of it again, and taken by Ishan Kishan. There's no run, of course. So he played, he was given a wig, a sort of a perm. Larry Gomes had a perm in the 1980s, and he wore that wig, and very much, he is left-handed like Larry Gomes, and Larry, of course, was quite adept at picking up runs, scoring very quickly and scoring hundreds. He could turn it on when he did, but he was known as Mr. Dependable in his day.
Yeah, he would have definitely helped the West Indies on many occasions, playing some very good innings indeed in keeping the...
Kumar in again. He's round the wicket, and Chanderpaul playing a forcing shot off the back foot straight to Gill, and once again there's no run. And certainly, like he's very much his technique very much like his father, maybe a little bit more polished in some ways, but he has to channel maybe his inner Larry Gomes here. Maybe he picked up a few insights from the man when he played. He inhabited that character in the movie.
Yeah, Tejarine Chanderpaul at this stage of his career, Vidya, is still an accumulator rather than an enforcer, in my opinion.
Yeah, he certainly is. A nudger and a nerdler, as some might say. Here he is now, the left-hander, tapping away at the crease. High back clip, crouches even further, now plays the delivery square of the wicket straight to Gill. Almost an action replay of the last 2 deliveries. There's no run once again, 23 without loss. And that stickability, as you like to call it, Anil, certainly is what the West Indies will have to exhibit in this fourth innings.
Well, the likes of Tejarine Chanderpaul, he has shown his appetite for batting, and for the sake of West Indies, they would want him to carry on not only today, but deep into tomorrow's play as well, Vidya.
Yes, he certainly did announce himself in Test cricket earlier this year in that tour of Zimbabwe with a big double 100. He and Craig Brathwaite putting on a huge partnership for the West Indies. Here we see Kumar in again. Chanderpaul's, that's just outside the off stump. Playing inside the line will give him the benefit of the doubt. Taken by Kishan, but that was an excellent delivery from Kumar, just straightening on him.
Yeah, Kumar getting that ball just to continue on his merry way there, possibly just landing on the face of the ball there, Vidya. And when that happens, sometimes the ball can just hold its line and continue along a straight path.
Chanderpaul's average has dipped under 40 after his he didn't quite get too much in the first match of the series. In fact, he only got 12 and 7 in the previous game. Got a better score in this one, but just sort of gave it away at the end of the first day. Here is the next delivery, which is on-driven. After a series of deliveries outside the off stump, this one on the line of the stumps, just defended out to the onside. Rohit picks it up. That is the end of the 8th over of the innings. 23 without loss. Chandapal remains on 2.
At this stage of Chandapal's innings video, he just seems to be getting a little bit bogged down and showing a bit of anxiety in that last over. Maybe just trying to overhit those deliveries there while trying to punch through that extra cover region. Maybe just trying a bit too hard, when trying to execute those forcing shots off the back foot.
Well, he needs to stay, and that's certainly what he will need to do here for the West Indies. Chandapal, 7 matches before this one, and coming in with 100 and 150. The 100 coming against Zimbabwe, 207 not out. Tejan Chandapal, and he's already been the veteran of 65 first-class matches, and he averages 36.87 at first class, and there he is. That is Craig Brathwaite. That's not Chandapal. You would expect to see Chandapal doing that, using you may have heard the pounding, and that was the Craig Brathwaite taking the bails and pounding it in to do his mark. Now, who is this bowling here, Anil?
It's Jagdev Unadkat.
Okay, well done. And Jaidev Unadkat is in here, bowling for the first time in the second innings. The only Indian bowler who did not take a wicket in the first innings, none for 44 in his 16 overs. So he will try to repair his reputation here in the second innings, the left-hander. And as soon as he comes to with the ball in hand, there's bright sunshine once again here at the Queen's Park Oval. Here is Unadkat. This one is coming off the outer portion of the bat, straight to point, off the ground though, and there's no run. That's a good start here from Unadkat, forcing Brathwaite to play. The change in the angle almost working there for India.
Yeah, just getting that ball to leave Craig Brathwaite at the last moment there. Craig Brathwaite was just feeling for that delivery there, and it was played out to a backward point where the man himself, Jadu, does the feeling.
So that one went straight to the fielder, and that cat back at the top of his mark. The left arm is in over the wicket past umpire Erasmus, and Brathwaite playing this one on towards the cover region where Gill is fielding, and there is no run. So India going to their third option of the day, and Nadkat has come to replace Siraj, who's had 4 overs, none for 18.
Well, I'm sure we haven't seen the end of Mohammad Siraj for today. I'm sure he's going to come back a bit later as well, Vidya.
Yeah, Jaidev depacked by Unadkat, the man from Probanda, same town as Mahatma Gandhi, we were told. And he is in now, past the umpire, bowling to Brathwaite. 2 slips in a gully in place, plays it out defensively, and there is no run. Straight out to the Indian captain, Rohit Sharma. Just his 4th test, Jaidev Unadkat, 3 wickets so far. And certainly he would want to improve on that. His best so far is 2 for 50. Tends to be very economical. Has only given away runs at 3.3 in his test career.
Well, I felt in the first innings video, I felt that he was a bit unlucky. On another day he may have picked up 2 or 3 wickets. But, the figures doesn't really reflect how well he bowled in the first innings.
Well, I think I'm inclined to agree with you. He's on his way once again, running away from the media end. He's in now to bowl to Brathwaite. This one he's playing on the onside, starting just about the leg stump. And Brathwaite did well to ride the bounce of that and played on the onside and pick up a single to forward square leg. And Unadkat certainly has had a fair amount of experience in Indian cricket. 102 first-class matches, 382 wickets, and averages 22.46. Nothing's wrong with that at all. 22 5-wicket hauls and 5 10-wicket hauls. That's a great credential. Certainly deserves his chance.
Well, he's definitely gotten his chance here at the Queen's Park Oval here in this iconic venue.
And an iconic fixture also, the 100 test match between the teams. Now, Unadkat is bowling to the left-handed Tejan Chandapal, and Chandapal just adjusting the gloves, has the bat resting on his thigh. Well, he looks so much like his father when he does that. Here is Unadkat over the wicket to bowl to Chandapal, playing this on the onside. Can't be the fielder, will not get the run out towards that mid-wicket region. He stays put on 2. 24 without loss here. And Chandapal, he does tend to get bogged down every now and again, and the real temptation for him that he has to resist is to try to get on with it here. Really, it's all about occupying the crease here for the West Indies.
But also, having said that, you don't want to bat 50 overs and not really make a significant score.
You certainly do want to get some runs here. Chandapal will have that in the back of his mind. The left-handed do not get into him again, and that's defended. That was homing in on the off stump, and a solid-looking defensive shot by Chandapal, getting back and across and defending back to the bowler. There is no run. End of the over. 9 overs in the books. Brathwaite is now going to face up. He's 21. Chandapal on 2. 24 without loss.
Excellent opening over from Jagdev Unadkat, you know, really honing on the stumps there. And the West Indies are chasing a target of 365 video. You could safely say at this stage that's a secondary when it comes to what is required out in the middle.
Well, the run rate for the day has been 5.78. That's how fast things have gone along today, and that's mainly due to India's 81 for 2 declared. That came off only 24 overs. That's how fast they've gone along here. I suspect that 5.8 will drop throughout the afternoon.
It definitely will drop during the course of the afternoon.
Yeah, that's because the West Indies are just trying to play themselves in here. And that was the last delivery just played back. We just got a replay of the last delivery. We're now going to see Mukesh Kumar, 4 overs so far, none for 5. He's coming over the wicket to Brathwaite. And that's, that one escaped from it. I think that one came on the full to Brathwaite, who did well to cut that one away, taking that third slip off the bounce. Well.
Yeah, but excellent anticipation from Ajinkya Rahane there. That ball just came off the face of the bat.
Yeah, he really took that well, and he took that spectacular catch in the first innings, and that was to dismiss Blackwood, who was going well on 20. And his anticipation and the way in which he took that catch really tells you about the fitness of this guy. Very, very serious competitor he is. Has been short of runs, though. And here is the next delivery from Kumar, played out towards mid-wicket. There's no run. And I did see that he does, and I'm referring here to Rahane, did do a lot of karate as a youngster, and that's what he's attributed his flexibility to.
Well, I tell you what, just having looked at him hold that ball in, you could see the confidence, but more importantly, soft hands was the key factor there in getting that ball in his hands.
Yeah, it's sure the umpires will be looking at that. There was no malice in the delivery at all from Kumar, who's in now past the umpire. Driven nicely by Brathwaite. Is not going to beat the fielder at mid-off. Picked up by Ashwin, and there's no run. Ashwin has been a fixture at mid-off all the way through this game. And tell you what, I'm sure he's going to relish the opportunity to bowl later on today.
I'm sure he's definitely going to be relishing the opportunity, because as this game continues, Vidya, those footmarks outside the line of the off stump, it's becoming more pronounced as the game progresses. And
with Unadkat on from this side, of course, there are a few footmarks starting to appear once again. They are getting darker and darker as Unadkat has bowled from this side. That's the northern side of the ground. Here is Kumar. He's into Brathwaite, gets on the back foot, plays it out to that short extra cover position, and there's no run. In fact, Rahane has now been put there. And who better than a man who studied karate in that position where you need to move quickly?
Well, skipper Rohit Sharma really ringing the changes, not only from the bowling perspective, but the feat here of skipper Craig Brathwaite's innings thus far. In the second innings, he's been driving gloriously through that extra cover region, but skipper Rohit Sharma has now given him something to think about.
Back at the top of the mark now is Mukesh Kumar, the debutant for India. 2 wickets in the first innings. He's in now to bowl to the West Indies captain, who's driving this one. That goes square of the wicket and straight to the fielder. There is no run. And Brathwaite actually had a flurry of boundaries earlier, but now has just settled back into vintage Brathwaite, just steady and rock steady in there.
Yeah, so that ball was pitched just about outside the line of the off-stump. He was trying to square drive that ball, but Mohamed Siraj at backward point doing an excellent job.
Well, hot sunshine here at the Queen's Park Oval. The shadows from the Constantine stand starting to extend over the right side of the field is where we're looking at the moment. And in the distance, we're seeing Mukesh Kumar standing with his arms like teapots, the two arms of a teapot out there at the back. Here he is in now, past the umpire, bowling to Brathwaite. Oh, that's a brilliant straight drive, and that would have gone for 4 had it not hit the middle stump there, and it's remained on spot. So
But
the stump doing a brilliant job of making the stop there for India.
yeah, so Craig Brathwaite just lent on that delivery. It was cream past the bowler, but it cannoned onto the sticks at the non-strikers and no run resulting. So at the end of the over, the score is 24 without loss. Craig Brathwaite continues to bat very impressively in the second innings here. The feature of his innings thus far has been his driving through that extra cover region.
Well, that was an excellent straight drive, and in fact, it was so good that it was too good. It hit the stumps and just stopped dead in front there. Luckily, the bowler did not get a touch on it. Chandapal looked to be securely in his crease, though, so there were no chances, no appeals for a run-out decision.
Yeah, but it was hit so straight, it was as straight as an arrow video.
Yeah, middle stump. And the Queen's Park Cricket Club Pavilion in the background as we watch Unadkat bowling to Chandapal. Gets on the back foot, drives it past the bowler, and there is no run. I was trying to remember the name of the former West Indies opener from Guyana who liked to play inside the name, and finally my memory has come back to me. Clayton Lambert. He did that a lot there. And Bechan also, Colin Murray is telling me, did that a lot. So Chandapal, very much in the tradition of Guyanese batsmen, he likes to play inside the line like that. And Jaidev Unadkat, 91 on his back. He's running it now away from us here. He's bowling to Chandapal. That one maybe batter onto pad there, was stifled appeal and looked like it came off the inside edge onto the bat and away to mid-wicket for a dot ball.
But Tejana Chandapal, if you look at his setup video, he just seems to be moving across the stumps, and possibly it's really now getting to the stage where the Indians feel that they could breach that forward defense prod from him.
So Unadkat back at the top of his mark, his shadow just extending about 8 feet away to his left as he runs in now to bowl to Chandapal. Foolish delivery. Chandapal just overbalancing and playing that defensive shot. There's no run. 24 without loss. And Unadkat, just as the Indians have done, attacking the stumps here.
Yeah, they've seen some kind of flaw in Tejana Chandapal's setup video. And it just seems to be zeroing on the stumps there. He's moving alarmingly across the stumps when he's just about to receive, and they're just thinking maybe they could breach that forward defensive prod.
Yeah, that back and across movement he's making to get across to the line of the delivery. As he's standing up right now, his left foot, the tip of his left foot just in front of the middle stump. So obviously he's batting with a middle stump guard, but as he moves across, almost covers the entire extent of the stumps. The next delivery is turned on the leg side, straight to the fielder, and there is no run. Gill is there patrolling that area. And so they're trying to catch him in the motion, really.
Well, what I suspect is happening, especially from Jagdev Unadkat, is the fact that he's bowling him some back of her length balls, but ever so often he's trying to get that ball a bit fuller, where possibly he could have an LBW decision coming into play if he does fall over and plays around the front pad.
That's right. So once he's in motion there's always the head movement, the feet in motion, always the opportunity that you're going to miss or misjudge the line of the delivery and fall victim, as you said there, to that LBW decision. Here's Unadkat. To his right is Jadeja. And the next delivery, attacking the stumps again. It's just defended out towards Rohit Sharma at mid-on, and there's no run. All the chatter you're hearing is from the players just behind the stumps. That's, of course, Kishan, who's the keeper, and you have the two slips and the gully. They've been quite vocal all the way through this game.
Oh, well, they've been very vocal indeed. But what I'm really impressed with this Indian bowling attack, they just seem to be very disciplined in terms of their plans and their execution video. It has been relentless when it comes to having that consistency.
And that's where the tactical discipline does come in place. Believing in the plan and sticking to it. Here's Unadkat into Chandapal on the leg side, turned away into the gap. But there are two fielders there, and he and Brathwaite remain rooted to their creases and watching as the fielders get across to make the stop. No run resulting. Chandapal stays on 2, and West Indies are 24 without loss. They're chasing 365 for victory.
Yes, Jagdev Unadkat continues to do his thing here at the Queen's Park Oval. And just to our left there, we're seeing some dark clouds accumulating.
Well, that's actually sorry, that's on the right-hand side. That's on the other side of the ground. It's quite a lovely view. Larry Constantine stand. There's also the vacant area where the Dos Santos stand was. I remember sitting in that stand as a young man, a younger man, I should say, not young, younger man, and met Chandapal's parents who were in the stands there. They came to watch their son play. I think that was back in 1997, if I remember correctly. I'm sure you've sat in that stand, the Dos Santos stand.
Yes, I have. But as we predicted, video is going to be Ravichandran Ashwin to pick up the attack from the Brian Lara Pavilion end. Bowling with a slip, a backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, short mid-wicket, short leg, deep mid-wicket, and a forward square.
And Ashwin, the off-spinner, will be turning this one into the right-handed Brathwaite. He will quite be very, very looking out for that delivery, which pitches wide. That one's coming back in. Brathwaite showing good judgment and allowed that to go through. He shouldered arms. That was not far away from the off stump. Good judgment shown by the West Indian captain. Ashwin back at the top of his arms wriggle in front of him as he's coming in. And again, aiming for that footmark created by Unadkat just outside of the off stump. That one turning back in again.
And I'm sure Skipper Brathwaite, he would have good memories of what took place in the first innings, so you want to cover up.
Oh, that one jumped at him, and that's gone down the leg side. Past the keeper. They're running away for one. They've gone for one. They're going back for the second run. That's not going to get to the boundary, and that's all they will get. The sign is for byes. That one actually hit the footmark and jumped and spun away on the leg side. Wow, that was some delivery.
Yeah, just looking at it again. Pitching on the footmarks, and there she goes.
Well, there was a huge puff of dust that came up right after that one dropped in, and that's the forwardmost of the footmarks. There are about 3 of them there, created by the left-hand pacer coming in. Here's Ashwin. This one is slog swept away. There's a fielder out there, just going to be one, and Chandapal gets in safely. So one more to Brathwaite. He's on 22, and Chandapal is on 2.
Well, Craig Brathwaite, he's decided that once that ball is in his arc of video and it's spinning, he's going to take on the sweep shot.
He certainly is. Now, Ashwin will be bowling to Chandapal for the first time. Ashwin just getting the 1 wicket in the first innings after getting 12 against the West Indies in Dominica. And he will certainly want to make up his way here. On the leg side, Chandapal turns it straight to the forward short leg fielder, and there is no run. Well stopped there by the man in front. Is that Jashwal who's fielding there?
Yeah, it is Jashwal fielding there at that short leg. And as this game continues.
Here's Ashwin again, wriggling as he comes in. Balls to Chandapal. A late adjustment and guides it past the first slip. We'll get 1 here, and Chandapal stays for 1. Ripple of applause goes on, as that is his first run in quite a while there, Ryan Chandapal. He's under 3, and the West Indies 27 without loss.
So the West Indies chasing a victory target of 365, 28 without loss. Craig Brathwaite, the captain of the West Indies team, really putting out a great effort indeed, together with Ryan Chandapal, having now batted all of 12 overs. But things are changing here very much as the game progresses. We are seeing now that the likes of Ravichandran and Ashwin, he's starting to get some bite of this track video, and that could be, serious times for these West Indian batters.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult here for the West Indies as Ashwin already extracting turn. Just a note on Chandapal, his last run came off the 5th ball of the 5th over. And now, off the last ball of the 12th over, he's now gotten his 3rd run. So he hasn't scored of 43 deliveries. Well, 43 deliveries have gone by since he's gotten a run.
Well, it just shows his character and his stickability as well, Vidya. And as an opening batter, one would expect.
3 slips crouch as Unadkat is into Chandapal, playing a defensive shot out to cover region, and there is no run. So that is the first delivery of Unadkat, and of course Colin is going to come in after the overs, so he's going to show off his newly found chops here for pronouncing Indian words. And, and the good doctor is already in position, ready to teach Colin a few more of the words, as Unadkat back at the top of his mark. Machiavellian thoughts on his mind as he's going through what he's going to have in mind here for Tejnarayan Chandapal, who is waiting for him here. This is a delivery that he has to go back, plays it off the back foot out towards mid-on, and there is no run.
Yeah, so Unadkat just getting a bit of bounce there, but Chandapal equal to the task, just riding it and playing it out to that short mid-wicket position. But as this game continues, that those footmarks just outside the line of the right-hander's off stump, and here we are seeing umpire Erasmus. He is having a look as to the landing area of Jagdev Unadkat, and I'm sure it's not only going to be a concern to the umpire, but it's also going to be a grave concern to the batters as well.
Yeah, and the umpire is just having a close look, and certainly that is something that he will monitor. Unadkat does come in very, very close to the umpire. In fact, his left arm possibly just going over the shoulder of the umpire. Here he is into Chandapal, who's solidly behind this one, plays it out to mid-off, and there is no run. 2 balls remaining in the over from the left-arm pacer for India here. And and there's something of a conspiracy that the good doctor is saying here, that somehow it seems that whenever Colin is on, Jaidev Unadkat is not on. Possibly they might be the same person. But Jaidev is out there right now. Colin is behind us, so that foils that theory. Here he is now. He's running in to bowl to Tejnarayan Chandapal. And again, a nice looking solid defensive push out towards mid-off, and there is no run. And Chandapal looking good here. He will have at the back of his mind that yesterday he played a couple of days ago, played an awful shot at the end of the day and gave away his wicket. But this time, looking for these two to really bat through to the end.
Well, having done the hard work in the first innings, it was very disappointing indeed to see Tejnarayan Chandapal giving away his wicket at that critical moment when you're considering there was just about 3 overs left in the day's play.
Well, his nickname is Brandon. Everyone knows him as Brandon, by the way. Brandon facing up to Jaidev. And he's playing this one on the onside, straight to the Indian captain, who picks up, and there is no run. So the West Indies have survived. Well, there's one more correction. There's one more ball remaining. And Unadkat having a look at those footmarks of his. Umpire Rasmus did have a word with him earlier. And Craig Brathwaite, the master of mental tactics, is there pounding on the surface just where Unadkat. Just a subtle reminder to the umpire that, listen, you're going to have to keep an eye on this.
Yeah, so, the mind games as well. Just doing some gardening there is Craig Brathwaite, just indicating to umpire Erasmus.
Is it just gardening, though? Here's the next delivery from Unadkat, and playing off the back foot is Chandapal, trying to force that through cover. Only it dribbles out towards cover, and there is no run. So the over has come to an end, and at the end of it, the West Indies are 28 without loss after their 13 overs. Brathwaite 22 and Chandapal on 3. After some more comments from you, Anil, it's going to be Colin Murray to join you, and Dr. Mehta is also beside you there.
So at this stage of the game, the West Indies needed another 337 more runs to win. I honestly think that's of academic interest. What's important for the rest of the evening is that both skipper Craig Brathwaite and Tisnarayan Chandapol continues the fight for West Indies. I'd like to say a pleasant good afternoon to Mr. Colin Murray.
And a pleasant afternoon to you, sir. And you think it's of academic interest. West Indies are not going to get the 337 required for victory.
I'm not saying it's impossible, but I think it's highly improbable.
Well, a loud appeal goes up as Ashwin comes into bowl, and his second over, a loud appeal against Brathwaite, and the umpire Kettleborough says, well, you're on your way. He goes down to have a chat with Tisnarayan Chandapol, and he has reviewed it. So he was on the front foot, and the first delivery of the second over from Ashwin, Brathwaite may have just been playing across the line, and because of that, the appeal went up. It was answered in the affirmative, and let's have a look at this. The ball seemed to may have been heading down the leg side, but it could be clipping that leg stump. And if it's clipping, we all know it will be the umpire's call. There doesn't seem to be an edge. Doc, welcome back. You've come at a very good time for the Indian team, and I've come at a very bad time for the West Indian team. And there's no seem to be an edge. I think it's going to be clipping that leg stump, and it's going to be umpire's call. Oh, it's missing. Oh, my. It's missing. So umpire Kettleborough has got it wrong. And I, for one, thought it might have just been clipping the outside of that leg stump. And that's why I was saying it may very well be umpire's call, but it was actually missing. And Brathwaite, good review on the part of Brathwaite as that decision has been overturned. So Ashwin will have to continue to strive on here to try and break this partnership as he's on his way to bowl to the West Indian captain. This time he's sweeping. That's a good shot. He's just going to pick up a single because there is cover at the deep backward square leg position, and they go through for a single. Score goes to 29 now, is it? Without loss, and Brathwaite goes to 23. So that delivery, there was... he was looking to turn it on the leg side. It had some turn in it, some spin. And because of that, it was just going past the leg stump. Here's Ashwin wrong the wicket to the left-hander. And he's on that front foot, pushing at a delivery, quicker delivery, outside the line of the off-stump from Ashwin. And Chandapol was coming right across outside the off-stump and actually pushed at the faster delivery. Now they've moved the man from the forward short leg towards a silly point as Ashwin is in, and then delivery angled into the left hand, and he's on the front foot is Chandapol, pushing it back up along the track to the bowler. Nice sunshine here now at the Queen's Park Oval. It's turned out to be a gorgeous afternoon as Ashwin from that Brian Lara Pavilion end comes in, bowls to Chandapol, and he's on the front foot, smothering whatever spin there may have been, pushes it out to Kohli, who is at that short no, that's Gill, sorry, who is at that short extra cover position. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 men on the offside, 3 on the on. As Ashwin round the wicket to the left-hander. He's sweeping this, but straight to the man at that short fine leg position. And he was moving around swiftly. That was Siraj moving swiftly to his left to do the fielding. There is no run. It's the end of the over from Ashwin, so he's now completed 2 overs, none for 3. Brathwaite is 23, Chandapol is on 3. It's 29 for none after 14 overs, and some refreshments are now making its way onto the field. So the players are going to turn towards those guys with whatever there is, water, juice, Lucozade, Yuko, you name it, any sort of energy drink, and they're going to be looking at that and taking it in, while Ralphie and the other ground staff is sweeping the area. So it's all happening here at the Queen's Park Oval, Doc. A loud appeal going up in that over against Brathwaite. The ball turning into him, and the Indians were totally confident that they had the man, and Brathwaite did the right thing. He went up, and it showed that the ball tracking, had it just missing the leg stump.
Yes, indeed, Richard Kettleborough got that decision wrong, and a good review by the West Indies skipper. One of the concerns I have for the West Indian batsman is the way Ravichandran Ashwin is spinning the ball. There's a sharp turn. Vidya mentioned earlier on the air that when he hits that rough patch, there's a puff of dust that goes up in the air. And when you start seeing that and the ball turning square, I think he is going to be a very, very difficult bowler to face. And if you recall, in the first innings, Brathwaite was bowled by Ashwin as the ball turned square, and he played a good innings for 75. And Chanderpaul has fallen to the spinners, either Jadeja or Ashwin, in all the 3 innings so far. So the spinners, I think, will be dominating later this afternoon, whatever time we have left on day number 4 here at the second test match here at the Queen's Park Oval, which happens to be the 100th test match that we have said on multiple occasions between these two great cricket playing nations. Colin?
You don't think Unnakat is going to continue? Unnakat?
I think you just wanted to practice that again. And I think
because we haven't seen Jadeja, Jadeja yet for the morning or for the after for the this innings. Is he going to maybe come on from the Jerry Gomez Media Center or Willie Rodriguez end?
Well, I think the fact that we saw Ashwin coming in in the 11th over, and I just saw Ravindra Jadeja just loosening up. He was just having a bowl in the air, having his action replay, and so I think it's going to be a matter of time that you're going to see double spin attack. Jadeja from, of course, the Brian Lara Pavilion end, and Jadeja perhaps from the other end. So the drinks break is almost nearing completion at the present time. West Indies, of course, chasing 365 after India declared at 181 for 2. So far, it's a good start, a sedate start, particularly by Tejnarayan Chanderpaul. He's faced 47 balls for his 3 runs, grinding hard for every run that he's been getting. He does not have a single 4 or a 6. And Brathwaite, 23 of 37 balls with 4 boundaries. So Brathwaite certainly has played some elegant strokes. One particular stroke was that brilliant cover drive that we saw while we were on the air last
brilliant,
time.
Yeah. Well, it's Jadeja. So I don't know. They've taken off that left arm medium pacer.
Which one?
The one that finished bowling from this end. And from the one bowling from the Willie Rodriguez end, and they brought on the left arm orthodox spinner. I don't know why, Doc, but so as you rightly said, it's an all spin attack now.
It's all spin attack, and I think Jadeja was just having some catching practice, bowling practice with that left arm fast bowler from India. I tend to forget his name. Can you remind me?
Undakat.
Oh yes.
That's the man. Here's the first delivery from Jadeja. Brathwaite is forward, pushing it out towards that short extra cover, and there is no run.
We are all entitled to have a brain cramp occasionally.
29 without loss, as the man at mid-off is going a little further back, as maybe about 3/4 way, and that is Unnakat at the mid-off. He's gone about 3/4 way back to the boundary, so they may be just tempting Jadeja to give it a little bit of air, and maybe Brathwaite to maybe try to go over the top, as that delivery outside the line of the off stump, and he's just opening the face and guiding it out towards the point position. There is no run, but lovely sunshine here at the Oval at the moment. It's been a really nice day, it has turned out to be a nice afternoon, as he's forward to the delivery just angled into him, and he's pushing it out on the onside towards Gill, who is at mid-wicket, and there's no run. Score remains on 29 without loss. Brathwaite, he remains on 23. As Jadeja is into him and he's forward. Again, just allowing that ball to come into him. Not much turn at the moment from Jadeja, and you wouldn't expect that, because in front of Brathwaite, just on that off stump, there is very little scuff mark, so you're not going to find that ball turning there, as this one is in the air, but it goes out towards a leg gully, and there was shouts of catch it, but no one was there. And it's the end of the over from Jadeja, so the end of it, a maiden over, and the total goes up now, or the total remains, I should say, because it's a maiden over at 29 without loss. Brathwaite is on 23. Chanderpaul is on 3 at the moment, and certainly just want to mention, Doc, after the test match, of course, there is going to be a voluntary blood drive in partnership, Queen's Park, in partnership with the Ministry of Health, the Sir Frank Worrell Memorial Committee, UE, the High Commission of India, and Cricket West Indies. Here is a delivery for new over from Ashwin, and Chandapol is forward. It's going to take place from Tuesday to Thursday from 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. And here is Ashwin into Chandapol. He's forward. Yes, the Ministry of Health, they're going to put a mobile unit in the Elizabeth Street car park, and anyone wants to come between 8 and 3 from Tuesday to Thursday to give blood. Here is Chandapol driving, but straight to the short extra cover, and Kohli does the fielding, and there is no run. Yes, and this blood drive will be conducted to commemorate the 100th Test match here between the West Indies and India, as Chandapol is forward and no run. And it is in memory of the former great West Indies player and captain Sir Frank Worrell. And we'll get to that after this delivery again from Ashwin. Chandapol is forward and goes out towards cover. There is no run. So Ashwin getting through his over quickly. 5 dot balls so far. Chandapol remains on 3. 29 without loss. And these two holding out here as a quicker delivery, and Chandapol plays it to cover. So the end of the over, it remains 29 without loss. And Doc, going back to 1962, when the then Indian captain, Nari Contractor, he was hit by a bouncer delivered by West Indies fast bowler Charlie Griffith in a game between Barbados and India. And he sustained brain hemorrhaging and required life-saving surgery from a neurosurgeon that was flown in from Trinidad. And he required a considerable amount of blood during the surgery, and Sir Frank Worrell took the initiative and was the first to donate blood, encouraging the players from both teams to do the same. In the end, the combined efforts ended up saving the life of the Indian captain. And so this is going to be a drive put on. Here is a new over from Jadeja, and Brathwaite is hitting it high over mid-wicket. A slog sweep because it was given some air, but it was in the arc, and there was Brathwaite going high over the mid-wicket position down to the boundary for 4. In the end, it turned out to be a good shot because it was in the area, and Brathwaite must have been saying, okay, I'm tired here of pushing forward. He went high over the mid-wicket position, 33 for none. This time he's in defense, pushing this back up on the onside. So yes, this blood drive will be held after the test match, Tuesday to Thursday. The mobile unit from the Ministry of Health, the blood bank or national blood transfusion, they will be parking up that mobile unit. Here is a delivery outside the off stump in the Elizabeth Street car park from 8 to 3, where anybody, the public, is invited to donate blood. And I think it's a really fantastic gesture. Here is Jadeja into Brathwaite, and he's on the front foot, no run.
Yeah, I think, Colin, what you mentioned, the blood drive, of course, the use of blood is so important, particularly when it comes to emergency situations in an accident or surgery, as Jadeja gets ready to bowl.
Yeah, here is Brathwaite forward in defense and no run.
And me being an oncologist and a hematologist, I know enough about the value of blood transfusions, particularly for those patients undergoing chemotherapy when their blood counts are low and they require blood transfusion to maintain themselves.
Well, the final delivery, Brathwaite is again forward in defense against Jadeja. It's the end of the over. At the end of it, Brathwaite 27, Chandapol 3. It's 33 for none.
Yes, so I think the whole setup that you mentioned about Nari Contractor coming here and the opposite captain of the West Indies donating blood to save his life is such a well-known story.
Yeah.
And this being the 100th test match between these two countries, I think it is a brilliant initiative by the Ministry of Health and here at the Oval. And obviously we would urge everyone who is in good health to come and get screened and donate your blood, plasma, and platelets. When you're donating blood, we'll talk about it in a second as Ashwin comes
Yep.
in right arm over.
Here's Ashwin over he's decided to come over the wicket to Chandapur rather than going wrong the wicket. And the first delivery is turning it down to leg as Siraj has to come in from that position on the boundary board, comes into a short fine leg to do the fielding, and they take a single. He goes to 4, it's 34 without loss.
So when somebody donates blood, there are multiple components in the blood also. We have plasma, we have blood platelets, as well as the red cells. As Ashwin comes in again, right arm over.
Bowls to Brathwaite, and he's cut in, didn't time it all that well, but he hit it between the point position and cover and is able to pick up a single. He goes to 27, 35 without loss.
So when people talk about blood transfusion, they think only about that red bag that contains the red blood cells. But there are other infusions also called as fresh frozen plasma. As Ashwin comes in right arm over the wicket.
Here is a delivery that Chandapur is smashing it through the cover region, runs in it here for him. It's not going to get to the boundary board. They've gone for one. They come back for the second. That's all they'll be. So 2 runs here to Chandapur as he was on the back foot. Seemed a little bit cramped in playing that shot, but he was able to find the gap, hit it to the left of the man at point, and they were able to pick up 2 runs. So he moves on now, Chandapur, to what? He's on to 6 as he waits on Ashwin. The total going up now to what? To 37 without loss. As this time he's on the front foot. It comes off the edge of the bat and goes to the left of the man at slip. He was diving, couldn't field it, and it went down towards a third man. So a little bit of bounce here. And is it Rahane at slip? It looks to be. Yes, it is. Took a tremendous catch yesterday, but couldn't come up with that one because it went to the left of him. And total goes to 38 without loss, and Chandapur on to 7. Brings Brathwaite back into strike. Yeah, so that's an initiative open to the public. And as I just said, the Ministry of Health is involved, the Sir Frank Worrell Memorial Committee, the Blood Bank, Cricket West Indies. Is a sweep from Brathwaite, but straight to Undnakat at that short backward square leg position. Yes, and the University of the West Indies, the High Commission of India is very much a part of the drive as Ashwin is in and Brathwaite sweeping. It's in the air and a simple catch. Oh my, he's thrown it away. Just at about 5:05, he loses his wicket. He was sweeping, got the top edge, and he makes his way back to the pavilion for 28. And really and truly, it was a time when you would have thought he would have been just settling down. He was sweeping, and this time he got the top edge, and Ashwin picks up the wicket of Brathwaite again. It's the second time he's done that, and he makes his way back to the pavilion. Brathwaite caught here by Unnakat off the bowling of Ashwin for 28. He faced 52 balls, and the West Indies all of a sudden are 38 for 1.
Yeah, I think what was happening is Craig Brathwaite was using the sweep shot to counter Ashwin. Multiple deliveries outside the off stump. He was sweeping it towards mid-on and square leg as his way to attack Ravichandran Ashwin, and that was a delivery that came in to the right-hander, and he ballooned it up, and Jaidev Unadkat took an easy catch to bring the end of the West Indies captain as he departs. Caught Unadkat bowled by Ashwin for 28. West Indies 38 for 1.
Yep, 38 for 1 now, and it means that young Kirk Mackenzie is coming to the crease. He's had 10 first-class innings and averaging 38.9. Not a bad average for a young man. He's had 450s and 100 at first-class level, so it's not a bad average for a young man just playing his second test. And you would think that as he goes on to play more first-class cricket, that average is going to go up from 38 to maybe to the mid-40s, and depends on how good he gets. Who knows? It can even climb further. But he's at the non-striker's end because it was the final delivery of the over, and Chandapur is going to be back in strike, and he's going to be facing Jadeja. Jadeja in his third over, none for 4 so far.
I think one of the things I was talking to you earlier is that Chandrapur also needs to keep the scoreboard ticking as well.
Yeah.
He's getting bogged down a bit.
And I'm wondering, here's Jadeja with the first ball of his new over, and Chandapol is on the front foot, pushes it out on the offside. I'm just wondering if Brathwaite was trying to get on a little bit with it, and and played played that loose shot looking for runs, because Chandapol has been so bogged down. He's 53 deliveries now, is it, or 59? 50
for his 7 runs, yeah.
for 7 runs.
And
So
I
it's
think as the number of deliveries keep climbing and you're not scoring runs, the pressure mounts on yourself.
Yeah,
and
that's
then
right.
suddenly you make a mistake.
here is Jadeja into Chandapol. He's forward. There is no run. The ball rolls back up along the track to the bowler.
जड्डू भाई थोड़ा सा लेंथ पीछे लेंगे क्या पैच लग रहा है
And what did he say there, Doc?
He just said that just alter your length a little bit, push it back a little bit.
Oh,
And
okay.
that is what Ishan Kishan
was advising.
told him in
It-
Hindi.
It's amazing, though, that wicket keepers keep advising bowlers and they never bowl themselves. Here is a delivery from Jadeja, and Chandapol is forward. So he's saying, what, just push your length back a little bit?
Yeah, and he was saying Jaddu Bhai. And Bhai means out of respect as an older brother. So he's also giving respect to Ravindra
okay.
Jadeja as well. That and now he's suddenly become more vocal, Ishan Kishan.
Here is a delivery that Chandapol is driving. That's a really good shot. Pleasant shot from him. He gets a boundary, but it was over pitch from Jadeja. Given a little bit of air outside the line of the off stump, he went into the drive. He timed it superbly. Hit it to the right of the cover fieldsman and down to the boundary for 4. That's a lovely looking shot. He goes into double figures after 60 balls. He is on 11, and the total goes up now to 61 for 1.
That's a welcome first boundary by Tej Narayan Chandapol, a well-deserved one. And a very clean strike, a nice-looking cover drive to an over-pitch delivery by Ravindra Jadeja. And that will boost up his confidence immensely, as he's one of those players who will have to stick on.
Yeah.
He can play a long innings, and as we see this outstretched, nice-looking drive as we see it on the replay. West Indies now 42 for 1.
42 for 1, yeah.
Ashwin gets ready to bowl from the Brian Lara Pavilion end.
I think I said 60 for 1. Where did I get that from? It was 42 for 1. Maybe I was hoping it's 60 for 1, Doc. But here is Ashwin over the wicket to the left-handed Mackenzie. Faces his first ball and is looking to turn this one. I'm not sure how much bat he got onto it, but they're just going to get a single. We'll have to wait and see the signal. Yes, leg buys. So a delivery pitching just outside the line of the leg stump. He was looking to turn it, came off the pad and went down towards the man at fine leg. And they pick up 1 run. So 1 leg by. So Mackenzie's still not off the mark. Total on to 43 now for 1. Brings Chandapol into strike against Ashwin. And he's sweeping. And Kishan was trying to take a catch there because the ball seemed to have come off the bat onto the pad and ballooned a little bit. And Kishan was diving forward, trying to come up with it as that ball was sweeping. It may have also come off the glove. And he was trying to scoop it up before it hit the ground, Kishan. And I think Chandapol stepped on his glove as well. But he's all right. As Chandapol waits on Ashwin, a change in the field, we'll give it to you in a minute, as he's looking to sweep and down to the deep backward square leg position. There is a deep backward square, and there's also a short fine leg in position just for that sweep in case he gets a top edge, as Brathwaite did. But that one was swept nicely and down to the deep backward square, and they pick up a single. Brings Mackenzie back into strike, 44 for 1. As this one, Mackenzie is playing out long on, and a difference in approach right away. Mackenzie just coming down the track and whipping it towards mid-on.
And of course, both the spinners will have to use a different approach because you have 2 southpaws at the crease.
Yes, here is Mackenzie, the left-hander from Jamaica. And he's whipping this one off the pads, but can't beat the man at that forward square leg position. And there is no run. Score remains on 44 for 1. Mackenzie yet to get off the mark. Chandapol is at the non-striker's end. He's on 12. The skipper, Brathwaite, already back in the pavilion. He went for 28 with the total on 35 for 1. It's now 44 for 1. They've taken out the forward short leg for Mackenzie and they're putting towards cover, but there are 2 slips on a silly point as Ashwin wrong the wicket to Mackenzie. A loud appeal goes up and no, he's bowled him. Well. Mackenzie just pushing forward to that delivery. Where did that pass? And I'm wondering, is he bowled or was he caught? But we can't. No, they're going up. Or was it LBW? I'm not too sure.
Leg before.
But I think he's going, yes, and didn't see the umpire finger going up. I think it's getting late in the afternoon for me because I didn't see the umpire's finger and I heard the, yes, it is. He did go LBW and he went down, had a chat with Chandapol and asked him, should I review? And Chandapol said, no, you hit in front of the stump. And young Mackenzie goes back to the pavilion, LBW to Ashwin without scoring. So he batted so very well in the first innings, but couldn't replicate that. And he goes back to the pavilion, LBW to Ashwin without scoring. It's now 44 for 2.
And this certainly doesn't augur well for the West Indies at all. Losing 2 wickets, the whole idea was for both Brathwaite and Chandrapal to stick out and grind their innings. This is a test match they'll have to save because winning is an impossibility, although you never say impossible, but it's certainly, in my opinion, a foregone conclusion that this is either a draw or an India win. And for West Indies to draw, which would be their best possible outcome, they clearly needed their batsmen to stay at the crease, take their time, and now there is a Jadeja is all pumped up as the new batsman at the crease, and we are seeing the replay of that leg before. And as you said, Colin,
it was angled into him and it was hitting the middle and leg stump.
And the 3 red signs, not a good sign for the batsman.
I wasn't sure what had happened there because his back was to us. And it was a very strange one because it seemed also, how should I put it, a little bit lackadaisical on the part of Mackenzie going forward, and the ball was angled into him and struck the pad. Here's Jadeja, however, to Chandapol. Chandapol is forward, pushing it out on the offside, and the man at Silly Point just trots behind it, but there is no run.
And you can certainly see that the chatter by Ishan Kishan and the close-in fielders, and there are 4 close-in fielders, has gone up.
Here's Jadeja into Chandapol. This time they're going to go for the single as he's pushing it out. The man at cover has gone all the way back. And now I suppose it's preventing the 4, but runs really don't matter here. I think they would want to keep Chandapol facing and do not allow him to get that easy single, which he just did. So he goes to 13 and brings Blackwood in to strike. Blackwood, who got to 20 off of 92 deliveries in the first innings. It was a really uncharacteristic for him because he's the type of batsman who gets on with it. But he may have decided, listen, he's going to decide a different role, and he never really played much attacking shots. And at this time, one would not expect him to do that. Nice sunshine still. As this time he's working this ball out to mid-on. And the trouble here for Blackwood, he was starting to run down the track looking for the single. Chandapol turned to see where the ball was going, and Blackwood was about halfway down, and Ashwin threw the ball back to Jadeja. It gave Blackwood enough time to turn around and get back to the safety of his crease at the striker's end, but he was about halfway down when that ball went to Ashwin and it was thrown back to the bowler, Jadeja. And it brings into question whose call is it? It was clearly Blackwood's call, but Chandapol never responded. He was looking at where the ball was going. Right. But it would have been a very tight run, but I think Blackwood would have been home. This one is forward, pushing it back on the onside. There is no run. Score remains on 45-4-2. Blackwood is on 0. Chandapol is at the non-striker's end. He is on 13 as Jadeja is into Blackwood and he's forward. Ball's being pushed back up the track to Jadeja. And of course, Vidya and Anil is going to come in to close off the day's play here. We're not too sure. Probably they go just a little bit beyond 5:30 because it's a brilliant sunshine at the moment as the final delivery is played out towards mid wicket. It's the end of the over. It's 45 for 2. Chandapur 13. Blackwood is yet to get off the mark after some more comments from you. Vidya is going to join you and followed by Anil.
Yes, at the end of the play, end of the race play, pretty close by. Indian spinners from both ends, Ravichandran Ashwin from the Brian Lara Pavilion end and Ravindra Jadeja from the commentator's box end, attacking the West Indies bowlers, and they've already lost 2 wickets. Greg Bathwaite was caught by Unadkat off the bowling of Ashwin for 28, and Mackenzie was leg before. As Ashwin now gets ready to bowl the next over, as I welcome Vidya Rampal to the commentary position.
Thank you very much, Doc, and thanks very much to Colin. So we're here to close the show, so to speak. 45 for 2, the West Indies. And Anil's going to come joining me for a moment. And Brathwaite, the first to go, he was caught by Unadkat off the bowling of Ashwin for 28. Here's the first ball of the next over from Ashwin, turned towards the mid-wicket region, and there's no run. And big change in the field since we were last on, Anil Lakan. Now a cluster of fielders around the bat, and that's because the pressure is ramped up on the West Indies here.
Yeah, Ravichandran Ashwin extracting a lot of spin here from this Queen's Park Oval track, and with the ball spinning as much as it has been in the last 15 minutes, both the forward short leg and the backward short leg is in place. Kohli is at that short backward position.
Well, Blackwood is in now, and Blackwood facing up to Ashwin. Ashwin on his way, wriggles his hands in front of him before he bowls, and that one's spinning fiercely down the leg side, taken well by Kishan, and there's no run. A lot of spin again on offer.
Yeah, Ravichandran Ashwin really ripping these balls here at the Queen's Park Oval. It's now going at an alarming pace as well. The ball is spinning, it's turning.
And he's playing the next delivery square of the wicket. Runs here for him. It could be a couple at least as the fielder turns. He picks up the ball and throws on the turn to the bowler's end. But they still manage to get 2. So that's 2 runs for Blackwood. And there's an announcement we're getting here that the Carib stand will be the only stand for patrons for tomorrow's 5th day of the match. Tickets are only $100. And so outside of the suite, guest, as we watch the next delivery from Ashwin. Forward to it is Blackwood, and there is no run. And just to continue with that, outside of the suite guests in the other stands, the Carib stand entrance will be the only gate operational for tomorrow's final day. On drive here from Blackwood, picks up 1, sets off quickly and gets there to the other end. Chandapur is also in safely, and he's on 14. Blackwood is on 3. West Indies 49 for 2. Those 2 wickets falling at 38 and 42. Quick blows delivered here by Ashwin.
Yeah, Ashwin, skipper Craig Brathwaite trying to take on this sweep too often there, just getting a top edge at that short backward square position and perishing for 29. The youngster Cook Mackenzie getting an arm ball from Ashwin, which he was unable to
deal with. The next one is on-driven here by Chandapur. Picks up 1 wide of the mid-on position, and Ashwin's over has come to an end. That's the first of the last 3 overs that he hasn't taken a wicket. He took 2 of the previous 2 overs, and Blackwood on 3, Chandapur on 15. 50 for 2, the West Indies 50 coming up. There's a muted applause around the park here because their fans certainly do know that the West Indies are in huge pressure here and in danger of going down to another heavy defeat.
Yeah, so the writing is on the wall, as we say, Vidya, but both vice skipper German Blackwood and Tejnarayan Chandapur, they will want to continue the vigil for the West Indies team.
They certainly will. And Jadeja, the rock star, as Dr. Mehta likes to call him, is at the northern end once again. He has the ball in hand, number 8 on his back. He's into ball to Chandapal. And Chandapal gets quickly forward to that and plays it out to Jadeja to field. Just to remind you, the West Indies last beat India in a test match back in May 2002. That's 21 years and counting that the West Indies have not beaten the India in a test match. Next delivery is defended out to the leg side. There's no run. Since then, the teams have met 24 times. India have won 15 and drawing the other 9 games. No wins for the West Indies in 21 years against West Indies against India.
Well, this Indian team, you remember, just contested.
Next delivery is defended by Chandapal, and there's no run.
Yeah, so just about maybe 6 weeks ago, Vidya, this team was involved with Australia in the World Test Championship. So that just tells a story in its own way, Vidya.
It certainly does. Chandapal is driving the next one. Past the field in front of him, out towards the extra cover position, will pick up 1. India have won 3 of their 13 matches at the Queen's Park Oval. And if they are successful and go on to win this game, it will be their 4th win at the venue. That will make the Queen's Park Oval their next most successful venue outside of the MCC. That's outside of India. They've actually won 4 times at the MCC, so that'll make it the joint most successal venue outside of their home country. Here's Jadeja, and forward to it is Blackwood. Gets it behind square. There's a Jaidev Unadkat there to do the fielding, and there's no run.
But at this stage of the test match video, they're definitely in the ascendancy, and with every ball, there's some level of optimism that that a wicket is going to go down.
Driving at this one is Blackwood. Bounces out towards Rohit Sharma, who just picks it up in one smooth, silky motion and prevents single, and there's no run. That was the last ball of the 23rd over. West Indies 51 for 2, 3 for Blackwood, 16 for Chandapal.
And we could safely say at this stage, Vidya, that target of 365 is totally out of the question.
Well, it is for the moment, unless something extraordinary happens between now and tomorrow. The Craig Brathwaite gone for 28. Tejnaran Chandapal 16 of 73 deliveries. Jermaine Blackwood 3 of 10. Those are the 2 men out there. Still to come, Alec Athanase. Still to come, Joshua De Silva. And then Jason Holder in there also. And the tail is fairly long for the West Indies, with after Holder, Alzari Joseph, Kemar Roach, Jomel Warrican, and Shannon Gabriel. If anything, maybe Warrican might actually, should some feel, come ahead of Alzari Joseph. Here's Ashwin, spin at both ends, remember, and Chandapal is defending the next delivery on the onside. There's no run. A slip, 2 slips in place, a slip and a gully, if you want the correct thing, and there's also a silly mid-off in place, or silly point in place here. Well, in fact, that fielder has now gone across to forward short leg.
Yeah, so skipper Rohit Sharma ringing the changes here, just giving the batters something else to think about with a slip and gully in place.
Here's Ashwin into Chandapal, and the left-hander crouches forward to defend and back down the track for the bowler to field. Actually, Jaiswal, who is just on the leg side, his shadow is right across the pitch and just about where Ashwin is aiming at. So he is not moving. He's in a still position as he's facing up to Ashwin. And that one's beating Chandapal outside the off stump. Pitching and turning away from the left-hander, but not kissing the edge.
Yeah, classical off-spinner's delivery, just curving into the left-hander, and at the last moment, spinning away alarmingly.
Yeah, alarmingly, if you're a commentator. Imagine if you're a batsman, what will happen there? You'll be sweating bullets out there at the moment. Here's Ashwin, and Chandapal forward to it and defends. There's no run. Ashwin only getting 1 wicket in the first innings. He's already doubled that tally in the second innings. And well, remember, he came into this test match with 72 wickets. Anil Kumble has the record has the most wickets against the West Indies of spinners. Chandapal defends the next delivery, so that last wicket, there's no run there, by the way, has now taken him to 75 wickets. So he's now surpassed Kumble in terms of the number of wickets against the West Indies.
But what a wonderful servant Ravichandran Ashwin has been to Indian cricket.
And the scourge of the West Indies, Chandapal forward to the next delivery, plays it out in front of him. There's no run. And another very quick, a lightning quick over here from Ashwin ends with the score on 51 for 2. Another maiden over here from Ashwin Chandapal on 16. Blackwood stays on 3.
And after the conclusion of the World Test Championship in England video, there was a lot of discussion about why Ravichandran Ashwin was left out of that team. And he's just showing us here again at the Queen's Park Oval what a wonderful performer he is indeed.
Yeah, he certainly is. That was one big part of the discussion. One of the big casualties of that loss in the World Test Championship to Australia was, of course, Chatishwar Pujara, who's lost his place as number 3. India deciding to bring out as their number 3 in this game. They did have Gill coming in at 3. He's now dropped down to 3, and he batted at 3 on both occasions here. Hasn't quite gotten off in the series, but his 29 not out today should give him some hope for the future.
Well, he definitely had the opportunity to really express himself. There was absolutely no pressure whatsoever. All he had to do was just go out there and play the way Shubman Gill plays.
Well, Mohammad Siraj is back. 4 overs, none for 18. He's in now to bowl, and Blackwood is letting that one go outside the off-stump, taken by Kishan. And so the ground, just to give you an idea of how the things have changed in terms of the look of the ground, the sun's setting away on our right, out to the east, of course, and the Larry Constantine stand. The shadow is covering almost the entire part of the northern side of the ground. And in fact, when Siraj goes past the umpire, it's shade from there as he's out to get at the top of his mark. Here is Siraj once again. He's running in past the umpire. He's bowling to Jermaine Blackwood, who's powered to it solidly behind it. Plays it out to Rohit Sharma. There is no run. And the diminutive Jamaican solidly behind it. That first innings where he got 20, certainly not an innings that was out of character for him. He loves to get on with it. He loves to hit boundaries. He loves to put the opposition under pressure. But perhaps signs of a maturing Jermaine Blackwood, or mature Jermaine Blackwood in terms of his approach, really getting in behind. Unfortunately, going to a really outstanding catch. Here's Siraj into Blackwood, and he's playing off the back foot out towards the mid-on position, and there is no run. Blackwood really, you have seen a change in the way he's batted over the years.
Well, Jermaine Blackwood is not the player that he used to be in terms of when he started his Test career. He was basically a dasher. He used to come out and just play shot a ball, but he's matured, as you would say, and he's really now one of the cornerstones of this West Indies batting lineup.
Yeah, he certainly is. And he is facing up now as Mohammad Siraj is at the top of his mark, and here he is in past the umpire. Bowling to Blackwood, and that's solidly behind. It's driven back by Blackwood and straight into the hands of Siraj, who had a shy at the stumps. Blackwood had to run away from it, and it's taken by Kishan there. So really tight over. Siraj attacking the stumps once again.
Excellent aggression there from Mohammad Siraj. And what do you expect else from a fast bowler, who is really pumped up, and charging in here at the Queen's Park Oval, looking to make further inroads in this West Indies batting lineup. The West Indies has moved to 51 for 2. Chandapal, he's playing a lone vigil there. He's on 16, a vice captain. Jermaine Blackwood is accompanying him at the same time.
So here is Blackwood now. He got 14 and 5 in the last game, and he's playing this one on the onside, straight towards Gill, who is trying to, in a very fancy way, flick the ball behind his back and trying to run out Chandapal. Very stylish looking player he is, and also in the field.
Yes, so Mohammad Siraj getting an opportunity here late on day 4 here to make an impact video.
Jermaine Blackwood, we mentioned him in terms of his batting, has, the last innings he played in first-class cricket before the first test was against Trinidad here in Trinidad at Tarouba. Got 68 and 11 against Trinidad and Tobago. He's pacing up to Siraj, and that is played confidently down the ground, but Ashwin is there to make the stop, and there is no run. He also got 80 against Guyana, also back in March at Providence, which is never one of the easier venues to bat at. He got a duck in the first innings and recovered with a very good 80 in the second innings. And so those have been, he's gotten basically 2 first-class 50s, and he also got a 79 against South Africa in February earlier this year.
But I'm sure German Blackwood, he would be under tremendous pressure as well, because he has not really produced a good for West Indies, and I'm sure at some stage, questions are going to be asked in the public domain.
Well, he might tend to disagree with you outside of the double failure in the last game, 37 and 79 against South Africa at Centurion. He would point and say, well, listen, got some runs there, didn't I? Yes, the West Indies did in fact lose the match, but he got some runs there. He was one of the bright sparks, and there are a few other innings there. But altogether, I'm sure he'd be the first to say that, yes, I got some runs, but that's not good enough. He would love to see the West Indies get over the line and win a couple of matches.
Well, the history would have shown that, he's not one of the most prolific players against quality spin bowlers. So he's going to be tested to the hilt this afternoon, and if he goes into D5.
So let's see what's happening here. As Ashwin's back on, the left-handed Chandapal now. He has a lot of company around him. There's Kishan chattering away. There are 2 slips, forward short leg. And there's also a silly point in place for Chandapal, who is playing this one on the leg side, past Jaishwal, who stuck out a left leg and couldn't stop it, and he gets 1 more. So Chandapal just riding the bounce of it nicely, and he's gotten his 17th run.
Yeah, so Ashwin just going on leg stump. They're looking to aim into those footholds outside the line of the leg stump of Chandapal. Getting that ball to spin across the left-hander, he's trying to attempt that effort.
Well, there is a forward short leg in place now. There's a slip and a leg slip in place here for Ashwin, who is bowling to the right-handed Blackwood now. Blackwood getting the edge and past first slip. That has gone away from first slip and is running away to the boundary. And Kishan has outrun the first slip and picked up the ball. And he sends the throw in powerfully. That's good work there from the Indian keeper. He and Rahane were actually chasing it down, and he ran past Rahane. It looked like Bolt running past me there in 100 meters there. That was really quick from Ishan Kishan.
Yeah, total commitment from the wicketkeeper, Ishan Kishan. But the West Indies have benefited via 3 runs. So that takes the total on to 55 for 2. And German Blackwood moves on to 6.
Yeah, 55 for 2. And also, Siraj was coming in, and Kishan picked up the ball and threw it. And Siraj actually had to duck out to the wave because it was thrown very, very close to his face there. That could have been a nasty bit of play there. Chandapal's forward to the next delivery. Plays it out to the man in front of him, and there is no run. So they are outside of Chandapal. There are 4 Indian players on one side, and then you have the forward short leg. So 6 players right in that area. Chandapal's forward to the next delivery. In fact, a large enough sheet on your king-size bed, Anil, could cover all of them at the moment. That's how close they are.
Yeah, very attacking feel indeed, put there by skipper Rohit Sharma.
And it's Ashwin again. Chandapal forward to it, plays it back down the track, growls and howls and snarls from behind the pitch, but it all comes to nothing. That's a dot ball.
Yeah, so it's a very intriguing battle taking place out in the middle here at the Queen's Park over Ravi Ashwin. On top of his game here, Tejnarayan Chandapal just trying to survive to the end of play here today.
Well, the shadows lengthen. We're not far away from the close-out play. This one's turned behind square. Chandapal sets off. Kishan also sets off, but he gets there faster, and Chandapal is sent scurrying back. That's the end of the over. The end of Ashwin's over. His figures 2 for 18 off 8 overs. Let's see. Is this going to be the end of play here? Chandapal is walking off. The umpires are having a talk. Let's see what's happening here. But is this going to be the end of play? Chandapal's going to have a talk with his partner. That's all there is. And we could possibly have a couple more overs here.
Yeah, so the umpires are getting into position. Umpire Marius Aramas is getting into position. It's going to be Mohammed Siraj from the Jerry Gomez media end.
Yeah, so the umpire and umpire Kettleborough walks away to the striker's end. I was told a while back they no longer say the striker's end and the non-striker's end. That's what the umpires say now, not square leg anymore, because as you would notice, the umpire, he is standing at square leg for the right-hander, but if Chandapal comes in, he would stay in that position, so obviously he's not going to be square leg. So they've changed that term quite a while now to the striker's end. It's one of the many peeves, the pet peeves of umpires all over the world for commentators when we do in fact say that, square leg. So that's been outlawed. Siraj at the top of his mark just runs in, and it's a false start for Siraj. If it were athletics, he would be given the red card at the moment. But he has the red cherry in his hand. He's back on his way now, past umpire Erasmus. He's into the Jamaican Blackwood, striking him on the pad, stifled appeal, but nothing doing from any of the other fielders, and there is no run. The West Indies have to go into play without losing, into the end of play without losing another wicket.
Yeah, and both Jim and Blackwood and Teachner and Chandapur, they're fighting for their lives out in the middle here. It's an intriguing battle, but the Indian bowlers, they have been relentless in their effort.
Siraj just about 5'11" or so. He's shining the ball on the front of his trousers. He has number 73 with his name. His last name Siraj just above it. And he's in now to bowl to Blackwood. Getting one rising on him. That one maybe took off from the pitch and he plays it back to the bowler. And Siraj picks up on his follow through. That one seemed to surprise Blackwood. He took the bottom hand off the bat.
Well, on late on day 4, you would expect any track video that it's going to start to play some tricks. We're seeing some balls spinning. That one just took off from a good length, but luckily for Jim and Blackwood, he had the skill to get that ball and played it under his eyes.
He certainly did, and he's at the high backlip facing up to Siraj, and this one he's on driving out to Ashwin, who gets across to do the fielding, and there is no run. Ashwin, I think, loves that position at mid-on. He hasn't moved from there for the entire day, and he has been there, and he hasn't done anything wrong. He hasn't put a foot wrong at that position.
Yeah, well, he's hadn't had anything to do as well, Vidya, because the scoring rate has been at a pedestrian rate. You know, most of the times the balls have gone through the cover area.
Played square of the wicket also. Siraj looks to his left. There's Rohit Sharma with the number 45 on his back. And he sets off past umpire Erasmus. That is almost gone through the defense there of Blackwood. Maybe bat onto pad. It balloons onto the onside. Kishan does the fielding. There's no run. But that Blackwood didn't look comfortable against that ball at all.
Well, that just reminds me of the delivery that Joshua De Silva got. That ball was tailing in from outside the line of the off stump. German Blackwood possibly was just playing across the line of the delivery. It hit the inside edge, and luckily for him, it did not go onto the leg stump.
Well, he does bowl that wobble seam delivery very well. He's has been described as one of the emerging masters of swing in India. Of course, Mohammad Shami, one of the best seamers around in the world. And Siraj trying to get his name up there also. He's bowling to Blackwood. That one's coming back in to Blackwood. Plays it out towards Rohit, who is at that mid-off position, and there is no run. Now, the shadows have started to lengthen once again here. Almost the entire field now covered by shadow.
So we are into overtime on day 4 here, and it's expected because of the lost time we've had yesterday and today. You know, the umpires are trying to make up as much as possible.
98 overs was supposed to be bowled today. That's the reason. That's because of the two lengthy rain delays yesterday. We've also had a couple here today, and eerily around the same time, both of them yesterday and today. And the West Indies might be hoping for some of those maybe tomorrow. They will certainly hope to take this game deep into day 5. Here is Siraj into Blackwood. And again driving out to Rohit, and there is no run, and the over has come to an end. Another very good over from Siraj. A lot of deliveries. He's made Blackwood play every delivery, and one of them jagging back in and almost getting the stumps. Blackwood just getting an edge on it onto his pad. But a lot to think about for Blackwood and for Chandapur, with Siraj starting to work some magic at this end.
Well, I was just looking at the speed gun video, and he's just hovering around that 135, 138 kilometers per hour. So he's definitely putting in the hard yards at the back end of day 4 at the Queen's Park Oval.
Sunday afternoon here in Trinidad and Tobago, wherever you are. Thanks so much for joining us. This is a Cricket 360 production. We hope you have enjoyed what you've heard over the last 4 days. One more day to go here, and West Indies trying to hold on for a draw, possibly an unlikely win, as some might feel. First delivery is pushed away on the outside. They run for a single. That's a good bit of work, and Blackwood was the instigator, calling Chandapal through. He responded. That one just dribbled past Jaiswal at that silly mid-off position, and they set off for the single and got it easily.
Well, very important indeed that they continue to rotate the strike. If you get stuck on the end, the likes of Raleigh Church and Ashwin, all it does really, Vidya, it gives them a lot of opportunities to keep working you out on a consistent basis.
Ashwin at the top of his mark, his hands together, he holds on to the ball, just sort of wrings his hands as he's running in now to bowl. Blackwood is driving the next one. He's gone for a single. They've gone back. Chandapal almost going beyond the point of no return. He had the opportunity to get back, and he did so. Score stays on 56 for 2. Chandapal is on 18, and Blackwood is on 6.
So yes, no, yes, no, yes, no. Eventually, they stayed at home.
Here's Ashwin again, and Blackwood's driving it. It's gone past Ashwin. That was going to run away for 4 runs. There's a fielder after it. Nobody's going to catch up with that. It hits the boundary ropes now, and that is the first boundary we've had for quite a while, and that is Ashwin being struck for 4 here, a boundary by the right-handed Blackwood.
Yeah, so flighted delivery from Ravichandran and Ashwin. The German Blackwood got that left foot forward and caressed that ball through mid-off for 4 glorious runs.
Well, it's been quite a while we've had the last boundary. The last boundary came off the last ball of the 19th over. That's quite a while ago. And Blackwood playing the next one in front of him. There's no runs, so we haven't had a boundary for 8 overs and 3 balls. That's the first one in 8 overs and 3 balls. A measure of how the Indians have dominated here in the afternoon. Here's Ashwin again, outside the off stump and taken by Kishan. There's no run.
But I like the fact that German Blackwood and Tishnarayan Chandapal Vidya, they're still looking at opportunities to score.
As we saw the Indians do when the West Indies had provided some pressure. Cut away, and that is going to run away behind square. The fielder's not going to catch up with that, and they're just running to retrieve at the moment. Second boundary in the over here, and the 2 batters meet in the middle. The umpires are going back to their positions, and that's a couple of boundaries in the over here for Blackwood. He's up to 14. Chandapal is 18. The West Indies are 64 for 2.
So West Indies requiring another 301 run for victory going into D5, but at this stage here, both German Blackwood and Tishnarayan Chandapal, they're doing whatever they can to keep out the Indian bowlers.
Yeah, they certainly have been defensive, but what's looking positive is that when the opportunities have come to score, like in those 2 deliveries from Ashwin, they have been accepted gleefully by Blackwood. Chandapal has also hit a couple of boundaries in his innings. But the Indians will not be discouraged by that at all, because if the batsmen are going to play shots, it opens up the opportunity for mistakes and wickets.
Well, the reality is, Vidya, with the mammoth total they're defending, they can afford, the Indian team, they can afford to have extended fielders in very attacking fielders as well.
Chandapal just confirms his mid-stump guard as Siraj was just about to get in. Now Siraj runs away from us. The red soles of his shoes kicking up as he's bowling to Chandapal, who's driving out towards that cover position. Gill picks up, and there is no run. Still 2 slips in place. They still are in a fairly attacking position here for the seamers. And Siraj is getting that one to move into the right-hander and away from the left-hander. And now he's switched over to round the wicket.
Yes, he's looking to arc that ball into the pads, and just at the last moment trying to get that ball to seam away from the left-hander.
Well, Siraj just flicking the hair, almost like Professor Snape in those Harry Potter movies, to get them out of his eyes. Now he's running into ball to Chandapal, 2 slips crouch, and Chandapal is allowing this to go through to Kishan. 2 wide outside the off stump to interest the left-hander out of Guyana.
Well, I'd love to see that fielder at backward point go into a gully position Vidya. Late in the evening here, you could just serve up that sucker punch, that full delivery that's just tailing away from the left-hander, and it could bring that gully into business.
Yes, he has started with a couple with one delivery outside the off stump. Let's see if he attempts to bring it in a bit closer and tries to set up Chandapal here. Now the fine leg has been moved about 10 meters to make that 20 meters away to his right. So he's more of a long leg at the moment here. That's the adjustment in the field for Siraj. Backward point, short extra cover point in place, mid-on, mid-off, and a mid-wicket. Here he is in now, and Chandapal's cutting that away. That would have gone straight to that gully position, and that's running away for 4. You just mentioned it. It didn't go, it wasn't a catch by any means. Cut it well into the ground, got on top of the bounce of it nicely, but that would have been cut off by slip.
And what's interesting at this passage of play video is the fact that the West Indies batters, they are counter-attacking this Indian bowling, and it's very refreshing indeed. At this late in the evening, you know, they've decided, both Teshwar and Chandapal and German Blackwood, they're not going to be bogged down. If the ball is there to put away, they're going to try and execute.
Yeah, that's the 4th boundary we've had in the last 2 overs here. 2 off Ashwin, 1 off Siraj, and we also had 1 in the previous over. Well, make that 3. In fact, correction there. 3 boundaries in the last 8 balls so far. Here is Siraj, and Chandapal getting solidly in behind it. Plays it out to extra cover, and there is no run. And for India here, they just have to be patient for the Indian fans who are listening to this. Their team just basically has to get the ball in the right areas and allow, and the batsmen, once they make the mistake, take the catches that come along.
Well, they've done that tremendously well during this test match video on day 2 and day 3. They've really made it very difficult indeed for the West Indies batters to score. They've had to work tirelessly, you know, in order to get scoring opportunities.
Is this ball going to be the last couple of balls? Will this be the last one of the 4th day? Chandapal just adjusting his gloves, just making sure he has everything in place. His dad was always a real adjuster. He just fixed everything, every glove, every piece of padding that he had on. He adjusted everything before he faced the delivery. Here's Siraj round the wicket to Chandapal, looking for the pull shot. That came off the thigh area, and he survives. That one was going down the leg side. No suggestion of an appeal. The score stays on 68 for 2.
So that ball pitched on leg stump. Teshwar and Chandapal just pivoting inside his wicket, trying to get a little tickle down to that fine leg position. Unfortunately for him, he did not make contact, but that particular delivery, Mohammad Siraj did bend his back video.
Yeah, he certainly did, and he does give wholehearted. He is a wholehearted performer for India. Whatever he does, he's in once again. Past umpire Rasmus, round the wicket to Chandapal, allows that to go through, and is taken by Kishan. A nice puff as it goes into those bright blue gloves of his. 29 overs gone in the innings. West Indies are 68 for 2. Chandapal is on 24, and Blackwood 14. Latest score here at the Queen's Park Oval.
So both German Blackwood, vice captain of the West Indies team, and Teshwar and Chandapal counter-attacking in the last 3 overs. They are getting 4 boundaries in the last 2 overs. So very good indeed that from these batters, that they are not allowing these Indian bowlers to just bowl and bowl and bowl at them, and you know, going into survival mood. Whenever the possibility exists for a scoring opportunity, they're looking to cash in.
Yes, yeah, they have found a balance between attack and defense here. Ultra defense and ultra attack, certainly. It's the golden mean, as the great philosopher Aristotle would say. That's what they have to find here. And it is the right-handed Blackwood who's going to be facing up. 27 on his back. His score is 14 so far, 68 for 2. The wickets lost by the West Indies in search of this target of 365. Brathwaite for 28, and Mackenzie going for a duck. Here's Ashwin, and a forcing shot here by Blackwood straight to the fielder. Rohit fields, and there is no run.
So German Blackwood preferring to camp onto the back foot against Ravi Chandra and Ashwin here video.
Yes, Ashwin again wriggles as he comes into bowl, and Blackwood is driving this one, goes for the single, and pretty safely they've made that through just to the right of the fielder, and the man there just is very upset with himself that he wasn't able to prevent that. That was Kumar who was fielding in that position.
So German Blackwood continues to play positively here at the back end of D4. in the second Test match here at the Queen's Park Queen's Park Oval.
And the helmet is off. In fact, the helmet is on. They've put Shubman Gill under a helmet here, and he's on the offside for the left-handed Chandapal. Jaishwal is at the forward short leg position. Gill is at the silly point position. Two slips crouch behind Ishan Kishan. Here's Chandapal. Defending on the onside, there is no run. Ashwin, in his attempt to get across to the ball, actually had to almost push away Blackwood. Blackwood is certainly entitled to stay right there. That's a big mismatch. They not even in the same weight class here. Next delivery is defended again. Joshua feels that there is no run.
So we see
they're shutting up shop here, the West Indies.
yeah. So Ashwin there just trying to set up Chandapal here, bowling a couple arm balls here to him.
Here's the next delivery, and Chandapal getting that one turning there, trying to turn it on the onside. Just took the leading edge, and luckily for him, not ballooning away, but going on the ground to backward point, and there's no run.
So he bowled him two arm balls, and here he comes with that big spinning off break just on off leg stump, trying to get him to play against the tide of the delivery.
Almost got through there. Ashwin, and Chandapal is defending the next delivery, gets forward to it long, and defends back to the bowler. That's the end of another very, very lightning quick. That's a lightning quick over from Ashwin. That's his 10th, 2 for 28. And well, let's see what the umpires say here. Umpire Erasmus is out to the other end. We are going to have another over here, and it is going to be Mohammed Siraj to continue at the northern end of the ground.
So we still have very good conditions here at the Queen's Park Oval, and we are into overtime on D4. It's the third session of this Test match. The West Indies requiring 365 a victory. They've gone on. They've lost 2 wickets in this session. Yeah, Craig Brathwaite going via the sweep shot, and Cook Mackenzie going via LBW. So Ravichandran and Ashwin Vidya outfoxed the youngster on debut.
Yeah, he has. He batted well in the first innings, but unable to contend with Ashwin this time, and losing his wicket early. Fourth ball he faced. He got 32 before he went caught by Kishan off Kumar in the first innings. Mohammed Siraj, who took his second 5-wicket haul in the first of his Test career, he is back on. His first was actually against Australia, that pivotal fourth Test back in 2020-2021 in that famous series, India winning in Australia. Here's Siraj. Forward to it is Blackwood, plays it down to Rohit at mid-off, and there is no run. After the Test series, there is the start of the ODI series. West Indies and India will head to Bridgetown, Barbados for the next, for the first 2 matches of the ODI series. They'll play on the 27th and the 29th. Then they return to Trinidad to play the third ODI at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy in Tarouba on the 1st of August. That is going to be the very first ODI ever in the history played at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, and then the first T20 is played at Tarouba on the 3rd of August. Here's Siraj, and that is solidly hit back past the bowler, but Ashwin is there to make the stop, and there is no run. The T20 series starts at Tarouba on the 3rd of August, and then the action shifts to Guyana for the second T20 on the 6th of August, and on the 8th of August there is the second T20 at Providence.
So Vice Skipper German Blackwood just trying to eat away some seconds there, possibly just indicating to the umpire that it's getting a bit murky here at the Queen's Park Oval.
Yeah, and of course, just don't forget the last 2 ODIs, T20s will be played in Lauderhill. Here's Siraj into Blackwood, turning it on the leg side, down to fine leg, and it's just going to be 1. So the 4th and 5th T20 internationals played at Lauderhill Central Broward facility there, and that has been a beachhead, to use a military term, a beachhead for cricket in international cricket in the USA.
Yeah, so another big move by CWI to take 2 games out in Miami, Fort Lauderdale.
Lauderhill, in fact.
Lauderhill, my apology.
Which is closer to the Miami, and Lauderdale. Fort Lauderdale is actually just on the northern side of Miami, and well, their superstar is going to be playing in Lauderhill, but there's also a very big superstar in Fort Lauderdale. That's Lionel Messi, who's playing for Inter Miami there. Chandapol is getting onto the back foot. Next delivery from Siraj, driven out towards that short extra cover position. Rahane picks up, and there is no run.
But just having looked at that delivery there, video, Virat Kohli, he's gone into that third slip position, more third slip than a gully position. So he has made some adjustment there,
Yeah,
moving from the customary second slip position.
Yeah, he's got a bit wider, so there's a big gap between, and even first slip is a little bit wider than where it should be. So we have Siraj now going around the wicket to Chandapol, down the leg side. Tucks it away, will get one, should get, he decides not to go for the second. It didn't go too far away from Jadeja. Nobody is going to run two on Jadeja's arm, even if it's a quarter mile away from him.
Yeah, he's been that terrific a fielder that it's not someone that you're going to want to take on his arm.
No, it's like trying to meeting a 300-pound man in a darkened alley and trying to take him on for a fight. That's not something, that's not a very wise thing to do at all. So we are very, very late in the afternoon here. It's just 5 minutes away from 6 o'clock, and I think this very well could be the penultimate over of the day. Siraj, none for 24. Last ball of his 8th over in here. 5 for 60 in the first innings. Here he is in to bowl to the right-handed Jamaican Blackwood, and that's on the leg side. Missed out on a chance for scoring there, Blackwood. That cannons off the pad and on the onside, picked up by Kohli. There is no run. End of the over, 71 for 2, the West Indies, and Blackwood is on 16 and Chandapol on 23.
So the West Indies batters continue to battle out here at the Queen's Park Oval. It's day 4. It's a session number 3 here. And late on day 4, both these batters really battling to keep their team in this test match. There are only 2 results now likely, Vidya. It's either going to be a draw or India is going to run away with a 2-0 victory.
No tie? It's never happened between West Indies and India, of course. No ties. The 2 tied matches in Test history have come. India was actually involved in one against Australia. West Indies and Australia, of course, the other one back in 1960-61. And India losing out on that tied match against Australia. As we watched left-handed Chandapol, a lot of company around him as he's on driving here. The first ball from Ashwin picks up 1 through that mid-wicket region, and that was over-pitched by Ashwin. He hasn't bowled a lot of bad balls in this game at all. He certainly is miserly. He's like an ogre out there to batsmen at times.
Yeah, pitching that ball on leg stump, half volley. Chandapol just ticks this away onto the leg side and gets a single. It brings Truman Blackwood.
Well, he's asking Rahane just to go a little bit wider at that first slip. Here he is in now to bowl to Blackwood, who's driving at this one. True extra cover. That's running away, flying away to the boundary for 4 runs, like a well-cued billiard ball over this very green Queen's Park Oval surface here. That one was really hit well by Blackwood.
Yeah, flighted delivery from Ashwin there. German Blackwood caressed that ball through extra cover, and he gets a boundary.
Yeah, it really did look the nicely polished red ball just flying over the green surface. Almost ended up in the corner pocket there. He was so well hit by Blackwood. 20 he is. Chandapol is 24. And the West Indies are 76 for 2. Here is Ashwin again. He's over the wicket to Blackwood, and he has to defend this time. A testing delivery, does well, gets it back to the bowler.
So Ashwin coming back very strong indeed, and you can hear from the stop mic video, wicketkeeper Ishan Kishan encouraging Ashwin. Ashwin, go try and get it between bat and pad.
Oh, that's what your translation tells you, is it? Well, Google Translate can tell you a lot of things, doesn't it? And Anil does have a bit of knowledge about Hindi, so he's translating Ishan Kishan's words just behind us. Here's Ashwin now. He's into going round the wicket this time, and Blackwood tried to force that through the extra cover region, and Ashwin had a bit of a smile after that. almost outfoxed him there. The Jamaican almost succumbing to the wiles of the off spinner.
Changing the
Yeah, and
batsman's
Ashwin changing
mindset.
the angle, going
Nice
around the
going.
wicket to German Blackwood. Just changing the angle there. German
Changing his
Blackwood
mindset now.
trying
He
to
won't
play that forcing shot,
now. Goodbye.
almost giving it away late on D4 at the Queen's Park Oval.
Mohammed Siraj was having a word with umpire Erasmus as if asking, would I have one more over here, umpire? And Blackwood's now driving this one out to Rohit at that extra cover position. There's no run. Ashwin's overs go by so quickly. It's almost like watching Carlos Alcaraz serve 4 aces into the corner and the over's done. The clock is almost reading half a minute to 6 o'clock. This could very well be the last over here. Next delivery is defended by Blackwood. The umpire's called over. The bails have been taken off. That is play for the day. 6 o'clock, and that is the close of play. We are at stumps on day 4, and the West Indies have closed on 76 for 4. They're in search of 76 for 2, correction. They're in search of 365 for victory. You can tell I'm a pessimist now, don't you? 76 for 2. Blackwood is on 20. Chanderpaul is on 24. And West Indies have been rocked here by 2 wickets by the off-spinner Ravichandran Ashwin. He's been the star for India in this afternoon session.
But both German Blackwood and Tejan Chanderpaul, they have staged their own fight, counter-punching in the last half an hour or so video, and that has really now taken a new twist going into D5. Both players looking to be positive, not allowing the Indian bowlers to dictate terms late on D4.
Well, let's see how things have gone here today. West Indies, we've had West Indies bat twice and India once on the same day. The West Indies ending off day 3 at 229 for 5. And what this game has really turned, and this is very much what they call moving day. In golf, the day before the end is called moving day. This has certainly been the moving day in this test match. India have made their move here. 26 for 5. They bowled out the West Indies for 255. 26 runs for the West Indies earlier today, 5 wickets falling. India earned themselves a 183 lead. They then went absolute bonkers with the bat in their hands. India, 181 for 2 declared after only 24 overs, 57 for Rohit Sharma, 38 for Jaiswal, 29 not out for Gill, and Kishan getting his first half century of his test career. 52 not out. India said West Indies 365 for victory. At that point, you were feeling, boy, that is going to be an awesome task here for Windies.
Well, it is awesome task indeed, but you look at the way Kishan batted to get towards his victory. He lofted 2 balls, 1 over extra cover and 1 over long on, and that really does, when you look at these guys go about their business, you just have to sit down and just be in awe the manner in which they can really strike this cricket ball.
So the West Indies came in. Craig Brathwaite and Tejan Chanderpaul opened. Brathwaite was looking good for 28, but then trying to play a slog sweep, he was out caught by Unadkat off the bowling of Ashwin for 28, wicket falling at 38 for 1. Then shortly after that, Kirk McKenzie missed one from Ashwin, an arm ball that went through his defense, struck him on the pad. He was out LBW, didn't review it, and the wicket fell at 44 for 2. Since then, the West Indies have progressed to 76 for 2 at the close here, and that is an addition of 32 runs, the partnership here, and it's been sensible batting between Chanderpaul and Blackwood. They have few alarms here.
Yeah, they've batted brilliantly. They've taken the sting late on the D4 from the Indian bowlers. And it's great to see that, the likes of German Blackwood and Tejan Chanderpaul not just waiting for that delivery to score, but more or less putting a lot of pressure on the Indian bowlers. Once it was offline, they were looking to cash in. And very refreshing signs indeed, especially when you're up against the wall in terms of trying to save a test match. The manner in which they played the last half an hour, I must admit, video, really does bring some refreshing to the whole to the Test match.
So West Indies still need 289 runs to win this Test match. That will certainly be a tough ask on the final day. West Indies closing here on 76 for 2. So that's where we leave it here for you here on the 4th day of the second Test between the West Indies and India, the historic 100 Test match between the teams. Hope that you will join us in the morning for more play. On behalf of Anil Lakan and our commentary team, which also includes Colin Murray and Dr. Nilesh Mehta, and on behalf of our producer, the extraordinary Mr. Michael Ropwa, thank you so much for joining us here. This has been a Cricket 360 production. Join us tomorrow for more action at the Queen's Park Oval.